the ground, it shook, their screams growing hoarse until, eventually, all was quiet, save for the sound of crackling fire. The Hydra was now a resident of the Underworld. Chapter 16. The Battle with Heracles. No one cheered, though he had not expected celebration. Not to mention, most of the people who had occupied the seats of the stadium had fled during the horror that was the Hydra. Indeed, the aftermath was much like the end of a battle, when a strange and dreadful silence settled heavily in the air. It was the silence of death, the sound of life stolen from all living things, not just human. And it was over. A ringing settled deep in Hades' ears, and before it could grow worse, he offered Hera a vulgar gesture, then turned to leave the stadium. Except that as soon as he reached the tunnel, a door slammed down, barring his exit, and a horrible screeching filled the air. Hades whirled to find that a second gate had opened and released a herd of giant birds. There were easily 20, all with bronze beaks and deadly metal feathers that gleamed beneath the greenish light, and while they looked like something Hephaestus had created, Hades knew better. These were Stymphalian birds, creations of Ares, the god of war. Their beaks, talons, and feathers were deadly weapons and had the ability to pierce armor, which made getting close enough to kill them nearly impossible. Hades would need a bow in hopes of even wounding one, though that would prove to be difficult given their feathers were metal. The birds screeched and charged, a towering stampede of sharp blades heading right for him. Fuck. Hades took off at a run once more, though the pain made it hard for him to maintain a steady pace. He gritted his teeth through it as he heard the distinct sound of metal scraping metal, and he knew the birds were airborne. Glancing overhead, he saw that they were circling, vultures ready to pick apart their kill. Shelter. He had to find some kind of shelter. Frantic, he glanced around the arena, spotting his shield. He turned toward it, just as a metal feather lodged in the earth in front of him like a spear. A second followed, and then a third, barring his path to the shield. He changed course, heading instead for one of the entrances used by the monsters. The threshold over the doors was minuscule, but it would provide enough cover until he decided on a plan of action. As he veered right, so did the birds, and their feather spears, each hitting so close, the air felt like a whip upon their impact. If he slowed down, he would be impaled. Except that the birds seemed to be aware of Hades' plans, because in the next second, the small bit of relief he'd hoped to have beneath the awning of the arena was barred from him by a row of sharp metal feathers. Hades halted in his tracks, anger boiling his blood. He turned, eyes settling on the corpse of the Hydra. It was full of poisonous things, including teeth. Once more, he changed routes while the attacks continued from above. As each feather spear hit the ground, it tore up the earth, sending rocks and dirt into the air, making his course to the Hydra more difficult. There was no relief once he arrived either, as the entire creature sat in a pool of its own venomous blood. But Hades was already wounded by the venom, and if he could manage to win this final fight, he could heal himself. Hades launched himself into the air, landing atop one of the Hydra's heads. As he did, a sharp feather cut through the air, impaling the head. Several followed after that, piercing the deceased monster, making it vibrate with the impact. His anger began to build, his exhaustion a weight. And while magic was forbidden in this duel, he felt himself calling to it, gripping the teeth within the mouths of the Hydra. Ripping those sharp, poisonous teeth from their gums, he catapulted them through the air and pelted the birds, filling the air with a cacophony of horrible cries, followed by a metallic crash as they fell from the sky, landing haphazardly in the stadium, some in the arena, others in the stands. In the aftermath, Hades turned, facing the box. "Hera!" He yelled her name, infusing it with a hatred beyond anything he'd ever felt before. "End this madness!" The goddess rose languidly to her feet and stepped to the very edge of her box. Do you not wish to wed the young Persephone? Hades gritted his teeth, staring at her, so consumed by his rage that he did not even notice how badly the ground beneath his feet, soaked in blood, burned. If it had been anyone else, he would have snapped, demanded that they leave her out of this. But he knew, perhaps better than anyone, that Hera would never cease her pursuit if he did not do as she asked. She knew where her power lay, and it was in Hades' heart. "Am I wrong?" the goddess asked. Hades knew she sought more than an answer. She sought his vulnerability. "No," Hades gritted out, "you are not wrong." "And yet you cheat by using your magic," Hera said, her head tilting to the side. Hades had no words for the goddess, only feelings, and they were building just as quickly as they had toward the Stymphalian birds. He was angry, and he was tired. "How do you intend to atone for your error in judgment?" she asked, nonplussed. Hades would have liked to offer her a final, vulgar gesture before returning to his realm for the night, but there was a future on the line that was not completely his own, and he was not about to let it slip through his fingers. So he answered, slow and deliberate, "However you see fit." "I thought so," she said, smiling, and returned to her iron throne. As she sat, another door opened, revealing a large, muscled man dressed similarly to Hades. He had a head full of gold curls, and while handsome and young, there was something wrong. Hades noted how the veins in his arms and neck bulged, how the whites of his eyes were stained red, how his breathing seemed both labored and angry. This man was stricken with madness. Hades was familiar with this magic, a particular favorite of Hera's. She had used it throughout her existence to make men and women alike murderous, including the one before him, Heracles, a son of Zeus. It had been years since Hades had looked on his demigod nephew, and it was clear that whatever Hera had done left him drained of humanity. There was no difference between him and any other monster. Heracles left the shelter of the gate, dragging a massive club behind him. Hades shifted out of the Hydra's blood and reached for his sole weapon, the shield. Still, the warrior advanced on him. Seeming to need no time to consider his opponent, he attacked, lifting the club over his head with both hands. Hades dodged the first blow, which rocked the earth as it hit. The second whipped toward his middle, missing only by an inch as Hades jumped back. The third blow was caught by his shield, and as it hit, Hades pushed against it, sending the club flying. With the man weaponless, Hades reared back and shoved his shield toward Heracles' neck. He'd hoped to end this fight as quickly as it had begun, but the man was fast and just as strong as Hades. He caught the adamantine shield just before it could reach him, and suddenly they were locked in a battle of push and pull until the shield itself began to bend. With a growl, Hades shoved against Heracles and lunged to the side. The demigod stumbled forward, shield in hand, while Hades made a mad dash for the club he had flung across the stadium. A roar left Heracles, who tossed the shield. Hades ducked as it flew overhead, lodging in what remained of the concrete arena wall. Before Hades could reach the club, Heracles dove for him, locking onto his ankle with strong hands. Hades stumbled and rolled just as Heracles jerked him toward his body, rearing back to punch his face. But the god caught his fist, hands shaking as he took on the might of the man's godlike power. Hades lifted his knee, catching the demigod in the side. It did little to deter him, however, as he continued to raise his fist. This time, Hades could not stop the blow. A burst of pain seemed to explode from behind his eyes. A second blow brought tears. A third, and his nose crunched. Finally, Hades recovered and dodged the fourth attempt, managing to land a harder blow to Heracles' side, sending him to the ground and giving Hades the upper hand. With their roles reversed, it was Hades' turn to pummel Heracles. He got in 2 blows to the face, one to the eye and one to the mouth that cut the skin on his knuckles to pieces. before he attempted to reach the club again. He barely rose to his feet before he was down once more, his knee hitting the arena floor with a loud quake. He twisted and kicked Heracles in the face, sending him to his back. Hades scrambled once more to reach the club. Gripping it with his bloodied hands, he twisted just in time to be hit with the full force of Heracles' weight. They sailed across the arena, Hades landing blow after blow on any part of Heracles' body that was exposed, until the force of their momentum broke the concrete wall and stadium like glass, stealing his breath. The two landed in a pile of rubble. Heracles had the high ground, and a host of new weapons in the form of large concrete bricks. He reached for one and brought it down on Hades. All he could do to stop the blow was cross his arms over his face. Upon impact, the concrete turned to dust. Heracles roared and reached for another. Hades shifted his knees up and pushed against the ground with his feet, sending Heracles toppling into the rubble beside him. He reached for the nearest rock and attacked. Landing on the demigod with the force of his body weight, Hades aimed for the eye. The strike did not land, as Heracles caught Hades' wrist, and the two struggled. Still, Hades pushed, a horrible growl escaping his mouth, and he felt almost as mad as Heracles, uncaring that he was about to murder this man. He was beyond anything humane, aside from his motivation to get back to the Underworld to find Persephone warming his bed, and the hope that in the aftermath of this fight, he'd have a chance at a forever with her. A forever Heracles stood in the way of. Hades' arms shook, but he felt Heracles' hold slipping, and then it was done. His grip crumbled, and the rock smashed into the demigod's face, and then Hades did it again, and again, and again, and again, until his nephew's features were nothing but bloody pulp. And when he felt as though he had released all his aggression, he tossed the rock aside and rose to his feet, stumbling out of the mess they had made and back into the arena. Once inside, he looked up to Hera again. He could not quite place her expression, but he thought he detected a modicum of shock, though it was washed out by her overpowering anger, present in the set of her jaw. She nodded toward Hades and said, "I'll be in touch," before vanishing, taking Theseus with her. It was only after she left that Hades let himself stumble and then fall to the ground. Hades came to consciousness, though he had yet to open his eyes. He took a moment to assess his body, recalling how his feet and skin had burned, how his face had ached, and his knees had throbbed before everything had gone dark. But there was no pain, only a deep, hollow feeling, a complete and utter numbness that accompanied the horror of what he'd done. The Hydra, the Stymphalian birds, but the worst was Heracles. "He should be waking up now," a voice said. "Are you sure? He still looks green." Hades recognized Hermes' voice. "I think that is the light," the voice replied, still warm despite Hermes' questioning. Hades blinked open his eyes to find a young god staring down at him. He had wide, brown eyes, a mop of brown hair, and a matching beard. Hades knew him. "Paean," he said. The god offered a kind, genuine smile. "It is good to see you awake, Lord Hades." Paean was a minor god, but his role among the Olympians was great, as he was their healer on the rare occasion a god could be wounded. Hades rose into a sitting position, body stiff and head spinning. Paean pushed a mug into his hands. "Drink," he said. "It is nectar." Hades took the mug and sipped the honeyed liquid as he took in his surroundings. He was in a small room with a single cot and a lamp. Paean occupied the only chair in the room, but quickly vacated it, speaking as he rose. "You are fully healed, my lord. You may leave whenever you wish." "Thank you, Paean," Hades said softly. The healer offered a gentle smile and a nod before leaving the room, and then Hades' eyes shifted to Hermes, who looked very pale and very awkward, pressed against the wall of the small room. Well, I must say, Hermes said nervously, that was the most dramatic fight night I have been to in a long while. Wouldn't you agree? Hades just stared. I mean, of course you couldn't agree. You've never been, Hermes continued, wringing his hands. Let me tell you, though, I have never seen one so bloody. Leave it to you to set a record. Hades did not wish to set records, and the comment only made him feel disgusted. A sickening twist tore at his stomach. He averted his eyes, ignoring Hermes' incessant talking in favor of the greater conversation at hand. Theseus was with Hera, Hades said, frowning as he recalled how they'd sat together in Hera's box and conversed as if they were old allies. Did you know? The god of mischief looked affronted that Hades would ask such a question. That was the first time I saw him here. And how often are you here? Hades countered. Hermes seemed to shrink in on himself, as if realizing why Hades might not trust him in this moment, when he admitted, every week. Hades had long suspected Theseus of plotting to overthrow the Olympians. Given the reason for his trials, he could not help wondering if perhaps Hera had formed some kind of alliance with the leader of Triad. But why be so blatant about their partnership? What? Hermes asked. Hades looked at the god, arching a brow. What does mean? You do it all the time. Hades blinked, and Hermes continued. Does it mean you don't believe me? Or are you disappointed in me? Is it both? It means I am thinking, Hades said, though he'd have liked to not answer at all and let the god suffer, especially after the day he'd had. Oh, Hermes said, and there was a beat of silence before he replied, Well, in that case, please continue. But Hades rose fully to his feet, downing the rest of the nectar Paeon had given him. Once he was finished, he pushed the cup into Hermes' hands and said, Perhaps you would not be so defensive if you did not feel so guilty. To that, Hermes had nothing to say, so Hades vanished. Chapter 17. Iniquity. Hades had been summoned to Hera's fight night nearly 12 hours ago, and though he'd been healed by Paeon, he felt restless and uneasy. There was a kind of horror that thrummed through his body, a darkness he had yet to channel away. It was there when he blinked, in the form of bloodied rocks and crunching bone, and the phantom pain of acid burning his skin. He returned to the Underworld, where he had expected, or rather hoped, to find Persephone. There was a part of his brain that needed to lay eyes on her after the ordeal he'd been through, not only to ease his pain, but to know that she was still here, that he had fought for her and not lost her. He was not prepared for the sinking feeling in his chest when he did not find her asleep in their bed, roaming the garden, or at Hecate's cabin. What has you so uneasy, my king? Hecate asked when she found him outside her home. Could it have something to do with the fact that I have been killing all day? He snapped. Murder does put one on edge, Hecate agreed airily. Would you like some tea? What I would like is to be free of Hera's labors, he said. Hera, Hecate said, the goddess of women who does nothing but punish them. How did you earn her scorn? I told her I would not overthrow Zeus, Hades replied. Yet, Hecate paused and looked at Hades, who raised a questioning brow. What? All things must come to an end. Hades paused for a moment and then said, She has threatened my future with Persephone. No one but the fates can truly threaten your future, Hades. Perhaps, but Hera can turn her scorn on Persephone, he replied, and that would be my fault. Is it your fault because you love her? Hecate asked. Isn't that enough? Your greatest battle, Hades, will be recognizing that Persephone too has made the decision to love you. So there is no fault, only choice. It was a pretty sentiment, but he was dealing with gods like him. That was before she knew the consequences. You think so little of her love, Hecate asked. Hades flinched. He opened his mouth to speak, but shut it once more. If you continue to project your doubt on her, then you do not deserve a future with her. They were harsh words, but Hades knew they were true. Now, would you like some tea? It will take your mind off things. I think I'd rather have a clear mind, Hecate. I know what you put in your tea. She arched her brow. Does all that alcohol give you a clear mind? At this point, Hades replied, yes. Hades returned to his office, still on edge. His short conversation with Hecate made him want to see Persephone even more, if only to confirm that she still wanted this. Them, their future. But once more, his fears overwhelmed him. What would it take, he wondered, to feel such assurance? He scrubbed his face and crossed the room to pour himself a drink. It was probably best that he put off seeing Persephone until he had a shower and real sleep anyway. Besides, it was likely she was at the hospital with Lexa, and he did not wish to intrude on their time together. Just as he set out a glass, his phone rang. Hades answered without a greeting, though Ilias did not need one to offer his update. Persephone's at iniquity, he said. Hades was overcome with a sudden coldness that settled heavily in his stomach, but the shock quickly melted into something far more fierce. Once more, his uncertainty welled. This was part of his life he had wanted to shield her from. It was one thing for her to know and attend Nevernight, another thing entirely for her to attend iniquity. What is she doing there? Ilias's hesitation assured Hades that he would not like the answer. She was dancing, he replied, but Cal has summoned her to his suite. Hades teleported, appearing beside Ilias, who had yet to hang up his phone. Despite this, he began updating Hades on the situation as they watched what was transpiring inside Cal's rented suite via a panel that acted as a one-way window into his room. Numerous underworld criminals worked within the walls of this club under the close scrutiny of Hades' staff. And while many of them believed they were being watched via a monitor, there was an additional element to each of these spaces that ensured they never worked outside Hades' rules, including a network of secret passages that allowed observation. Hades could not take his gaze off Persephone, who stood opposite Cal, dressed in black. He hoped she had at least thought of him as she had dressed, because every curve of her body was on display. The light poured over the high points of her face, creating dark hollows under her cheeks, and making her look stoic and severe. Who brought her here? Hades asked. We do not know, he replied, but it does seem Cal did not expect her. He sent 2 of his employees to confirm her identity. They have been detained. Hades glanced at Ilias. He would refrain from asking for details for now, given that he would likely wish to punish them just as severely as he intended to punish Cal. He turned his attention back to the 2. I want every detail of your relationship with Hades, Cal was saying. I want to know how you met him, when he first kissed you, and all the scandalous details from the first time he fucked you. Persephone's mouth twisted. You're sick. I'm a businessman, Persephone. Sex sells. Sex with gods sells better. And you, my sweet, you're a gold mine. Hades' fists tightened as Cal continued to speak. I'm not the only one who's slept with Hades, Persephone pointed out. But you're the first he's committed to, and that's worth more than the words of a fuck buddy, Cal replied. He's invested in you, which means he'll do anything to protect you and the details of your private life. While Hades had expected Cal to do something stupid after he'd rejected his offer of partnership at the Hellene racetrack, he had not quite expected this attempt at blackmail. The mortal was daring, to be sure, though he was about to discover just how powerless he was against a god. But you're rich, he heard Persephone say. Not like him, but that's what you're going to help me with, and in exchange, you get to save your friend from certain death. Suddenly, Hades understood what had drawn Persephone here in the first place. He'd been angry before, But now he was incensed to discover that Cal had played on such a weakness. He had dangled hope before Persephone while also breaking the rules. It was Cal's final strike. Hades called to his magic, and the darkness took the form of vipers, slithering from the shadows toward Cal, whose gaze was set so intently on Persephone he did not see them until it was too late, until they had wound their way around his body like vices, rising to strike the moment he moved. He offered a small, satisfying cry, body freezing as he faced the beady eyes of Hades' serpents. It was then Hades entered the room, choosing to manifest from the darkness behind Persephone. He noted how she straightened with his presence. There was a part of him that had not wanted to interrupt, wondering how far she would have gone to save Lexa. But he thought he knew her choice already, and he could not let her agree to Cal's bargain. He had already explained the implications of bringing a soul back from limbo without their permission, but asking a magi to do the work of a god was even worse. "Are you threatening me, Cal?" Hades asked. "No, never." Cal's voice strained as he lied. Hades paused only an inch from Persephone, a strange electric energy buzzing between them. He took a handful of her hair as she turned her head toward him, capturing her mouth. One of her hands moved to his chest, twining into the fabric of his shirt, while the other remained trapped between them. His tongue slid lightly over her lips, and as she opened for him, he brought his hand to her jaw as he deepened the kiss. He liked how she clung to him, despite the odd angle, liked how she tasted, warm and wet and sweet, and he was reminded that the only thing he wished to share with the world about Persephone was that he loved her. He pulled away, teeth grazing her bottom lip, and asked, "Are you well?" If she said no, he would not let her stay for Cal's inevitable punishment. But she nodded, her eyes searching his own, troubled. But he did not have time to wonder about what she saw as he turned toward Cal. I was following your rules. She summoned me." The mortal began moving subtly, digging his toes into the floor, tightening his fingers around the arms of his chair. It was enough to put the serpents on edge, and they began to wriggle against his skin. "My rules?" Hades asked, his footsteps echoing between each word. "Are you insinuating I would approve of a contract between you and my lover?" "That would be making an exception," Cal stated, as if he were quoting a contract from memory, though his voice quivered as he did so. "There are no exceptions in iniquity." "Let me be clear," Hades said, his magic bursting from the tips of his fingers in the form of 5 pointed spikes. He captured Cal's face between them, gripping him so hard that they sliced into his skin. Blood dripped down his face in tear-like streams, which caused the snakes to slither around his body faster, frenzied with the smell of it. "Anyone who belongs to me is an exception to the rules of this club." Then he heaved the man from the seat he had made into a throne, and he landed on the hard marble floor with a crack. The jarring aggravated the serpents, causing them to attack, and with each bite, Cal's screams got louder and louder. Hades watched as his body convulsed on the floor, knowing that the bite of these snakes was unlike any other. It was the sting of his magic, a shock that went straight to the soul. "You bastard!" Cal wailed, rolling onto his side, shaking. "Careful, mortal," Hades said, standing over the wounded man. "I followed the rules!" Cal moaned. "I followed your rules!" "I know the rules well, mortal," Hades said. The rules were that if a mortal summoned a magi for work, the consequences belonged to the summoning mortal. But Persephone was not a mortal, and Hades was not willing to let her live with the consequences of Cal's horrible magic. "You don't fuck with me or my lover, understand?" Cal's breathing was heavy, but he managed to roll onto his stomach and lift himself onto his shaky hands and knees. When he looked up, it was Persephone who stared back, "Help me!" he dared to demand, his cry guttural. But Persephone did not move, nor did she speak. She just watched in serene silence, and Hades kicked him to the ground. "Do not speak to her, mortal," Hades seethed. Cal landed with a grunt and a wail as another snake bit into the fleshy part of his arm. Hades turned his attention to Persephone, who stared back, almost emotionless. He wished he could read her thoughts, or at least read her expression, but she had watched all this with a passivity that made him think she was either in shock or somehow approving. He hoped it was the latter. Shall I continue to punish him? She watched him a moment longer before shifting her attention to Cal. Then she approached, lowering to study his face. Will his face scar? She asked. Hades did not know why she asked, but he answered nevertheless. It will if you wish it. I wish it. Hades was only marginally surprised. The rest of him was satisfied. At least he had not scared her away with his display. At her words, Cal whimpered. Shh, Persephone soothed, mocking. It could be worse. I am tempted to send you to Tartarus. There was a strange pride associated with those words, and Hades found them welling in his chest. Tomorrow, I want you to call Dmitri and tell him you made a mistake. You don't want the exclusive, and you will never, ever tell me what to write again. Do we have an agreement? Exclusive? Hades' brows lowered. Was there something happening beyond the blackmail Cal had tried to secure tonight? Whatever it was, Cal agreed, nodding emphatically. Good, Persephone said, her voice a quiet whisper. As she rose to her feet and turned toward him, Hades knew he would do anything she asked. If she had wanted him to die here in this room, he would have made the choice. He can live, she said. Generous, he thought. And then he turned his attention to Cal. Leave, Hades commanded, sending him 7 floors below to the stage. Cal's sudden appearance would interrupt the performers, and when the crowd looked upon his scarred and bleeding face and saw the snakes that had ensnared him, they would know he had been punished by the god of the dead. In the quiet aftermath of Cal's torture, the two stared at each other, and a strange tension flooded the room. It felt to Hades as though Persephone were building a wall, and while he'd have preferred to tear it down, he began to build one too. He had so many questions, among them, what were you thinking? But before he could demand an answer, she charged ahead. You ruined everything! I ruined everything, he demanded. He took a step toward her. I saved you from making a huge mistake. What were you thinking coming here? She glared up at him. I was trying to save my friend, and Cal was offering a way to do that, unlike you. You would give up our private life, something you cherish most, in exchange for something that will only condemn your friend? Condemn her? It will save her life. You bastard! You told me to have hope. You said she could survive. He had also said that it was up to Lexa, but Persephone was conveniently leaving that fact out. He felt like a monster, towering over her, but she rose to the occasion, fighting back just as hard. You don't trust me? No, she shot back. No, I don't trust you. Not when it comes to Lexa. And what about this place, Hades? This is your club, isn't it? What the fuck? She had expressed her embarrassment when she'd had to find out about his charities through someone else, so it was no surprise that she was angry now. He reached for her, his hands gripping her shoulders. There was a strangeness beneath his skin, a volatile need to touch her. It was likely fueled by how he'd spent the last several hours of his life, and he wished to channel it into something far more productive than violence. You were never to come here. This place isn't for you. Hades did not expect her to wince, and he hated that he had hurt her, though he didn't understand why until she spoke. Luce works here, she countered, as if they were one and the same. Because it's Luce. You told me to give her a job back, so I sent her here. You're different. Different? She pushed away from him. What does that even mean? Hades' frustration was acute, pounding through his head. He gritted his teeth. I thought we'd established this. You mean more to me than anyone. Anything. What does that have to do with keeping this place from me? Aside from the fact that it was dangerous. She might not like what she saw, what it made him. Everything here is illegal, isn't it? The Magi are here. What else? He stared at her, knowing that he could not escape answering, but wondering if he could prolong it. What else, Hades? She demanded. Everything you've ever feared, or perhaps thought to be impossible. Assassins, drug lords. He housed crime families and madams, relic dealers and thieves, arsonists and smugglers. Anyone and anything that could benefit him was within the walls of this club. But as he watched Persephone's face pale, he questioned just how much she was ready to learn. So he trailed off, and after a brief silence, Persephone whispered, Why? I created a world where I could watch them, he said. Watch and control. Watch them do what? Break the law? Hurt people? Yes, he said, his frustration at a breaking point. Why did it feel so impossible to introduce her to the scope of his world? How was he supposed to illustrate lifetimes of work, built to reach both the heavens and the depths of depravity? Yes? That's it? That's all you have to say? For now. He was at a point where he did not want to explain. If she wished to think so poorly of him, then perhaps he should let her. Who brought you here? He demanded. A taxi. It was not the answer he sought, and she knew it. Someone had told her about this place, fed her the information on how it worked. Hades narrowed his eyes. You think I won't find out? In fact, he thought he already knew. I have free will. I chose to come here of my own accord. Hades' eyes darkened, and he touched her again, drawing her closer. His body felt rigid, run through with wire. He felt too agitated, and he wasn't going to get through this if he didn't find some kind of way to release this energy. He needed to fuck, and he needed it to be unkind and ugly, and Persephone was primed to offer it. Except that she pushed his hands away. His gaze hardened as he stared back at her. She could not say she did not know his intentions. His cock pressed firmly into her stomach, and despite her initial rejection, her body bowed to his desire. Are you telling me no? Truly, if she did not want him, he would release her. But she shook her head once, and his resolve crumbled. He spun her around and guided her forward so that her hands pressed flat against the mirrored wall, hiking up her skirt and shoving her legs apart. He brushed his palm over her round ass before giving her a light smack, which caused her to yelp. For a moment, he thought he might have hurt her, but when he met her gaze in the mirror, she offered a small nod, and he continued, bending to kiss the skin he had touched while guiding her underwear down. Once they were off, he placed them in his pocket and turned his attention to her center. Slipping his hand between her thighs, he let his finger trail along her entrance, slick with her arousal. She groaned and arched, her stance growing wider with the hope that she would soon accommodate more of him. And as much as he wanted to be inside her, he wanted to prolong her pleas for pleasure more. So fucking wet. How long have you been like this? Since I got here, she offered in a whispered moan. He liked the way she pressed into the mirror, how exaggerated her back arched and elevated her ass. I wanted you on the dance floor. I willed you to manifest from the dark, but you weren't there. I'm here now, he said. Rising to his feet, he kissed her shoulder and down her back before drawing his tongue over her round ass. All the while, his fingers continued their exploration, curling inside her, isolating her pleasure. Another hand worked her clit, and beneath him she hummed and sighed and cried. Sweat broke out across his skin, and his head felt hot. There were so many parts of her he wanted to touch and taste, and his cock grew thicker and heavier, desperate to sink into her heat, to feel her clench around him, to fill her to bursting with his cum. This was possession, and right now he wanted to own all of her. "Hades, please!" She gave a guttural, breathless sob, looking at him from under her arm, and he knew she was just as desperate to come. He could see it in her eyes, feel it in the heat of her skin. He withdrew, fingers sticky with her arousal, and chuckled at her cry of frustration. When she started to straighten, he held her hips in place. "Stay," he ordered, an edge of darkness to his voice. She offered an angry glare, and he knew she did not like the command. Still, he smiled. "It wouldn't be punishment if I gave you what you wanted when you demanded." Her lips slammed into a hard line. "Don't pretend you don't want me." The sound of his zipper followed his reply. "Oh, I'm not pretending." He guided the head of his cock to her entrance and thrust, sinking into her heat and grip. He stayed there a moment, fully sheathed, enjoying the pressure that held his cock so firmly. He could stay here forever, lost in this heady pleasure, but beneath him Persephone writhed, her body demanding movement. Still, he held off, brushing his hand along her back before bending close to squeeze her breasts and tease her nipples. Finally, he began to move, small thrusts, a grinding that caused them both to groan. He reached for her hair, wrapping it around his fist like a line of rope, and drew her toward him, kissing her neck and her jaw. Their mouths connected, tongues twining in a desperate attempt to taste each other's souls. Then he released her all at once, though he kept an arm wound around her middle. She watched him in the mirror as he slowed his pace, despite wanting nothing more than to slam into her. "This is for us," he said, pulling out, holding her attention like embers in the night. "You will share this with no one else." He thrust forward, and her breath caught in her throat. "Some things are sacred to me," he said, repeating the same teasing motion. "This is sacred to me. You are sacred to me. Do you understand?" She nodded, resting her face against the wall. "Say it. Say you understand." "Yes, yes, God damn it, I understand. Make me come, Hades." He pulled out of her and lifted her from her bent position. She spun to face him, eyes wild, and he kissed her, gripping her jaw, pressing her into the wall. There was something sweeter about the taste of her now, on the other side of this anger and frustration. His hands fell, smoothing down her body until he reached her thighs and hoisted her up, leveraging her so that she hovered just above his cock before guiding himself back to her entrance and letting her slide down on him. This position offered little in the way of movement, but it was the closeness they needed. Persephone's hands were tangled in his hair, as if she were ready to pull him to her once more, but Hades remained at a distance, studying her face. "I have never loved anyone as I love you," he murmured, as if he wanted no one else to hear, though he would gladly share those words with the world. "I can't put it into words. There are none that come close to expressing how I feel." "Then don't use words," she whispered. And when their lips collided once more, Hades turned and lowered to the floor. As soon as he hit the ground, she began to rock against him, uncaring that he had slipped from inside her during their descent, though she was quick to guide him back, slamming down on him with a force that made their bodies slap together. He watched her use him for her pleasure, fingers twining with his own as she dragged his arms up and over his head, giving him access to her breasts. He teased them with his tongue and teeth before he could no longer handle staying still. "Fuck." He broke her hold and gripped her hips, fingers digging into her soft skin as he helped her move, meeting each downward slide with an upward thrust. Their breaths came hard and fast, and when she began to tighten around him, it was enough to send them both over the edge. He came hard, in a gush of heat that continued as her head fell back in listless pleasure. She sank against him, her heart hammering, and though they were both slick with sweat, he liked the heaviness of her body against his, and he wanted this forever. Marry me. The words slipped out, and once they were in the ether, there was no taking them back. Not that he would want to. Marriage to Persephone had been his plan all along. Persephone sat back, and as she did, his cock moved with her. What? It was not the emphatic answer he was looking for. He knew she had heard him, though he could not blame her for hesitating, or even saying no. They had never spoken about marriage, even if he had mentioned their fate. Marry me, Persephone. Be my queen. Say you'll stand by my side forever. He spoke and recalled Hecate's words, that no one but the fates could unravel their future. But what if Persephone never said yes? Hades, she hesitated. You were just angry with me. And now I'm not. And you want to marry me? Yes. She rose to her feet on shaky legs, and when Hades tried to help, she pushed him away. I can't marry you, Hades, she said, her voice breaking. I don't know you. Hades' lips tightened, and his brows slammed down over his eyes. You know me. No, I don't. She gestured to their surroundings. You kept this place from me. Persephone, I have lived forever. There will always be things you learn about me, and you should know you won't like some of them. This isn't one of those things, Hades. This place is real, and it exists in the present. You hired Luce to work here. I deserve to know, just as I deserve to know about Luce. Hades tightened his jaw. She wasn't wrong, but she also did not know what she was asking for. Did she think she could handle the truth of this world? Why didn't you tell me? She asked. Because I was afraid, he snapped, frustrated by the hurt in her voice. Why? Obviously because of your moral compass. He rose to his feet and restored his appearance. After a few moments, he turned to face her. I wanted time to think about how to show you my sins, to explain their roots. Instead, it seems, everyone wishes to do it for me. Persephone frowned, but at his admission, her expression turned gentle. I'm sorry, Hades, she said, voice quiet. Hades frowned. What are you apologizing for? I guess everything, she said. For coming here. For telling you no. It's okay. It's a lot to ask of you right now, he said. With Lexa and your work, and I have put a lot on you tonight, shown you a side of me you haven't seen before. You aren't upset? He would not say he was upset, not with her. And while he would have liked to end this night engaged to her, it was more for his own peace of mind when dealing with Hera. Do I wish you'd said yes? Of course, he said, and before he could continue, she spoke. I'm just not ready. I know, he said, pressing his lips to her forehead. When he pulled away, she was crying. Tell me, he implored as he brushed her tears away. I ruined everything, she said, pressing her face into his chest, her arms twining around his waist. You ruined nothing, my darling, Hades assured. You were honest with yourself and with me. That is all I ask. How could you want to marry me now, after I have told you no? How could he not? She had told him no, and with good reason. I will always want to marry you, because I will always want you as my wife and queen. It was the truth. He felt it in his soul, though he wondered if tonight had fractured her truth. Will you show me more of this place? She asked, rubbing her face to erase the tears. More of iniquity? He asked, surprised, feeling a little of the warmth drain from his face. Yes, she said. Do I have a choice? They had just reconciled, and he really did not feel like fighting anymore, though he had to admit The fact that she had asked to see more and not left him in a hurry was promising. "If I am ever to be your queen? No." She had a point. If she eventually agreed to marry him, she was going to inherit more than a kingdom. She would have an empire. Chapter 18. Fucking Cake. Hades led Persephone from Cal's suite and into the private hallway where he'd watched them earlier. She noted the one-way mirror, pointing at it with her thumb. "So you spy on all your staff?" "Think of them as tenants," Hades said, and yes. He placed a hand on the small of her back and led her through a network of passages until they reached his private suite. This one overlooked the public floor of iniquity. Persephone went to the row of windows, which flashed bright with red light and then darkness, looking below at the crowd. "When I was down there, I felt possessed," she said. Hades came up behind her, caging her body, and while she watched the floor, he watched her. "You said you wanted me," he said. "I did," she said, and then turned toward him. "But it was ruined." Hades stared down at her. "What did you see?" She shrugged and answered, "I wanted you and imagined you there, touching me and filling me. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't me beneath you. It was loose." He frowned and brushed his fingers along her jaw. "It wasn't real, you know that?" "It felt real in the moment," she said. "Was it magic?" Hades glanced over her shoulder, and Persephone followed his gaze. "It's more of a drug," he said. It was one of Hecate's creations, and the side effects were different for everyone. "Are you saying you drug everyone who enters this club?" "It is part of why people come to iniquity. Whoever gave you the password should have warned you." At his comment, she shut down. He could see it in her eyes and the press of her lips. "Show me more," she said, stepping to the side to escape him, or at least that was how he felt, as if she were running from him, putting more distance between them. But he said nothing, only leading her from the overlook and back into the dark passageways of iniquity. This time, he took her to the lower levels, and as they rode the elevator down, she stood opposite him, studying him, as if she were trying to figure out exactly who he was. He didn't like it. "Where are we going?" she asked, as if she wanted to be prepared for whatever lay beyond this elevator. Hades stared at her for a moment. "I'm not sure what you expect to find here, but it isn't what you are thinking." "And what am I thinking?" she challenged. "The worst," he replied. She did not deny it, but then she said, "Knowledge changes perception, Hades." When the doors opened, he offered his hand, and he felt a little more relief when she accepted. As they stepped into a darkened hallway, he spoke. "This part of the club is reserved for guests who possess a token for entry," he explained, "an obol." "I see you have repurposed the idea of paying to enter the Underworld." He chuckled, though coming into possession of an obol was not as easy as it was in ancient times. The ones Hades issued were gold, not silver, and they were tied to the soul, which meant as soon as the possessor died, the obol disappeared. It also made forgery impossible, as each of them was unique to the grantee. He did not give them out lightly, and because he was the only one who could grant them, he could ensure those who were given a token were honest, at least in the ways that counted. He continued leading Persephone down a darkened hall and into his office. It was similar to the last in how it was structured, a wall of dark windows, allowing him to peer down at the activities on the floor below. Unlike the public side, there was no dancing here, no loud music. This was not a place members came to let go of their inhibitions, though now and then someone would get too drunk and spout off, and they were promptly escorted from the building. This was a space to set aside differences, a place to establish connections. It was the pulse, and Hades kept his finger on it at all times. He watched Persephone as she peered down at the bar, and he hoped it was rather underwhelming. No blood, he wanted to say, or whatever she'd imagined after her encounter with Cal. Her fingers traced a line down the window. "Can they see us?" No, Hades said. In fact, from where they sat, this part of his office was mostly in shadow, but would appear as a solid black wall. Despite this, none of his members were ignorant. They knew every movement they made, every word they spoke, was being recorded. It was the price they paid for their membership at Iniquity. But in exchange, they received his resources, which were invaluable, and, as many were discovering, needed to survive in this part of New Greece where he too ruled. "So you spy on them from up here?" She looked back at him over her shoulder, and he liked the way the light haloed her, even if her question was delivered with an element of coldness. "You can call it spying if you like." She turned back to the window. After a moment, he heard her intake of breath as she began to recognize faces below. "That's Medeliarella," she said. "She is in debt to me." "How?" "I loaned her the money to start her first brothel." It had begun that way, at least. Now she owned the whole of the pleasure district, which meant she was, essentially, a landlord. And while she owned every building in the district, it came with a great deal of responsibility, though Medelia was more than willing to take up the gauntlet. Prior to his deal with the madam, she was already a staunch supporter of women and sex workers' rights. It was how Hades had become interested in her proposition. She wanted to own the pleasure district and reform it. Under her direction, she had promised to create safer spaces for the workers, something she had succeeded with when it came to her own brothel. So he agreed. "Why?" "It was a business opportunity, and in exchange for the money, I have a stake in her company, and I can ensure the safety of her escorts." Though he did not have to worry as much, because Medelia was a force to be reckoned with. Those who disobeyed her rules, depending on the severity, found themselves fired or dead. It was as simple as that. "Send me to Tartarus," she had told him once. "I will gladly face eternal punishment for the lives I take. It likely means I have saved 10 more. Hades had smiled at that. "If I sent you to Tartarus, Medelia, you'd likely decide that my choice of punishments was not good enough." "Who else is down there?" Persephone asked. Hades came to stand beside her and searched below, looking for people she might know, not because of their involvement in the criminal underworld, but because of how they presented themselves to the public. "That is Leonidas Naso and Dominos Vitali. They are billionaires and the bosses of rival crime families." "Naso?" Persephone asked. "You mean the owner of the Naso pizzeria chain?" "The very one," Hades confirmed. "The Vitalis are also restaurant owners, but they make their real living from fishing. Naso and Vitali both specialized in gambling and loan sharking, and only a single road separated their territories within New Athens. Under the rule of Iniquity, they could continue to expand their reach with the caveats that a percentage of their income had to be funneled into charities, and they could not make or deal drugs." "If they are rivals, why are they playing cards?" "This is neutral territory. It is illegal to cause harm to another person on this property." Though Naso and Vitali had a truce since joining Iniquity, and so long as they continued to work together, they were on track to becoming the 2 most powerful mortal families in New Greece. "I suppose you are the exception to that rule?" "I am always the exception, Persephone." "These people, they are the elite of New Athens." She wasn't wrong. Outside this den, they were known for their wealth, and while some might suspect their involvement in crime, there was little evidence to support such a claim. "They are the rich and the powerful, but they are rich and powerful because of me." Each member was attached to a string, and so long as they obeyed the rules, they were given more and more slack. Fuck up, and the string was cut. Hades nodded to a few other colorful characters. "That is Alexis Nicolo," he said, pointing to a man with a huge wave of hair. Each time he moved to sip his drink, it bounced. He is a professional gambler. His services were often used by Naso and Vitali to catch cheaters in their underground casinos. Then he pointed to a blonde. "That is Helen Hollis. She is an art forger. I use her talents to trade relics for replicas. He saved Barak Petra for last. The man sat alone in the corner of the bar and looked very mundane, dressed in a blue suit and balding. "He doesn't look like he belongs here," Persephone commented. "He doesn't, but that makes him better at his job." "And what's his job?" "He is an assassin," Hades said. "Assassin? You mean he gets paid to kill people?" He did not feel the need to answer that question, and Persephone made no attempt to make him. "I don't understand. How can you be concerned with saving souls from a terrible existence in the afterlife when you offer these criminals a place to assemble?" "They are not all criminals. I am not under some delusion, Persephone. I know I cannot save every soul, but at least iniquity ensures that those who operate in the underbelly of society follow a code of conduct. If there was going to be chaos, he would see that it at least benefited society in some way, even if the path to getting there was somewhat murky." "How is murder a part of a code of conduct?" "Murder isn't part of the code of conduct unless the code is broken. Even then, everything depended on the severity of the rule that was broken." Persephone met his gaze. "We cannot all be good, but if we must be bad, it should serve a purpose." She did not respond, and he could tell she was still processing everything she had learned tonight. "I don't expect you to understand. There are many reasons for what I do. Iniquity is no different. I have a network of the most dangerous men and women attached to strings. I could take them all down with one pull, and they all know it, so they do what they can to please me." "You mean everyone but Cal Stavros?" "I told you it was just a matter of time before someone tried to blackmail you." "You never said anything about blackmail. What does Cal have against you?" "Nothing. And that was the truth. He merely wishes to have control over me, as all mortals wish. Wasn't that what all mortals wished for? Why they all bargained, in hopes that they could defy death?" Hades studied her, and while he did not expect her to accept all this so easily, there was one thing he wished to know now. "Are you afraid of me?" Her eyes widened. "No," she said instantly. "But it is a lot to take in." There was a note in her voice that worried him, though he was beginning to understand why she seemed to think she did not know him at all. He swallowed, looking down at his feet before he met her gaze once more, swearing, "I will tell you everything." She raised a brow, as if to say, "I will make sure of it." "I think I've heard enough tonight. I'd rather go home." "Would you like Antony to take you?" He did not think she would like to return to the underworld with him, not after everything she had learned, but she smiled and said, "You might as well take me. We are going to the same place, after all." He drew her close, and with her body pressed against his, a wave of relief shuddered through him, and he took her home. When they appeared, she drew away from him and disappeared into the bathroom to shower. He did not follow, choosing instead to have a drink before shedding his clothes and lying down to rest. When Persephone returned to the room, she was dressed in a long shirt that hit mid-thigh. His eyes traveled up her body until he met her gaze. She had halted upon leaving the bathroom and stared at him from across the room. "Are you well?" he asked. She nodded slowly, and his question seemed to thaw her frozen body. She rounded the bed and climbed in on her side. They faced each other in silence, and after a moment, Hades touched her face, a light brush across her flushed cheek. She surprised him by turning her head into his palm and pressing her lips to his skin. As she did, he leaned in to kiss her, slow and soft and sweet. When he pulled away, they shared breath as he spoke. "Let me make love to you," he said, his voice low and warm, imbued with the gentleness he intended to show her. She nodded, and he kissed her once more. When he shifted to straddle her, he kept his weight on his hands, and did not crush her, brushing his lips along her jaw, neck, and collarbone. As he explored, her breaths grew shorter and uneven, and her hands played across his skin, fingers gliding through his hair. He dipped to kiss between her breasts, plying each peaked nipple with his tongue through the fabric of her shirt. When he came to her stomach, he sat back on his heels to lift her shirt, but Persephone took over, remaining on her back as she wiggled the fabric up and over her head. When she was still once more, he pressed his lips to her stomach, moving down her body in a slow, predatory climb. He could smell her arousal. The air around her center was almost damp with it, and he was eager to touch his tongue to her clit, to circle her flesh until she came against his mouth. He was also eager to praise and to worship, so he sat back once more and kissed from the inside of her knee to the apex of her thigh, repeating the process down her other leg before pressing a kiss to her center. Persephone's hands clamped down on his head, and as she held him there, he offered a soft laugh, looking up at her from where he hovered. "Do you want something, my darling?" he asked. She stared down at him, eyes gleaming. "You said you would make love to me," she answered. "Yes," he agreed. "Then do it," she said. "Now." A smile curled his lips as she spread her flesh, and he let his tongue slide along her silken skin and circle her clit. Above him, Persephone sighed, and her fingers tightened in his hair to the point that his scalp stung. But he didn't care, because she had begun to press harder against his mouth, seeking depth that he could only offer with his fingers. So he curled those inside her too, and moved in rhythm, her cries growing in intensity. "Yes," she breathed. "Yes." Her hands slipped from his hair, and her body tensed. "Do you want to come?" he asked. She gave a guttural cry, and her answer was her release, a gush of warmth and wet that coated his fingers, and as he let them slide from inside her, he took them into his mouth to taste her. Beneath him, she was limp, but he climbed up her body and placed his weight against hers while he kissed her, his cock cradled between her thighs. Her hand drifted down his body, and she reached between them, closing her hand around him as she jerked him up and down. He groaned into her mouth. Fuck. He would have let her continue if he had not intended for this to only be about her. So he took her hand and pinned it by her head, rising to spread her legs apart with his knees. With his cock poised at her center, he slipped inside. Once more he settled close, holding his weight on his forearms, and kissed her deeply. And while his lips were locked with hers, he began to move. Persephone lifted her legs, wrapping them firmly around him, her heels pressing into his ass. With each thrust they dug in harder, as if she wanted to absorb him. He moved his arm beneath her head and looked into her eyes. "There are few truths in this world," he said, "but the one you must always remember is that I love you." "I love you too," she whispered, and brought his mouth to hers. His words came with a shift in the way they moved, and suddenly there was an urgency to their pace that had their bed rocking and their bodies dripping with slick sweat. Their breaths grew ragged and rough, and they prayed to one another to let the other come. When they finally did, it shattered through their bodies, rocking them deep to their cores until they were both boneless. After, Hades rose with her and bathed before returning to bed, where he curled himself around her and fell into a deep sleep. Later, he awoke suddenly to find he was alone. He sat up and looked around the room, but Persephone was gone. For a brief moment, he thought she had left the underworld entirely, but he could feel her here, so he rose and went in search of her. As he stepped into the dim halls of his palace, he smelled warm cocoa and knew he would find her in the kitchen. She had a habit of baking when she was stressed, and it was only now that he realized she had not done so since she taught him how to make sugar cookies at her apartment. He moved through the dining room, where he found Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus resting near the door to the kitchen. They looked up as he passed, and he entered, finding Persephone on the floor of the kitchen, sitting with her knees pressed to her chest, staring into the oven, its yellow light illuminating her somber face. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked, and she turned toward him, looking very much exhausted and sad. He knew she was thinking of Lexa.
"No," she said. "I hope I didn't wake you."
"You didn't wake me. Your absence did," he answered truthfully.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, frowning. "Don't be, especially if it means you are baking." He sat beside her on the floor and stared into the oven window for a few seconds before looking down at her and finding her watching him. "You know I can help you sleep," he said, voice low.
"The cake isn't finished,"
she whispered her reply. He could tell she was exhausted, that she wanted to sleep. "I would never let it burn," he promised, and placed his arm around her shoulder as her head rested against his chest. It wasn't long before she was asleep, and he drew her into his arms and carried her back to bed before returning to the kitchen just in time to have an alarm go off. The sound startled him, and he turned swiftly toward a small white timer Persephone had left on top of the oven. It was still ringing when he picked it up and tried to silence it, except that the knob came off in his hand. "What the fuck?" he said, and set it back down, covering it with a bowl to try to muffle the sound. But as soon as he did, everything went quiet. "Fucking fates," he muttered, turning his attention to the cake, and then shifting his gaze around the kitchen, realizing he had no idea where anything was stored. "If I were oven mitts, where would I be?" he thought, opening cabinet doors and drawers until he found a pair, except that they did not fit his hands. "Gods damn it," he cursed. Why was this so fucking difficult? He searched the drawer for another option, but did not find one. He supposed he would have to make do with what he had. He opened the oven, and a wave of heat accosted his face, causing his eyes to sting. He reached inside in an attempt to pull the cake forward on the rack, but his knuckles hit the top, instantly burning them. "Ouch!" He pulled back and growled. This time, he tried shoving his hands inside the mitt, but only his thumbs and forefinger fit. Still, it was better than nothing. As he reached in once more, he pinched the edge of the pan, dragging it off the rack, when it slipped. Without a second thought, he reached to catch it between his bare hands. "Motherfucker!" he yelled, managing to toss the cake onto the oven. He stood there for a moment while the pain throbbed in his hands, before sending a shock of magic to heal his blisters. "Fucking cake," he said, glaring at it. "You better be delicious." Chapter 19. Helios is an asshole. It had felt like an age since Hades had managed to handle anything related to the Graiai and Medusa, between Hera's tasks and Persephone's struggle with losing Lexa. He needed to make plans to lure Helios into helping him locate the sisters, but before he did that, he wanted a moment with Luce. The next day, he manifested outside the nymph's apartment door and knocked furiously until the door cracked open. He knew he had just woken her from sleep. She was bleary-eyed, and her white hair was a tangled mess. "Good morning, Luce," Hades said, pushing open the door. The nymph stumbled back, tugging her robe around her.
"Hades," she said, "what can I do for you?"
"You can tell me truthfully," he said. "Did you give Persephone the password to iniquity?" She was silent. "Tell me!" Hades yelled.
"What else was I supposed to do?" she demanded. "You weren't there. You didn't see her crumble."
Hades blanched. "What are you talking about?" Luce huffed a sigh.
"She had a panic attack while we were out, because of something that happened to her friend, the one in the hospital. It scared her, Hades. I don't have much, but I wanted to help, so excuse me for trying."
"You sent her to iniquity for help," he said. Despite the fact that Luce had not been in the modern world long, she understood the purpose of iniquity, and knew it was not a place he'd want Persephone to know about. It was hard for him to believe she thought sending her there was a sound decision, rather than believing it might create a divide. "You could have had coffee."
"We did, you idiot bastard,"
Luce seethed.
"How dare you think a hot drink will cure what she's going through?"
There was no curing this, he wanted to yell. Therein lay the problem. Persephone was grieving. "You expect me to believe you sent Persephone to a magi because you wanted to help?"
"What are you suggesting?"
That you sent her into a trap.
Because I could never do something nice for someone, is that it?
How many times do I have to say, sending Persephone to a magi was dangerous? Not to mention you knew I would find out. Were you hoping to create a divide between us? She had already tried once when she had introduced herself as his lover. Hades had suspected then her intention was to cause trouble. Why should he believe any differently now?
This is why our relationship never worked. You never trusted me.
Obviously, I had good reason. Luce turned and reached for the nearest object, a winged statue, which she flung at Hades, who dodged it.
Get out!
She yelled as it crashed into the wall behind him. Hades straightened slowly, glaring at Luce. Fine, but mark my words, Luce. I will find out who you are working for. In the meantime, stay away from Persephone. Upon leaving Luce's apartment, Hades returned to the Underworld, and now stood among 50 heads of snowy white cattle. When he had taken them from Helios, he'd only intended to choose the best among his herd, but he had run out of time, so he'd stolen them all. Later, Helios would refuse to drive his golden chariot through the sky if Hades did not return them, and Zeus thought it such a threat that he called council over the ordeal. In the end, Hades refused to return the cattle, and the sun still shone. Though, Hades had to admit, he did not exactly understand what it meant to suddenly own 50 new animals. You all stink, he said. I will never understand why Helios likes all of you so much.
I think they're wonderful,
Hecate had said when he brought them back. She'd been so ecstatic, she'd named each one and made garlands for their necks, though Hades could not tell them apart. Now all he really needed was to choose the best among them so that he could lure Helios into helping him locate the Graiai and maybe even Medusa, though he feared bringing up the powerful Gorgon. He did not trust the god of the sun. How did one choose a prized cow? He turned in a circle while they grazed around him, looking for signs of superiority, but he was at a loss. They were all the same color and the same build, as if Helios had merely made clones. Perhaps this was a job for Hecate, who seemed to appreciate the finer details and differences of the animals she took responsibility for, though before he could summon her, his eyes caught on Thanatos approaching almost apprehensively. It was strange enough that Hades stopped and stared. Thanatos' presence was always vibrant, despite his black robes and his pale face and hair, and while he never looked particularly overjoyed, he did always look serene and peaceful. Except today. Today he looked stricken, which put Hades on edge. Thanatos, he said as the god drew nearer, his heart hammering hard in his chest. Lord Hades, Thanatos paused and took a breath, then began again. I went to see Lexa today, to prepare for the next phase. It's almost time. Hades swallowed hard. He had no words, because there was nothing to say. As much as he did not want this for Persephone, it was the way of things. Lexa had made her decision, and it would be hard to grasp, given that Persephone would never quite understand why Lexa would choose to leave her. While I was there, Persephone... Thanatos' voice trailed off, and instead of speaking, he chose to project his magic into Hades' mind. What he saw play out before him shocked him. He could see Persephone through Thanatos' eyes, demanding, You're working. I want to know who you're here to take. I can't tell you that, Thanatos responded. Persephone's gaze flashed, and 3 words slipped from her mouth like a weapon. I command you. Persephone. Hades could hear the desperation in Thanatos' voice. Those words had hurt the god of death because they had communicated Persephone's mistrust of him, and despite the fact that she did not want Lexa's soul reaped, all Thanatos was trying to do was make the process comforting. I won't let you take her, Persephone snapped. If there were another way. Thanatos felt desperate to communicate to Persephone, to help her understand he was not the enemy, but Lexa's advocate, and her soul had called to him, had decided it was time to leave.
"There is another way, and it involves you leaving."
Then she pushed him, and Hades did not know whose shock he felt more acutely, Thanatos's or his own.
"Get out!"
"Enough!" Hades shouted, and the images vanished from his mind. A heavy silence followed. Hades stood still as a stone, processing what he had just seen. His feelings raged, a storm of emotions that he couldn't quite place. In that moment, he had seen Persephone's raw fear, but he had also seen a side of her that was angry and a little manipulative. The greater issue was that she was still trying to stop Lexa's inevitable death. "How long does she have?" Hades asked. "A day," Thanatos replied. "Maybe 2. Another long bout of silence. "She's ready, Hades," Thanatos added softly, and the note in his voice was exhausted. Hades could just imagine that was how Lexa felt. She was tired. He could do nothing but nod. "Reap when you are ready, Thanatos," Hades instructed. "And I will deal with Persephone," he thought, even as he dreaded the encounter. She would not understand, though there was a part of him that did not understand either. He liked Lexa, knew that she was a good friend to Persephone. Every interaction they'd had was fun and pleasant. Despite this, the girl still wanted to leave, but Hades was not one to deny pure souls, and he would not deny this one rest, even if it hurt Persephone more than anything in the world. Hades approached Thanatos, placing a hand on his shoulder. He had hoped it was a reassuring gesture, but the contact only made his dread deepen, because he could sense the chaotic emotions in the god's energy. "I'm sorry, Hades," Thanatos said, and it was a reminder that despite their familiarity with death, some things never got any easier. Hades left the meadow and made his return to the palace on foot to give himself time to process what he had seen through Thanatos's eyes. By the time he made it to the throne room, he was no closer to releasing that strange frustration, disappointment, and pain. He considered how often he had talked to Persephone about this, how he'd attempted to prepare her for the possibility of Lexa's death, and still she seemed determined to prevent it, and that worried him far more than anything else, because she had already tried to bargain in exchange for Lexa's life. Perhaps she needed to hear the consequences from the king of the Underworld, not her lover. He sat on his throne, hands curled around the arms, closed his eyes, and searched for the familiar pull between them, the strange link he shared with no one else. He always knew when he found her because he felt instantly at peace, as if he were somehow more complete. This time, he latched onto her magic, and he pulled her to him, teleporting her to his realm. It was, for the most part, a move designed to illustrate his power, and when she appeared in the dark, reddish light of his throne room, she looked severe, angry, and hurt. She didn't even speak to him when she arrived, before she was already attempting to teleport. When her magic did not work, she snapped.
"You cannot just remove me from the upper world when you please."
"You are lucky I removed you and not the Furies."
"Send me back, Hades!"
Her voice was raw with anger. It was a tone he had never really heard from her before. But grief was strange, and it transformed emotions into monsters. For Persephone, it also made her magic riot. It boiled between them, thickening the air, and he wondered what she would do with all that energy building inside her. Would flowers bloom at her feet, or would vines burst from the floors? No. He wouldn't keep her against her will, but he wasn't going to let her leave until they discussed how she had treated Thanatos. Persephone's magic seemed to have other ideas, and he felt it ripple and watched in horror as thorns erupted from Persephone's skin like blades, at her shoulder, her side, and her calves. She was immediately covered in blood, and she sank to her knees with a cry. Hades' shock brought him to his feet, and he raced down the precipice to her side.
"Stop!"
she sobbed, shaking from her pain.
Don't come any closer.
There was no fucking way he was going to leave her alone. She'd nearly exploded in a bloody heap of thorns, and he didn't think that was an exaggeration. Her magic had done this. It had gained power from her anger, and when it had nowhere to go, it just manifested like this. He knelt beside her, unsure of what to do. She had gone so pale, and it was made worse by the light, which made her blood look black. Fuck, Persephone. How long has your magic been manifesting like this?
Don't you ever listen?
The words slipped from between her clenched teeth. I could ask the same of you, he said humorlessly, as he lifted his hand, intent on healing her, though he hesitated for a moment, waiting for her to protest. The pain must have won out, because she said nothing. He winced as he placed his hand on the first wound. The thorn was sharp and wet from her blood, the skin around it shredded. He gritted his teeth as it healed and moved to the next one on her side, then to the two that protruded from her calves. When he was finished, he sat back, hating the feel of her blood on his hands so much they shook. How long have you kept this from me? He asked, knowing that it had not gotten this bad overnight. Has she told Hecate? He wondered.
I've been a little distracted, in case you haven't noticed,
she replied bitterly, her breathing still not quite right.
What do you want, Hades?
She sounded defeated as she spoke, and the tone of her voice put Hades more on edge. He felt as though she were pulling away from him once more, but this time it was worse. It should have made him desperate, but instead he was angry. Your behavior toward Thanatos was atrocious. You will apologize. She glared.
Why should I? He was going to take Lexa. Worse, he tried to hide it from me.
He was doing his job, Persephone.
Killing my friend isn't a job, it's murder.
That word, kill, he hated it. It tore through him like an arrow to the heart. She acted as if he wanted this to be Lexa's fate, as if she'd forgotten who exactly he was. You know it isn't murder. Keeping her alive for your own benefit isn't a kindness, he hissed. It was the harshest he'd ever been with her. She is in pain, and you are prolonging it.
No, you are prolonging it. You could heal her, but you have chosen not to help me.
You want me to bargain with the fates so that she might survive? So you can have the death of another on your conscience. Murder doesn't suit you, goddess. Throwing the word back at her must have hit her just as hard, because she tried to hit him, but he caught her hand and pulled her close. The blood that coated his palm was drying and felt sticky as he held her. Being this close added another level to his pain, as it reminded him of the night before, when they had come together so passionately. Was this their love? These two extremes that felt so desperate all the time? Then her hand curled into a fist, and her head fell against his chest as she began to cry.
I don't know how to lose someone, Hades.
It was moments like this when he realized that his heart no longer belonged to him. I know, he said, taking her face into his hands. But running from it won't help, Persephone. You are just delaying the inevitable.
Hades, please,
she said, desperate, and then whispered,
What if it were me?
No. He released her. I refuse to entertain such a thought.
You cannot tell me you wouldn't break every divine law in existence for me.
Hades' power preened at the thought. Make no mistake, my lady, I would burn this world for you. He had said it before, but perhaps she did not quite understand what that meant. There were no rules, divine or otherwise, when it came to her. She was the exception. It did not matter that no one else thought so. He did, and it was the end. But that is a burden I am willing to carry. Can you say the same? She did not speak, and he was not surprised. Likely she was thinking of all those threads burned into his skin, though that was not even the worst part. The worst part was the guilt. I will give you one more day to say goodbye to Lexa. That is the only compromise I can offer. You should be thankful I'm offering that. Later that day, Hades stood unseen in a large, open meadow. On the springy green grass, he placed one of Helios's pristine cows. By the time he had returned to the Underworld to retrieve a cow, he no longer cared about choosing the best, and the only reason he saw this plan through was because he'd like to locate the Graiai. It made him anxious that there had been no contact from their abductors, no hint of where they had been taken. He considered that perhaps Medusa had something to do with their disappearance, in which case it would have been more of a rescue. Perhaps that was why no one had come to collect the eye. The cow mooed, drawing Hades' attention. There was a flash of light across the way, at the very edge of the field, and Helios appeared. His purple robes fluttered around him, as if seconds behind his movement. There, he paused and scanned his surroundings, obviously suspecting a trap. Still, he vanished once more and appeared closer to the cow, again peering into the trees surrounding the meadow. The next time he appeared, it was beside the cow. He rested his head on its back and threw his arms around its middle.
"Oh, Rosie!"
He moved around to her front and lifted her long face in his hands, touching his nose to hers.
"I have missed you."
Watching this exchange made Hades feel very uncomfortable.
"I'll take you far from here, where you can never be taken away from me again."
He kissed the cow's nose, once, twice, and as he went in for the third, Hades appeared. "I'm sorry, I just can't watch this." Helios released the cow and stepped back, glaring.
"You!"
he said, gnashing his teeth.
"I knew it!"
"And yet you came anyway."
"Where are the rest of my cows?"
he demanded. "Waiting to be returned to you," Hades replied. The god of the sun narrowed his unsettling amber eyes.
"You want something."
"Of course I do. I know you've been watching the trials Hera's put me through." Helios saw everything that transpired on Earth, even the things he pretended to ignore. The entire reason Hades had abducted his cattle in the first place was because he'd refused to give the location of Sisyphus, the man who had stolen souls with a relic he had obtained from Poseidon. The god gave a lazy smile.
"I watched long enough to see your face get beat in by Heracles. That was a satisfying fight. Pity he did not win."
"Or better that I won," Hades said, "or your cows would have been permanent residents of the Underworld." There was a beat of silence.
"Is this your peace offering, Rosie, or are you offering the whole lot?"
"Think of Rosie as a start," Hades said. "The more cooperative you are, the more Rosies you get back." Helios's mouth tightened.
"What do you want?"
Despite knowing that the god of the sun was very aware of what Hades needed, he decided it best not to quarrel with him, as much as that was possible given his mood. "I need to know where the Graiai are located. They were taken from Dionysus' club." Helios laughed, and Hades frowned, uncertain about what exactly his response meant.
"You are so busy searching for the gray monsters, you haven't even noticed what is unfolding around you."
"And what exactly is that?"
"Unrest," he said. "And do you know what unrest breeds?"
"War." Hades did not say the word aloud, because he did not wish to speak it into existence. But he knew what Helios was implying. The god laughed again.
"I predict another war soon."
"Olympianomachy," he said in a soft voice, smiling. "It has a certain ring to it, doesn't it?" "So certain we will lose?" Hades asked.
"I have no doubt."
Helios was loyal to only himself. Even his choice to side with the Olympians rather than his fellow Titans was born out of a wish to maintain his well-being rather than loyalty to Zeus. "You forget that you are all-seeing, Helios," said Hades, "not all-knowing."
"I've always chosen the winning side," said Helios. "That has never been by chance."
Treason is a poor look, Helios.
I have taken no action, said the god, and I am helping you. That is far from treasonous.
He was helping, albeit resentfully. What does all this have to do with the location of the Graiai? Hades could speculate all day long, but he asked because he wanted a direct answer.
Everything, said Helios. I am doing you a great service in telling you that the Graiai were intended to be a weapon. Their gift was supposed to be the foundation on which a war was built against the Olympians.
Hades was not surprised. Intended?
We both know you are in possession of the eye, and without it, the sisters are blind. Useless.
Hades gritted his teeth. They were not useless, even without the eye. In fact, Hades felt like the greatest power they possessed was the secrets they kept. You said they were intended to be the foundation on which a war was built. What do you mean? He did not want to mention Medusa, even if Helios was aware of the Gorgon. He'd rather the god bring her up on his own.
Hades, don't play dumb. Their eye gives access to the future. It is a valuable tool for anyone in battle. In the wrong hands, it is an avenue to lay the foundation for victory.
It was a thought that had crossed Hades' mind before. Who took the Graiai, Helios?
Is that what you wish to know? Who took them, or where they are? You only get one question, one answer. I have already given you a mine of gold.
Are you not interested in obtaining the rest of your cattle?
Rosie here will do, Helios said, patting her back. With her, I can breed a new herd.
Hades curled his lip in disgust.
Choose wisely, Hades, said Helios.
He did not need to think long. The most immediate need was obtaining the Graiai. Hades would find out who abducted them later. In fact, he thought he could already guess who was responsible. There was only one organization bold enough to think they could go against the gods: Triad. Though that thought was paired with the image of Hera and Theseus sitting side by side during his second trial. Had Hera found an avenue through which she intended to overthrow Zeus?
Where are the Graiai? Hades asked at last.
Helios offered a wicked smile.
Lake Tritonis, he said. You'll find them held in the caves.
The god of the sun pulled Rosie closer, his great strength allowing him to carry the animal under his arm.
You are about to find out, Hades, that you're on the wrong side.
Hades narrowed his eyes at the message, but said nothing. Not that Helios would have listened, because in the next second, he was gone. Hades could safely say that while he'd suspected an inevitable uprising against the Olympians, he had always thought that relics would be the avenue through which an opposition would attempt to gain power over them, not via literal divine monsters. Worse yet, divine monsters could be created, and if Triad were responsible for this, if they had managed to gain the support of a handful of Olympians, then they were far more of an adversary than Hades had thought. At least now he had a path forward, and it began at Tritonis. He called up his magic to teleport when Hera appeared in the clearing.
Fucking fates,
he said, the words coming out slowly as a hiss.
Hades, she said, a wicked smile on her face. I've been looking for you.
Chapter 20. The Amazons. Now is not the time, he wanted to say, but he knew what she would threaten. His future with Persephone, though he had done enough damage to that himself during their last encounter. His chest ached at the thought of how he'd left her, with no comforting words, only a countdown to say goodbye to her friend. And even though he had fucked up, he did not need Hera making it worse. And it was that thought that made him relent, despite the pressing matter of locating the Graiai. He would just have to send Ilias to Lake Tritonis. For a brief moment he'd considered including Dionysus in the retrieval, but he did not know the god's loyalties, and with a potential revolt on the horizon, he did not want to take any chances. What is it? He gritted out. He saw no reason to hide his resentment of the goddess, especially after what she had put him through during the last 2 labors, though that only made his stomach churn. What did she have planned for him next? Was it to be something far worse?
"I'd like you to retrieve Hippolyta's belt," she said, almost casually.
Hades' brows lowered over his eyes. That was a relatively tame ask, given what she had saddled him with before. Hippolyta's belt, Hades said. Why?
"Do not question my wants, Lord Hades. It is none of your business."
Hades narrowed his eyes. Does Ares know of your wants?
"The belt was his gift to Hippolyta. I see no reason to ask him."
Hades glared. There was nothing particularly stunning about the belt. It was leather, and Hippolyta wore it to symbolize her status as Queen of the Amazons. Its only power was that it gave its wearer superhuman strength, a useless power for both Hippolyta and Hera, who already possessed such a skill. Unless, of course, it was an attempt to gain another weapon in her fight against Zeus. The belt could give an impious mortal the power to face a god. Hades' mood darkened, and suddenly he wondered just how much his labors had intertwined with her ultimate goal of overthrowing Zeus. He did not let himself think on that long, though. He filed the information away for later. Perhaps he was onto something that would allow him to end Hera's labors and prevent her retaliation against Persephone.
"Do whatever you must to trade," she said. "You have until sunset."
Hades gave a frustrated growl as she left. He took out his phone and called Ilias. "Yeah?" the satyr answered, out of breath. Hades arched a brow. "Are you in the middle of something?" "Running a marathon," Ilias replied, a sarcastic edge to his voice. Hades did not question it. "When you are finished," he said, "I need you to travel to Lake Tritonis and secure the Graiai. Tell no one. I will be back as soon as possible." "Got it," Ilias replied. And when Hades hung up, he vanished. The Amazons lived in Thermae, which was north of New Greece, and while part of the mainland, it existed on no mortal map. A smaller island extended off the coast, which they called Themyscira, and used as a training ground. The landscape of Therma was lush and green, the terrain made of cresting hills and deep divots where white water flowed over great rocks. Their city was encased in a tall and expansive wall of stone and graying brick. Its towers and gates were heavily guarded, as there was always a brave mortal or two trying to scale the walls, and depending on their intentions, they were either released or held in prison under Queen Hippolyta's discretion. It was at one of those gates that Hades appeared. While it was likely he could have appeared at Hippolyta's sanctuary, doing so would have been considered in poor taste, and since he was going to ask a favor of the Amazon Queen, he decided against it. The 2 women at the gate were tall and stood at attention, dressed in bronze hoplite armor, including a helmet, breastplate, and greaves. They carried bronze shields that reached from their chins to their knees, and spears in their right hands. They were stoic and strong. While they stood still before the wooden gate, he could tell by how they stiffened that they did not expect to see him.
"Lord Hades," the one on the left said, "to what do we owe the pleasure?"
"You don't have to lie," he said. "I need to speak with Hippolyta." The Amazon on the right used her spear to knock on the gate thrice, and the doors opened to reveal the interior of the Amazon's oasis, which was just as lush, packed with evergreen oaks, cypress, and flowering myrtle and oleander. Dirt paths wound through identical homes that were composed of sun-dried mud bricks and covered in a flowering vine that smelled strongly of honey. On the other side of the gate, another Amazon waited. She was dressed the same as the 2 guards, and said nothing to him, only turned and led him down the winding road. Hades followed between the tightly built homes. The floral smell was stronger here, and Hades noticed plump bumblebees moving from flower to flower, zipping between him and the Amazon he followed. The path led to a round courtyard that was several feet below ground level and accessible by a set of stairs that extended around the entire perimeter. Despite the center being covered in sun-dried brick, the Amazons had managed to make the space look just as lively as the surrounding landscape, filling great stone pots with flowers and greens. Opposite this gathering place were more of the same homes, and from over the tops of their roofs, the mountainous terrain of the rest of Terme was visible, where clouds hung low to meet their peaks. Despite the fact that the Amazons had a queen, there were no palaces here, and Hippolyta did not even sit on a throne. She was queen because of her knowledge and expertise in battle. Nothing else mattered. The Amazons who were not on guard wore white peplices and cloaks. Some wore gold or leather belts, while others chose ribbons, and their hair was braided into intricate styles that kept it off their necks and out of their faces, a completely practical choice, both due to the heat and because of its interference in battle. Hades followed the guard down the steps into the lower courtyard. There was a large fountain in one corner where the women could draw drinking water, and a fire pit where they cooked community food. But the thing that caught Hades' attention was a metal pole protruding from the ground, and the woman tied to it. Hades nodded toward her. What did she do? The Amazon did not look in her direction, but answered, "Slept with a man outside the mating ritual." Hades said nothing. The Amazons procreated once a year with a tribe called the Gargarians, keeping only the female children born from the couplings. Males were returned. It wasn't that the Amazons hated men. They found them unnecessary for anything outside of sustaining their society, so to seek one out beyond necessity was considered shameful, and dishonor among the Amazons was a death sentence. Hades could not help looking at the woman who was staring down at her feet, and while she appeared stoic and unbothered by her punishment, he could see her pain in the details of her body, the way her toes curled into her sandaled feet, the tremor that shook her legs, the hard fists she made behind her back, the set of her mouth that seemed to make her jaw far more prominent. The metal at her back had to be scorching, and if he had to guess, her skin was covered in blisters. They continued across the courtyard, though as Hades looked ahead once more, he found Hippolyta approaching. There was something enchanting about her face. Perhaps it had something to do with her eyes, which were pastel green and heavy-lidded. She looked perpetually bored but stern. Her blonde hair was braided away from her face, and she wore white. Cinched around her waist was her leather girdle. It was a plain piece of ornamentation that laced closed at the front, though as far as relics went, it was probably best it was so unremarkable. No one expected mediocrity from the gods. They'd assume it had no power save its utility. "Lord Hades," she said, "you are here to see me?" "I am," he said. "I have come to ask for your belt." He saw no need to be anything other than direct. He did not have time, and neither did Hippolyta. There was a pause. "I appreciate that you do not dally, though your request seems out of character." "It is." He said nothing more, not wishing to offer an explanation, and Hippolyta did not ask for one, likely because she did not care. The Amazon queen studied him for a moment, and then said, "I am not opposed, though it would need to be a fair exchange." "I have a trade in mind," he said, "though it is not conventional." He was not certain Hera would like it, though she had not said when he had to obtain Hippolyta's belt, and her final message had given him more room for interpretation than she had probably intended. Do what you must to trade. "Go on," she said. "I am in need of an aegis," he said, indicating behind him with a nod. "And one of your own is in need of honor." "Zophi is young," Hippolyta said, and, like the other Amazon, did not spare her a glance. "She has a wandering eye that causes her to lose sight of what is truly important." She was speaking of discipline. "Perhaps a charge will give her focus," Hades said. "If she brings honor, then I will return her to you in exchange for the belt. If she does not—" "You will kill her," Hippolyta said. Hades was not surprised by the queen's quick command. It was likely their plan for her to begin with, so he nodded. Not one to delay, Hippolyta nodded.
We have an agreement, Lord Hades, she said, and glanced at the Amazon who stood a few paces behind Hades. Bring her. The guard left to retrieve Zophi, and with her departure, Hippolyta turned her attention to Hades. There is unrest out there, she said. I feel it in my blood. That premonition was something she had inherited from Ares. It was a type of magic that stirred their lust for battle, and it only confirmed what Helios had said about war. You are not wrong, Hades replied, grimacing. Hippolyta inclined her head. You do not like war, despite its benefit to your kingdom. There is no benefit for traumatized souls, Hades said. And as much as the Underworld could offer healing in peace, receiving souls who had died in battle was not an easy thing to witness. The queen said nothing, and the guard returned with Zophi. Hades turned to observe the woman. He had been right about the blisters. Her skin was bubbled, not only from where the metal pole had touched her, but from where the sun had beat down on her shoulders and arms. It was likely her scalp looked the same, though it was hard to tell given her dark hair, which was long and braided. Her hands were still bound, but she no longer looked down. She met his gaze with piercing green eyes. Lord Hades has offered you a chance at honor, said Hippolyta, and when the Amazon heard her speak, her eyes lowered to the ground once more. If you are found to be inadequate at any point, he has been ordered to kill you. There was a moment of silence. Look upon me once more, Amazon, said Hippolyta, and Zophi obeyed. The address communicated the hope Hippolyta had that she would succeed. Thank you, my queen, Zophi said. Zophi said nothing more, and Hades could not tell what she thought. There were some who might see being in his care as a worse sentence than dying by exposure. Goodbye, Hades. Perhaps I will see you again, Hippolyta said, though there was an element of dread that came with her words, given that she had spoken of war. He nodded, and the armored Amazon returned them to the gate in silence. Once outside it, he faced Zophi and tapped her shoulders, healing the blisters while releasing her from her bonds. Her eyes widened as her arms fell to her sides, and as she lifted them to rub each wrist, she whispered, Thank you. It is not for me to judge what has been viewed as an indiscretion by your people, Hades said. All I care about is that you protect my future queen. Do you understand? Her expression shifted from surprise and gratitude to one of serious acceptance. She nodded. Of course, my lord. He had to admit he felt a little less fretful, knowing that Persephone would be actively protected. But his peace was soon disrupted by a call, which he took outside the gates of Therme. Yes? They're dead, Ilias said, and Hades felt his stomach clench. All three. Recent, too. Hades found Ilias in a cave off the side of a rocky cliff that faced Lake Tritonis. The satyr stood over 3 dead bodies. Each appeared to have attempted to crawl away from their attacker, with a hand outstretched and a foot curled into the dirt. It had been a long time since he had seen the 3 sisters, but even in death they looked no different. Aged faces, hooked noses, and deep frowns. Their bodies were cloaked in black, their snow-white hair peeking from beneath a hood. They were stabbed, said Ilias. Hades could not see the blood for the black cloaks, but he could tell that the cloth had been sliced everywhere. The attack had been brutal and cruel. Still, the fact that the 3 sisters lay dead at his feet was shocking, considering they were deities in their own right, and their powers included the ability to heal wounds, though these were numerous. The wind outside howled and whistled, a harrowing wail that seemed to mourn the deaths of the witches. Hades made a circle around them, pausing to kneel near one, Dino, he believed. He reached out and touched one of the wounds. His fingers came away stained with red and black. Blood and poison that burned. Hera, Hades said quietly. What? Hades rose to his feet and smeared the mixture of blood and poison on the wall.
They were stabbed with Hydra blood-tipped blades, Hades said. I fought and killed the Hydra days ago. I was on my way here when Hera ordered a new labor, which is why I sent you instead. It had been a distraction, and it had given Hera the time she needed to order the deaths of the Graiai. The question was, why? After a moment of silence, Hades nodded to Zophi, whom he had brought along, seeing no point in wasting time depositing her elsewhere. This is Zophi. She is Persephone's new Aegis. She needs armor and weapons. Get her settled. After that, I need you to look into Hera's dealings with Theseus. He was beginning to see an end to her labors, and any hold she had over his marriage to Persephone. Chapter 21. Divine Retribution. Night had come, and Hades was in search of Dionysus. He'd first gone to Bacchaia, only to be stopped at the doors and informed that the god of the vine was not there. When Hades had asked where the god might be, he received no answer. There were few places he might be, or at least to Hades' knowledge, but one of them included the theater of Dionysus, which had been erected to honor and worship him. It was there Hades ventured, to the horseshoe-shaped theater that was located downtown near the Acropolis where Persephone worked. On this night, a comedy called Lysistrata was being performed. The play's title character decided to end the Peloponnesian War by encouraging her fellow Athenian women to abstain from sex with their husbands, a tactic that eventually succeeds. On stage, the actors and chorus wore grotesque masks with an array of expressions, and despite some that were to appear serene and content, they were all somehow horrifying, with wide, gaping mouths and hollow eyes. Some wore wreaths on their heads, wrapped with ivy and berries. Peals of laughter broke out during song and dance and spoken word, though Hades did not hear the performance. His gaze focused on the crowd. He found Dionysus sitting at the very front of the orchestra. The seats to his left and right were empty, likely a request he'd made so that he may sit alone. Hades approached and took a seat beside him. Dionysus kept his gaze on the performance as he spoke. Have you come to tell me the Graiai are dead? I assumed you would know by now, Hades said. Seems I was right. Dionysus did not offer any information on how he had found out, but Hades guessed that one of his maenads had spied Ilias handling the situation and communicated their discoveries. There was silence between them, though all around the performance continued and the crowd reacted, laughing and cheering. I don't understand, Dionysus said at last. Don't you? Hades countered. It was the first time the god of the vine looked at him. What is that supposed to mean? The Graiai were just as much a weapon as the secrets they kept, Hades said. It's clear whoever killed them preferred to sacrifice their use rather than allow the power to fall into our hands. You keep saying our, Dionysus pointed out. We are not on the same side. Then what side are you on? Hades never thought he'd feel any kind of way about Dionysus's allies until now, and he had to admit he hoped that he'd align with him. Though, Hades had to admit, he did not know what it meant to take sides yet. All he knew was that someone, potentially Hera and Theseus, was learning to kill the divine. The divide was complicated. Aligning against them seemed to mean siding with Zeus, which was not something Hades particularly wanted. I am on my own side, Dionysus said. As much as Hades respected that, this was not a situation where being neutral would work. You realize the death of the Graiai means more than the loss of Medusa, Hades said. It means that someone has found a way to kill us. Then it sounds like I need to be on their side, Dionysus said. Hades' lips flattened. Is that your plan? Hades asked, and then he tilted his head. I wouldn't have thought you'd be the first to kneel. Dionysus's jaw tightened. This isn't about submission, Hades. It's about lying low until the opportune moment. And what moment is that, Dionysus? when everyone stronger than you is dead? You're not very strong if you're dead, he said. They were quiet, and then Hades said, I've never really liked you. Nor I you, replied Dionysus. But I respected you because I thought you were a protector, Hades continued, thinking of all the women he'd pulled out of harmful situations, how he had trained them to protect themselves. He had helped them take back their power, and yet here he would let the Graiai's deaths go unavenged. He would hide. He was a coward. Turns out you are, but only of your own interests. He noted how Dionysus swallowed at his comment, and Hades rose to his feet. I am not saying choose a side, Hades said at last. I'm telling you to choose allies. This is not a war that will see any of us unpunished. With that, he left the theater. It was late when he returned to the Underworld and found his bed empty. He had not expected to find Persephone there, but it reminded him of how they parted and made his chest feel like an open chasm. Despite this, he tried to sleep, but all he saw when he closed his eyes was her on the floor before him, sobbing and bleeding. I don't know how to lose someone, she'd said, and as much as he knew what that was like, he realized he didn't know how to lose her, but that was exactly what was happening. The ironic part was that all he'd been doing this whole time was fighting to keep her, or at least the possibility of their future together. He must have fallen asleep eventually, because he woke later with a pounding headache. His mouth felt dry and his tongue swollen. He stumbled out of bed to the bar and poured himself a drink, but before he could take a sip, a strange feeling straightened his spine, and an unnerving silence blanketed the room. He set his glass down with a click and headed for the balcony, summoning his clothes as he did. In the distance, beyond the mountainous peaks of Tartarus, the gray sky had begun to whirl and rumble. The fates were angry. What the fuck had happened? He started to teleport as dread gathered heavily in his stomach, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him, and he turned to find a pale-faced Thanatos. No, it can't be. He knew what the god of death was going to say. He could already feel the betrayal in his bones, grinding away. She did it, Thanatos said. Persephone did it. She made a deal with Apollo to heal Lexa. There was something about this that dissolved his previous feeling of regret and turned it to rage. His body shook with it. How could she have been so reckless, and to involve Apollo? After he had been so clear about his hatred for the god of music, after he had bargained to get her out of owing him anything, had his sacrifice meant nothing to her? Hades curled his fingers into fists and met Thanatos' haunted eyes. Release the Furies, he commanded. Hades did not often like to call on the Furies. They were not discreet creatures, and their presence in the underworld, as well as on Olympus, was always known. He did not even flinch when their horrific cries breached the air, pricking his skin as he turned to see three winged creatures explode from the depths of Tartarus to retrieve Persephone and Apollo. Hades felt like he was being torn to pieces from the inside out. His anger was so acute. Was there no end to this turmoil? He had killed friends and monsters, bargained and sacrificed. He had made deals to protect and promise a future that he was beginning to think only he wanted. Hades teleported to Nevernight, where he waited for the Furies to bring his captives. He'd have done this in the underworld, but he did not want to offer Apollo another invitation into his realm. It was not long before he sensed their approach, an energy so volatile it made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He watched as Persephone and Apollo landed at his feet. Persephone was deposited gracefully, landing in the position she had fallen when the Furies had captured and paralyzed her with their venomous snakes, while Apollo was dropped right on his face. Hades appreciated the satisfying crack that followed his landing, and probably would have grinned had he not been so fucking angry, devastated, betrayed. His eyes shifted to Persephone, who rose to her feet on shaking legs. The first thing he noticed about her was how tired she looked. She was pale, and her eyes were red, and the shadows beneath them looked deep and dark. She likely had not slept last night, if she'd been with Apollo, but it still worried him, more so when she met his gaze. Her eyes had no luster, and he could feel her apprehension and fear. It built between them, as sharp and tangled as thorned vines. "Fucking Furies!" Apollo groaned. Hades' attention shifted to the god as he got to his feet. The Furies must have pulled him from his sleep, because he wore a floral robe, and his usually pristine hair was a mess. Hades would have liked to pummel him into the ground until he reached the depths of Tartarus, but refrained from making a single move. Once he began, he wouldn't stop. This kind of rage had no rationale. It coiled through him, tightening every part of his body until he wanted to burst. "You know you could upgrade to something a little more modern to enforce natural order, Hades," Apollo said, oblivious to Hades' fury. "I'd rather be carried off by a well-muscled man than a trio of albino goddesses and a serpent." "I thought we had a deal, Apollo." Hades spoke slowly, his face growing hot from his anger. He had not invited Apollo into his realm to bargain for this to happen. "You mean the deal where I stay away from your goddess in exchange for a favor?" Apollo's voice dripped with sarcasm, and Hades waited, actively suppressing the overwhelming urge to punch the god's teeth down his throat. "I'd have been more than obliging, except your little lover showed up at Erotas, demanding my help. While I was in the middle of a bath, I should add." "No, you shouldn't," Persephone said, the words slipping from beneath clenched teeth. Hades' jaw flexed. Erotas was a brothel in the pleasure district, where clients bid on men and women they wanted to fuck. Apollo was a regular visitor, bidder, and, he imagined, fucker, and the thought of Persephone walking those streets and entering that house made Hades feel sick. "She can be very persuasive when she's angry. The magic helped. You never said she was a goddess. No wonder you snatched her up quickly." Hades' mood darkened further at that comment, and he glanced at Persephone. This was the last thing she would want for herself. Apollo had gained more than just a bargain with his lover. She had given him power over her in the form of a secret. He imagined she knew by now that the god of music wouldn't let that go to waste. I could hardly deny her requests when she had razor-sharp thorns pointed at my nether regions. Hades' mood lightened at that comment, and he almost smiled at the image of Apollo being castrated by Persephone's magic. Then he remembered that he had probably been naked during this entire encounter, and frowned. "So we struck a deal, a bargain as you like to call it. She asked me to heal her little friend, and in exchange, she provides me with companionship."
"Don't make it sound gross, Apollo,"
Persephone hissed, glaring at the god, and while Hades watched her now, she did not look at him. "Gross?"
"Everything that comes out of your mouth sounds like a sexual innuendo."
"Does not."
"Does too."
"Enough," Hades snarled, and Persephone startled, her eyes finally meeting his, and once more he saw her fear. There was a part of him that wanted her to be afraid, because he wanted her to understand the severity of what she had done. This had consequences beyond anything he could control. He held her gaze as he continued to address Apollo. "If you are no longer in need of my goddess, I would like a word with her. Alone." Apollo did not hesitate. As arrogant and irritating as he was, he knew when to push buttons. "She's all yours," he replied, and vanished without another word. Silence stretched as Hades stood opposite Persephone, trying to understand what she had done, why she had done it. "I don't know how to lose someone, Hades," she'd said. So had she just decided not to learn at all? "What have you done?" Persephone's eyes flashed, Normally, he would have fed her defiance because he loved her passion. But this was misguided.
I saved Lexa.
Is that what you think? He took a step toward her, and his magic snaked around him. He couldn't tell if it was trying to protect him or Persephone because he was losing his temper. And by the time he stood inches from her, he no longer bore his mortal glamour.
She was going to die!
She was choosing to die! Hades shouted. She stared back, her eyes glistening. And instead of honoring her wish, you intervened, all because you are afraid of pain.
I am afraid of pain,
she yelled back, her voice imbued with a hatred he had never heard before.
Will you mock me for that, as you mock all mortals?
There is no comparison, he spat. At least mortals are brave enough to face it. Her whole body seemed to flinch in that moment, igniting her magic and pushing thorns from her skin. Hades watched once more in horror as her body became covered in bleeding spikes. They ran down her arms, over her back and stomach, and down her legs. If she did not learn control, she would tear herself to pieces. He reached for her because he didn't know what else to do, and despite everything, he could not stand watching this. He wanted to heal her, not just these physical wounds, but the ones on her heart and soul. Persephone. But she took a step back, shutting down his advances. She inhaled sharply as she made a miserable attempt to cover the thorns by crossing her arms over her chest.
If you cared, you would have been there.
I was there. He had been there every time she had come to him, and each time she had begged him to save Lexa's life.
You never once came with me to the hospital when I had to watch my best friend lie unresponsive. You never once stood by me while I held her hand. You could have told me when Thanatos would start showing up. You could have let me know she was choosing to die, but you didn't. You hid all that, like it was some fucking secret. You weren't there.
His eyes widened, and the heaviness in his chest expanded into his stomach. It was true he had not considered many of those things, but that was because he had never given courtesies in death. He'd also been pulled away nearly every other day by something. If it wasn't the Graiai, it had been Hera's trials. I didn't know you wanted me there, he said, his voice quiet. He had thought the time she spent with Lexa at the hospital was time she wanted to herself.
Why wouldn't I?
She asked, brows lowering. I'm not the most welcomed sight at a hospital, Persephone.
That's your excuse?
The edge to her voice made him feel defensive. And what's yours? He asked, voice raising once more, despite how badly he wanted to remain calm. You never told me.
I shouldn't have to tell you to be there for me when my friend is dying. Instead, you act like it's as normal as breathing.
Because death has forever been my existence.
That's your problem,
she said, letting her hands fall to her sides, flinching as she did. Her arms ran red with blood, and it dropped to the floor. Hades' stomach twisted, and his throat felt tight. He wanted to fix this.
You've been the god of the Underworld so long, you've forgotten what it is really like to be on the brink of losing someone. Instead, you spend all your time judging mortals for their fear of your realm, for their fear of death, for their fear of losing who they love.
So you were angry with me, he said, and the more he continued, the more incensed he felt. And once again, instead of coming to me, you decided to punish me by seeking Apollo's help. Why was it always Apollo?
I wasn't trying to punish you. When I decided to go to Apollo, I no longer felt like you were an option.
There was a pain to those words that lanced through his chest. Did she know how badly that hurt him? After everything I did to protect you from him.
I didn't ask that of you,
she snapped. No, I suppose you didn't, he replied bitterly. You have never welcomed my aid, especially when it wasn't what you wanted to hear.
That's not fair.
Her voice shook. Isn't it? I have offered an aegis, and you insisted you did not need a guard, yet you are regularly accosted on your way to work. You barely accept rides from Antony, and you only do now because you don't want to hurt his feelings. Then, when I offer comfort, When I try to understand your hurt over Lexa's pain, it isn't enough.
Your comfort, she shouted. What comfort? When I came to you, begging you to save Lexa, you offered to let me grieve. What was I supposed to do? Stand back and watch her die when I knew I could prevent it?
Yes, he shouted, throwing up his hands. That's exactly what you were supposed to do. You are not above the law of my realm, Persephone. Not even he was above the law of the dead, and he wore that reminder on his skin. I don't see why her death matters. You come to the Underworld every day. You would have seen Lexa again.
Because it's not the same.
What is that supposed to mean? He demanded. She crossed her arms over her chest once more. Each time she flinched, and he thought that maybe her anger made her momentarily forget her pain. But as she stood there facing him, she seemed to fold in on herself, as if she were afraid to say whatever she was truly thinking.
What happens if if the fates decide to unravel our future? I don't want to be so lost in you, so anchored in the Underworld that I don't know how to exist after.
A thickness gathered in his throat. Losing Lexa to the Underworld was too great a risk in the event that they did not make it. And the worst part was that everything he had been doing up to this point, the absurd labors, seeking out the Graiai, the truce with Dionysus, was for her, to ensure they had a future. Was she so uncertain? I'm beginning to think that maybe you don't want to be in this relationship.
That's not what I'm saying.
Then what are you saying? She looked confused and afraid as she answered.
I don't know. Just that, right when I was really starting to figure out who I was, you came along and fucked it all up. I don't know who I'm supposed to be. I don't know.
What you want, he finished.
That's not true. I want you. I love...
Don't say you love me, he said, looking away. I can't hear that right now. The words would hurt. They did hurt. If she loved him, why was she planning for a future without him? After a stretch of silence, Persephone spoke in a sad whisper.
I thought you loved me.
I do, he said, frowning, and he considered that perhaps he put too much faith in the threads that wove them together. But I think I may have misunderstood.
Misunderstood what?
The fates, he answered, eyes lifting to hers. How was it possible that she looked more stricken now than before? I have waited for you so long, I ignored the fact that they rarely weave happy endings.
You cannot mean that,
she said, her voice breaking. I mean it, he said, and his tone was just as sad. You'll find out why soon enough. Because it was likely she would blame him for anything that happened to Lexa moving forward. He called up his glamour and straightened the sleeves and lapels of his jacket. He looked at her one last time. She was a haunting image, pale and sad and bleeding, and he knew he would regret leaving her like this, but he would regret it more if he stayed. You should know that your actions have condemned Lexa to a fate worse than death, he said, and left Persephone behind in Nevernight. Chapter 22. A Desperate Plea. Hades tried to channel his aggression into a productive torture session, and while that usually helped lighten his dark mood, this time it only succeeded in making him far more chaotic. He could not unsee Persephone's pain, could not unhear her words. You weren't there. The accusation tore through him as he considered what he would do differently. But did any of that matter now that they were here? On the other side of her decision to go to Apollo for help, she had explicitly broken the rules of his realm. He wondered if she had been proud of herself when she'd discovered an alternative to healing Lexa in the god of music. Had Apollo explained that his bow and arrow only healed bodily wounds? Had he been clear that it could not heal a broken soul? Had he been so mesmerized by Persephone's offer of companionship that he'd failed to consider the consequences of his own actions? Likely he had not cared at all. And that was the other thing. The companionship. Hades gritted his teeth. Now he had to watch Persephone frolic about New Athens with the same god who had fucked his former lover, and while he felt that Persephone resented Apollo too much to fall victim to his wiles, he worried that the god would force her into situations that would harm her. He'd have to think of a great enough threat to keep the god in line. Otherwise, he'd never feel comfortable with that arrangement. When Hades finally left Tartarus, he went in search of the Graiai, finding them nestled in a rocky, cave-like area at the edge of Asphodel that mimicked their home in the upper world. While he did not approach, he watched them from afar, sitting on a set of large rocks while a fire danced before them. They talked and cackled and passed a bowl from which each of them drank, and the only solace Hades took from their deaths was that at least here they seemed at peace. Eventually, Hades returned to the palace, though he felt a great sense of foreboding, knowing Persephone would not be there. It was made worse when he found his way barred by Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus. They stood on all fours, lips curled back, showing their teeth as they growled. "So you are betraying me too." "No one has betrayed you," Hecate said, approaching. It was as if the goddess had formed from the darkness behind her. Hades flattened his lips and glared. "I recognize Persephone is far better than me, but you cannot ignore her blatant disregard for the rules of my realm." "You sound like a child," Hecate chided. "Hecate, I am in no mood." "Likely not. You are rarely in a mood for anything other than sex, which, from what I have seen, will not happen anytime soon." Hades curled his fingers into fists and turned on his heels, but Hecate had teleported and blocked his way once more. "As much as Persephone must deal with the consequences of her actions, so must you. And one of those is hearing what I have to say to you." "And what can you have to say to me that I don't already know?" Hades snarled. "That I fucked up? That I should have been more present?" "Maybe you should have been more present, but you weren't. So what are you going to do now?" Hades stared, and Hecate repeated herself. "What are you going to do now, Hades?" "I don't know," he admitted. He hadn't thought beyond what had happened today, hadn't even processed it completely, though he had taken a few key things from their interaction, and one of those was that Persephone wasn't even certain about the future of their relationship. "I heard that," Hecate snapped, and Hades' eyes flashed. Hades gritted his teeth. "We had an agreement, Hecate, that you would not read my mind." "And I respect it when you aren't being a complete and utter idiot," she replied. "You are just as uncertain about your future as Persephone." "I have every reason to be," he countered. Had he not just spent the last few weeks entangled in a battle with Hera to ensure that the goddess sided with him when it was time to ask Zeus for permission to marry Persephone? "You are so centered on securing her hand in marriage, you aren't even focused on laying the foundation for it. Just because the fates have entangled your future doesn't mean you have no work to do." Hades stood in a tense, angry silence. In part, he was not ready to hear any of this, but he also knew that Hecate was right. "You have bent to Hera's will out of fear, and yet I ask you, does her blessing mean more than the love you have for Persephone?" "Of course not," Hades snapped. She was simplifying Hera's intentions. It wasn't just about approval of their future, but assurance that she would not harm or curse Persephone as a means to get back at him. Perhaps the worst part of all is that she doesn't even know what you've been fighting for. You haven't told her. You've told her nothing. You did not even tell her the consequences of bringing Lexa back. "She should trust me." "Fuck you, Hades." He stared, a little shocked by her vitriol. "You want her to be your queen, to stand beside you in judgment of souls, and yet you could not even tell her that broken souls never come back right. You could have shown her the consequences. She is not some mortal who came to beg at your feet for a bargain." A thickness gathered within Hades' chest. It was almost suffocating, and nearly impossible to swallow it down.
People like Persephone, who have been told half-truths and lies their whole life, need more than words, Hades. And you have to realize this isn't even about love or trust anymore. It's about you, your fears, your insecurities. You cannot continue to live a life and not show her the world you have created, no matter how awful or hard or scary. She deserves to know what it means to love you fully. Do you not wish for that?
I wish for it, he admitted, but I do not believe she will love all parts of me.
That is unfair to her, Hecate said. You think her darkness cannot love yours? She was made for you.
Hades lowered his eyes and felt the weight of his defeat.
Now what are you going to do about this?
I don't know yet.
You do not have to know today, she said, but you will have to decide, because Persephone is about to learn what it means to bring Lexa back, and she will need you more than anything.
Hades frowned. He suspected that whatever lay before her with Lexa would be far worse than what was behind them now.
Come, boys, Hecate said. We have work to do.
Hecate left the hallway, and each of his Dobermans glared at him before turning one by one to follow the goddess. Hera did not come to collect Hippolyta's belt, which further confirmed Hades' suspicion that she had not truly cared about the labor so much as she wished to use it to distract him. He was certain now that he understood the goddess's motives, though he had yet to confirm her alliance with Theseus. When he'd refused to participate in her revolt, Hera had sentenced him to labors that would benefit her. The death of Briareus was revenge, but also ensured that Zeus would not be able to call on a great ally who had defeated her in the past. Fight Night had likely been a test to evaluate the use of the Hydra, the Stymphalian birds, and Heracles as weapons against the gods. Obviously, they'd found a use for the Hydra's venom, and while Hades did not think Hera could have used Hippolyta's belt, he knew now that it was a decoy. She'd unwittingly managed to manipulate Hades into benefiting her cause, and he resented it. But he would find a way to get back at the goddess. She would regret her entanglement in his life. In the meantime, Ilias had prepared Zophi for her assignment. They'd agreed that she would keep her distance by using a particular power Hades had been surprised to learn she possessed: the power of shapeshifting. The power itself was not unusual. He'd just not expected the Amazon to morph into an average white cat. Still, it meant Zophi could keep a close and discreet eye on Persephone, which gave Hades peace of mind, considering they were currently not speaking. As much as he wanted to, he did not know how to move forward yet. Apologies seemed too trivial here, but perhaps that was the only way to begin again.
Are you even listening?
There was an edge to the voice that brought Hades out of his thoughts, and he met a pair of brown eyes. They were set in the face of a mortal man with dark curly hair and thick glasses. He was Hades' first bargain of the night, and potentially his last. He could not focus on this right now. No, Hades admitted, and as hard as it was, he offered an apology. I'm sorry. Please continue. The young man's lips were pressed thin, a reflection of his anger, but he sighed and continued. Before Hades had zoned out, the man had explained that his grandmother had been his guardian since the age of 5, and she was now dying.
The doctor has given her 2 months to live, he said. Please, she's all I have.
Hades frowned at the young man. I will not bargain for the life of a soul, he said. And though they were the words he always used to deny a request like this, they were harder and more painful to say this time. His rejection just seemed to spur the mortal on.
Then I need to bargain for something else, the man said, searching for ideas. The money to get her the care and medicine she needs. Maybe there's a chance.
Have you asked your grandmother what she wants? Hades interrupted him. He blinked.
What do you mean?
Have you asked your grandmother if she is at peace with dying?
She doesn't want to leave me, he said defensively.
I did not ask if she wanted to leave you, Hades said. I asked if she is at peace with dying. The mortal did not respond, and Hades rose to his feet. Ask her. Respect her answer. It was what he wished he had told Persephone. He left the suite and headed into the lounge, where mortals were gathered beneath low light playing poker, blackjack, and roulette, among other games. "Will you take another contract?" Ilias asked, coming to stand beside him. "No, no more tonight," Hades replied. Ilias nodded. "Then I'd like you to meet me at the Grove in an hour." Hades raised a questioning brow. "This is something you have to see," the satyr promised. Hades did not question him beyond that and left the lounge. As he passed Euryale, the Gorgon inhaled, her head rising, casting light over her scarred and blindfolded eyes.
"Troubled, Lord Hades?" she asked.
"More than you can imagine, Euryale," he said, continuing to the balcony that overlooked the floor of Nevernight. As he looked down at the floor, he recalled the first time he had seen Persephone. If she had existed during the Trojan War, it would have been her beauty that had launched 1,000 ships. She'd sat with Lexa, Sibyl, and Adonis. He remembered worrying over whether she liked Adonis, and if she'd leave with him, though he had known then he wouldn't let her leave because the urge to claim her, to mark her, almost sent him to her side then. He had been both bewildered and disturbed by his fierce need for her, and had returned to the Underworld only to find that her thread was woven with his, that she was his fate, and even now, in the face of all this pain and anguish, he did not want it any other way. He sighed and rubbed a spot just over his heart that felt tense and knotted when his phone rang. When he saw the caller was Antony, he answered with dread in his stomach, because this likely had something to do with Persephone. "Yes?" Hades?" Antony asked. "Who else, Antony?" he asked, frustrated already. The Cyclops laughed nervously. Of course, my lord. I am sorry, my lord. It's just, I was on my way to pick up Persephone, you see, at the Pearl, where she insisted on going after work, and, she's gone." "Gone?" Hades repeated. "She just vanished. Zophie said she was there one moment and gone the next." "Fuck," Hades said under his breath. He hadn't considered that Zophie likely could not follow when Apollo chose to call on his bargain with Persephone. "Where is Zophie?" "She's with me." Hades was quiet for a long moment as he attempted to locate Persephone through her magic, but the connection was dead, which only added to his irritation. "What would you like us to do?" Antony asked. "It's likely you can do nothing," Hades said, though he would try to send Ilias's team to search for her. There were a number of clubs Apollo was known to frequent. "We're sorry, my lord," Antony said. He sighed, frustrated, and then managed, "How is Zophie?" Well, I think she expects to be murdered." "Tell her it isn't time yet," Hades replied, and hung up. He seethed for a moment, his frustration renewed, though he was less angry at Persephone than he was at the situation she'd put herself in. She was at the mercy of another god, and as much as he hated that, he knew she hated it more. Hades did ask Ilias to send a few of his men out to search the various clubs for Apollo, while he did his best to stay occupied, as he waited for Persephone's magic to flare to life once more. And when it did, he teleported, appearing in her room. He heard voices coming from the living room. Sibyl, Zophie, and Antony. "What did Apollo make you do?" he heard Sibyl ask, and he held his breath as she answered. "He wanted me to judge a karaoke contest," Persephone replied, "and he threw a fit when I did not choose him as the winner." Hades felt a sense of pride that she had refused to name Apollo as the winner, though anxiety quickly followed at the thought of what he'd do in retaliation. "Tell me you didn't, Persephone," Sibyl said, sounding shocked. "Apollo does not lose." "Well, he did tonight," she replied smugly. "He could not hold a candle to Marsyas. I doubt he will be eager to have me judge him again. He ended the night with a kick to the balls." A smile curled Hades' lips. She was definitely the opposite of loose. There was a beat of silence.
Any updates on Lexa?
Persephone asked. It was a question delivered with care and a little trepidation, as if she feared the answer, though she knew it would not be death.
She was still asleep when I visited,
Sybil answered. Another bout of silence followed, and there was an energy running through him that made him impatient to see her. He had no idea what kind of struggle she had faced when Apollo had snatched her to do his bidding, had no idea what sort of stress and anxiety she was feeling in the aftermath of Lexa's healing, but it did not sound good or pleasant.
I'm going to bed,
Persephone said after a while.
See you guys tomorrow.
She noticed him immediately upon entering her room and closed the door. She did not pause in surprise or hesitate to be alone with him.
How long have you been here?
She asked. Not long, he said. There was a pause as she threw her purse on the bed.
You know what happened?
I overheard, yes. She swallowed and asked in a quiet voice,
Are you angry?
Yes, but not with you. He took 2 steps forward, which brought him close enough to touch her. He placed his hands on her arms, swept them up to her shoulders, and then touched her face. Her skin was warm, and she smelled like vanilla and lavender, pleasant and sweet. He wanted to pull her close and bury his face in her hair. He wanted to kiss her and make love to her. He wanted to promise her things that were beyond this world. I couldn't sense you, he said, staring hard at her. He wanted to know how she did it, how she cut him off from her magic. I couldn't find you.
I'm here, Hades. I'm fine.
Her tone was hushed, and she stared up at him, placing her hands on his forearms. Fine. She was fine. That word rattled through his head wrong, and he released her, reaching to turn on the light. When he looked back at her, she was squinting. You will never know how difficult this is for me, he said. He wasn't even sure what he was talking about, if it was Lexa or Apollo, or just the distance he felt between them, a dark chasm that lay at their feet, though Persephone obviously thought she knew, because she had a reply.
I imagine as difficult as it's been for me to deal with Minthe and Luce, except that Apollo has never been my lover.
Hades glared. He did not like Apollo's name and the word lover spoken so close together, and if he could, he would take them from her mouth and spit them on the ground. You have not been to the Underworld. He tried not to make it sound like an accusation, but he could not help it. When she was angry, she seemed to avoid it altogether. She crossed her arms, as if she wanted to deflect his words.
I've been busy.
The souls miss you, Persephone. I miss you. Do not punish them because you are angry with me. She glared at him.
Don't lecture me, Hades. You have no idea what I've been dealing with.
Of course not, he said, surly. That would mean you'd have to talk to me.
You mean like you talk to me? She countered. I'm not the only one with communication problems, Hades.
He pressed his lips together and took a step away from her. I didn't come here to argue with you or lecture you. I came to see if you were okay.
Why come at all? Antony would have told you.
She'd have probably preferred that. He looked away from her, scowling. I had to, he said, and took a breath. I had to see you myself. She stepped toward him.
Hades, I
should go, he said. I'm late for a meeting. And while it was true, he knew he was really running from her. Hades teleported to the Grove, which, while he owned it, was operated by Ilias. He preferred anonymity and applied the same practice to his other restaurants scattered about, a couple of pubs and cafes, even a few street carts. If there was one thing Hades had learned in the time he had been alive, it was that people tended to talk more when drink and food were close at hand. It was a great way to gather intel on the various happenings across New Greece. He manifested beside Ilias, who stood in the shadows on the rooftop restaurant, observing operations. Staff buzzed about, carrying trays of drinks and food, and there was a low murmur that ebbed and flowed as people conversed and ate and moved dishes about. It was the only indication of how busy it truly was, since parties were hidden in pockets of lush flora. "Right on time," Ilias commented, glancing at Hades once and then nodding as a host led two familiar individuals to a table out of sight. One was Theseus, the other was Ariadne. "Shocking," Hades said, though his voice was monotone, and he was not so much surprised as he was disappointed. Now he wondered what the detective's objective had been when she had begged for his help. "They dated briefly," the satyr explained, "but it seems Theseus was more interested in Ariadne's sister, Phaedra." This was the first time Hades had heard that Ariadne had a sister, and if that were the case, why were they here at the Grove? "Thank you, Ilias," Hades said, before he called up his glamour to move unseen between gardens, lush alcoves, and canopied groves. He found the pair at a round table nestled in a recess of vines. "I am in need of a favor," Theseus was saying. "I'm sure we can come to some kind of agreement." He seemed to ignore her comment and continued. "I need you to help remove any suspicion your fellow detectives may have that I am involved with the impious." "Why?" Ariadne asked, her voice on edge. "Rumor has it they are about to become more vocal." She did not ask what that meant, but Hades thought he had an idea, and he didn't like it. The impious were mortals who did not worship the gods. It was more of a belief system than it was an institution, though some chose to organize under the banner of Triad. It was an organization that used to terrorize the public to prove that the gods were passive. But with Theseus at the helm, they pretended to put aside their aggressive tactics in favor of appearing peaceful, though if Hades had to guess by Theseus's ask, he'd found a new avenue to execute his violence, and he didn't want the connection known. "How can I possibly be responsible for what people think, Theseus?" "You can. I do it all the time." "Just like you've done with my sister?" The demigod did not flinch at her retort, though Hades was certain she meant it as an insult. "Since you brought it up, I'll remind you what's at stake." "You already owe me one visit with her, Theseus," she said, leaning across the table as she spoke through her teeth. "I helped you find the Graiai." "And they were useless," he said. "Like you?" she countered with her usual venom. Theseus glared. "I am not the one who consistently fails to deliver." "I deliver. You just don't like the results." "And you must not like seeing your sister." She sneered at him, but Hades noticed how Theseus stared at her, eyes set intently on her mouth. It was a predatory gaze, and after everything he had said to her tonight, it made Hades want to pluck his eyes from his head and shove them down his throat. "Put that mouth of yours to good use, and do as I say," said Theseus. A tense and hateful silence followed, and then Ariadne spoke. "If I do as you say, when can I see my sister?" "That depends entirely on you," he replied. Hades did not like whatever hold Theseus had over Ariadne's sister, or Ariadne for that matter. It was as if Theseus was holding her prisoner and only granting access to Phaedra when Ariadne performed like he wanted. Knowing the detective like he did, it was unlikely she'd see her sister again. Ariadne wasn't someone to be controlled. Now he wondered why she'd come to him about the missing women in New Greece. Had she thought her sister was among Dionysus' Maenads before she'd discovered otherwise? Hades frowned and returned to Ilias, who he found directing staff in the kitchen. He tried to ignore how the clamor of dishes and chatter ceased at his presence. "Theseus has Ariadne's sister," said Hades. "Find out why, and who she is." Ilias nodded, though he did not take his eyes off his task, which was rolling silverware into black napkins. "And keep an eye on them, especially Ariadne," Hades said, biting the inside of his lip as he thought about the detective. He worried for her, and feared the longer Theseus strung her along, the less he would need her. Knowing the demigod, he was already planning how to dispose of her. She knew too much, and wasn't someone he could charm, which meant he couldn't keep her around long-term. "Of course," said Ilias. "Hey, you can't go back there!" someone shouted, disrupting his debrief with the satyr. For a moment, he thought that perhaps Ariadne had somehow spotted him, but when he turned, he found Luce bursting through the kitchen doors. "Hades!" She said his name, but he couldn't tell if she was surprised or relieved at his presence. His lips flattened as he watched the pale nymph approach, wide-eyed and out of breath. "What do you want, Luce?" He was still angry with her about iniquity, not to mention he still believed she was working against him and Persephone. She began, and then hesitated.
"Will you take me home?"
Hades and Ilias exchanged a look before the god asked, "Why?"
I just feel afraid."
"You feel afraid," he repeated. Luce was a lot of things, but never afraid.
"When I was walking home from iniquity, I got the sense someone was following me,"
she said, and Hades frowned. Likely she wasn't wrong. Now and then, a few unsavory characters would linger outside iniquity and attempt to track various attendees to darkened alleys. Usually they were interested in obtaining an obol to get into the club.
"I stopped here because I thought Ilias might be able to help."
Her eyes shifted to the satyr. "I can take her home, Hades. It's nothing." "No," he said. He'd rather have the satyr here, watching Theseus and Ariadne. It was far easier for him to take Luce. Though he did not relish time spent with her, he would hate to discover that something had happened to her. "Keep watch," Hades reminded Ilias before ushering Luce out of the kitchen and into a waiting elevator. They did not speak as they took it to the first floor of the parking garage and exited onto the street. Hades looked about as he set off east down the road, and though he saw no one moving in the shadows, he did not trust that whoever had been following her had not walked on to head her off while she was in the restaurant.
"Hades, wait!"
Luce called, and in the next moment, he felt her hand reach for his. Her touch slithered through him, and he jerked his hand away. "Don't touch me," he said.
"Sorry, I was just trying to keep up."
Hades said nothing but slowed his pace, which allowed her to walk beside him, the steady tap of her heels grinding on his nerves.
"I hope you have forgiven Persephone for attending iniquity."
"There was nothing to forgive," he replied.
"Then, have you forgiven me?"
Hades did not respond, because the answer was no. Luce scoffed.
"Where is this understanding for me? Where was it when we were together?"
Hades cringed. "I have no interest in reflecting on my past with you, Luce."
"You've changed for her."
"You only think that because you were gone so long," Hades replied. "You know nothing about me. Not anymore."
I'm not saying that because I'm angry," she said. "I'm saying that because I like Persephone. Despite what you think, I do not wish her harm."
"Perhaps if you'd admit that Demeter gave you life, I'd be more willing to believe that."
"If you want answers, you'd have to do more to protect me, Hades," she replied.
Those words gave him pause, and he wondered what she meant, or rather, what she feared. They said nothing else until they had made it to Luce's apartment. She unlocked the door and stepped inside. "If protecting Persephone meant protecting you, I'd do whatever it took," Hades said.
"You can start by giving me a new job," she said, and then offered a small, sad smile. "I've already said too much."
Then the nymph slammed her door in his face. Before Hades returned to the Underworld, he stopped by Persephone's room, where he intended to tell her about his night, namely that he had seen Luce home. However, when he manifested, he found her asleep, and given that earlier she had been so tired, he did not wish to wake her, so he smoothed his hand through her hair, inhaling her sweet scent before pressing a kiss to her forehead. "I love you," he whispered, and vanished. Chapter 23. A Game of Pride. "You're really going to hate this," Ilias said, and dropped a copy of the Delphi Divine in front of him as he sat at the Nevernight bar the next morning. Before the words were out of his mouth, Hades already felt a heaviness in his throat and stomach. Somehow, he knew what was coming. The headline read, "Hades steps out with mysterious woman." Below that was a picture, snapped at the precise moment Luce had reached for his hand. It was as if someone had been waiting to take it, and in that frozen second, it appeared that he had been holding her hand, dragging her hurriedly down the shadowed street. There was a lot someone could infer from it, but all he cared about was that Persephone knew the truth. As he stared at the photo, he studied Luce's face, who had schooled her features into a placid mask, the opposite of how she had looked when they had faced each other. "I'll help you when you admit that Demeter gave you life." Well, if this wasn't fucking proof. She had set him up. A sharp black spire shot from the tip of his finger, and he used it to shred Luce's face before rising to his feet. "I'll be back," he told Ilias, before vanishing. He manifested on the 60th floor of the Acropolis, at the center of New Athens news. There was a young blonde at the front desk who gasped and stood. As he walked past her, she started to speak. "Can I?" "No," Hades growled, having already found the object of his visit, Persephone, who rose to standing, dressed in black. She was beautiful and striking, and her anger and pain hit him with a force that nearly stole his breath. He swallowed down the dread crawling up his throat, and continued toward her. "You need to leave," she whispered furiously, though it was so quiet on the floor that her words carried. "We need to talk." She leaned forward just an inch, eyes alight, determined in her refusal to hear his explanation. Clearly, she'd already decided what to believe, and there was a sharp pain in his chest that made his heartbeat feel slow and sluggish. "No!" The word was harsh and definite. His features hardened. "So you believe it then, the article?" "I thought you had a meeting," she threw back at him, and it was the first time he heard the hurt leak into her voice. "I did." It was frustrating that she didn't believe anything he had said. "And you conveniently left out the fact that it was with Luce?" "It wasn't with Luce, Persephone." She looked away, clenching her jaw. "I don't want to hear this right now. You need to leave." She came around her desk and walked past him toward the elevator. He turned to follow. "When are we going to talk about this?" he asked. "What is there to talk about?" she asked, jamming the button for the elevator. "I have asked you to be honest with me about when you are with Luce. You weren't." "I came to you immediately after I saw Luce home, but I didn't feel good about waking you. When I saw you yesterday, you looked exhausted." She whirled to face him. "I am exhausted, Hades. I'm tired of you and sick of your excuses." That was a lie. Well, part of it was, anyway. She wasn't tired of him. "Leave!" She pointed to the open doors of the elevator, but if she thought he would go without discussing this, she was wrong. He drew his arm around her waist and hauled her into the elevator with him, choosing a floor at random just so the doors would close. Once they were alone, he sealed the lift with magic. It wouldn't move, and it wouldn't open for anyone. Hades placed Persephone on her feet, his hands on her waist, and he leaned into her, bracing one hand on the wall. "Let me go, Hades. You're embarrassing me," she said. Hades felt a twinge in his chest at the sound of her tired and defeated voice. Her hands were on his chest, as if she wanted to push him away, but she didn't. "Why did you have to do this now?" "Because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. I'm not fucking Luce." She paled at his words and shoved against him. "There are other ways to cheat, Hades." "I'm not doing any of them." And a horrible sickness twisted through him, knowing that she thought he had. Though it seemed after hearing those words, she'd lost her energy to fight. She stood between him and the wall, her arms at her sides, staring at his chest. "Persephone." He closed his eyes against her name. "Persephone, please." "Let me go, Hades," she said quietly. He wanted to touch her, to lift her face so he could look into her eyes, so he could beg her not to think what she was thinking. But he realized she was not ready to hear anything right now. and while he hadn't wanted to give her time to think, to agonize, to wonder what had really happened, this wasn't how he'd wanted to have this conversation. Not through force. If you won't listen now, will you let me explain later?
I don't know,
she whispered. Please, Persephone, give me the chance to explain.
I'll let you know,
she said, her voice thick with tears. Persephone. He moved to brush her cheek, but she turned away. There was a strangeness to this pain between them, and it went deeper than loose. His heart felt very broken, a shattered thing that moved about in his chest, puncturing whatever it came into contact with. After a moment, he stepped back, giving her space. She wouldn't look at him, keeping her burning, glistening gaze on the elevator wall. Still, he studied her profile, the turn of her nose and the pout of her mouth, and the way her hair curled around her ears and neck, like tendrils of his shadowy magic cupping her face. He memorized her as if this was the last time he'd see her, and without another word, he left. Hades found himself on the island of Lemnos, knocking on Aphrodite's front door. He hated what he was about to do, but Hecate had asked him over and over what he was going to do, and while Aphrodite never seemed to be able to handle her relationship with Hephaestus, she was still the goddess of love, and it was likely she could offer some insight, or at least tell him what to avoid. He peered through the glass door of her home, looking for any sign of Aphrodite or Lucy, the animatronic maid Hephaestus had made, who was far more lifelike than necessary in his opinion. But the hallway was empty. He knocked again, and sighed. I know you're here, he growled. A loud yawn broke from behind him, and he turned to find Aphrodite stretching. She was dressed in peach, and her golden hair fell in waves down her back.
What is it, Hades? She asked. I am tired.
Now that he faced her, he suddenly felt very stupid and wanted to leave. This was a mistake, he said. Sorry. He started to leave when Aphrodite's presence flashed as she teleported closer to prevent him from going.
Did you just apologize, Hades?
She asked. He did not speak, and a smile curved her lips.
Something must be wrong, she said. Come.
She led him down a walkway that ran parallel to her home and opened to a patio that overlooked the ocean. He had seen the water in all forms throughout his visits to this island, deep blue and green, golden and orange. But today it churned beneath the bright sun, making it gleam like millions of diamonds. It almost hurt to look at. Aphrodite made her way to a lounge where it was clear she had been resting before Hades interrupted her. A book lay face down on a table beside a large hat and some kind of pink drink.
I would tell you to sit, she said, but I doubt you will be comfortable enough.
She was right. Instead, he remained on his feet, hands in his pockets, standing on the line where the shadow met the light, and stared off at the horizon, squinting against the bright day.
I know you have not come all the way to Lemnos for the view, Aphrodite said. Tell me why you are here, so that we might both get back to our day.
While her words were dismissive, Hades knew she was far too intrigued by his visit to be too impatient. As if your schedule was packed, Hades countered.
If you are going to beg for my help, you could at least respect my time.
I have not come to beg.
Perhaps not, she said, but if you keep delaying, you will be on your knees before you leave my sight.
Hades ground his teeth and finally relented. I fucked up, he said, and he held his breath as he added, I need advice. Aphrodite's eyes gleamed, amused, but as he began to tell her what had transpired between him and Persephone, the goddess's desperate wish to save her best friend, the bargain with Apollo, the aftermath of their anger and pain, that warm glow in her eyes dimmed. Aphrodite knew the pain of loss, and she understood it from the perspective of love, all love, not just romantic, because love did not end when life did. It carried on in the absence of it. I cannot even begin to decide how to make amends. She was right. I could have supported her more, prepared her for Lexa's decision and Thanatos' eventual reaping. But I didn't. I treated her situation like every other mortal, thinking it was no different. But it was different because it was Persephone. He dragged his fingers through his hair, frustrated, and it fell from its tie around his face.
Have you told her that you are sorry?
He met her gaze. I tried. She didn't want to hear from me. He paused. I want to do something.
Sometimes grand gestures are not as important as words, Hades.
Aphrodite replied. Hades frowned. He couldn't deny that he was disappointed in her response. Odd that you would give such advice when you cannot even bring yourself to talk to Hephaestus. Aphrodite's mouth hardened, and then her eyes flashed. It was the only warning he had before a hard hit sent him to his knees. He looked up to find that the goddess of love stood inches from him holding a gold rod that was taller than she was. It was the weapon she'd used to knock him off his feet, and now she pointed the sharpened end at his face.
You don't have to like what I say, Aphrodite said, but you must respect me.
Hades nodded once. Fair. I'm sorry. It was the second time he had apologized to her today. He was definitely not in his right mind. She stared at him, as if assessing whether he meant what he said, and after a moment, she nodded, righting her spear. Slowly, Hades got to his feet. After a moment, he spoke, still uncertain that words were enough to convince Persephone that he was sorry. I just cannot imagine that she wants to hear from me. He had no reason to believe otherwise, given their earlier encounter and how it had backfired.
Perhaps she just needs time, Aphrodite said. I will not pretend to know her mind or answer for her. Plan something grand and beautiful, but remember that the only way forward is to ask her what she wants.
Hades nodded, and then, after a moment, he met her gaze. Any chance I can convince you to never bring this up again?
Never,
she replied with a wicked smile. Through the day, Hades returned to his conversation with Persephone and Aphrodite's words. The two were in such conflict he did not know what to do, but he hoped that at some point Persephone would let him explain what had happened with Luce. Hades was still deciding what to do about the troublesome nymph. He couldn't exactly get rid of her. He knew, despite Persephone's hurt over the article in the Delphi Divine, that she would not approve of him sending Luce away, and as much as he believed she was working with Demeter, it likely meant that she felt she had no choice in the matter, even with Hades' offer of protection. Essentially, Luce was caught between two gods who could do very brutal things if she disobeyed, and while he considered confronting Demeter about the situation, he knew he'd only make things worse. Not to mention he had other, more pressing matters to attend to, among them ensuring that their plans did not actually succeed in tearing him and Persephone apart. He'd begun to map out an idea for how he might proceed, when Hermes appeared in his office, dressed in all white. His shirt was halfway unbuttoned, and he looked very flushed. Hades raised a brow at the god, and was about to comment on his attire when he spoke instead. "We need you," he said. Hades' brows slammed down over his eyes, and Hermes' next two words had him out of his seat. "It's Persephone." He did not need to say anything more, and they were teleporting, appearing before a curtained lounge with white couches. The air was thick with a suffocating white smoke that flashed bright with colors as music roared around them. Hades knew this club. It was the Seven Muses, and it was owned by Apollo, who sat on one of the couches, looking bored, while Persephone lay on the one opposite at an odd angle, as if she'd collapsed there. Her eyes were closed, and she wore nothing but mesh and gold leaves. While he liked the dress, he would have preferred being the sole person to have seen her in it. She needed a goddamned blanket, but the best he could do now was call up his glamour to conceal the booth. Hades ground his teeth. This had to be part of her fucking bargain with Apollo. "What happened?" he demanded. "What does it look like?" Apollo asked. She drank too much. Hades glared at the god, who was perfectly sober. Persephone had not had years to build up a tolerance to alcohol like the rest of them. She could still get drunk, though, unlike mortals, her body could recover far faster.
I tried to get her to leave after she threw up the first time, said Sophie, but she refused.
As he stared down at Persephone, she opened her eyes. She did not seem to realize where she was, and her brows furrowed.
There you are, Sephi,
Hermes said, sitting near her head. You had us worried. She kept staring at him, and Hades wasn't sure she heard the god at all. Finally, she glanced up at him and asked,
Why did you call him? He hates me.
Hates me? Hades' whole body recoiled at those words. When had he given the impression that he hated her? He'd gone to her work hours ago to beg her to hear him out about the loose situation. He took a breath, reminding himself that she was, in fact, incapacitated at the moment, though the words still ate at him. Instead of denying her statement, Hermes said, Blame Sophie. Hades gazed at the god questioningly, but if he had to guess, since Sophie was the Aegis, she'd insisted that Hermes get help. He felt a bit of relief that the Amazon had accompanied them. Likely, Persephone would have continued to lie here under the scrutiny of the club otherwise. He lowered to his knee beside her. Can you stand? I'd rather not carry you out of this place. Once more, she frowned. A touch of hurt bled into her eyes before anger pushed her into a seated position. He tried to hand her a glass of water Sophie had pushed into his hands, but she refused it, mouth tight.
If you don't want to be seen with me, why don't you teleport?
Obviously, she had forgotten how jarring teleportation could be. If I teleport, you might throw up. I've been told you've already done that once tonight. Hades got to his feet as she rose and swayed. He caught her around the waist. For a moment, she sunk into him, and he welcomed the way she let her head rest on his chest. But when his arm tightened around her, she pushed against him. A wave of frustration made Hades feel heated. He wasn't doing a very good job of schooling his features either. He felt the coldness of his gaze in his core.
Let's go,
she said, and turned from him, holding her head high as she made a path out of the club. Hades cast a spiteful glance at Apollo, Hermes, and Sophie before following her. Antony waited, opening the door as soon as he saw them emerge from the club, and despite their obvious dark moods, he smiled.
My lady.
Antony, she said with a crisp nod, which was far from her usually warm reception of anyone who wasn't Hades at this point. He watched as she bent and crawled into the back of the Lexus on her hands and knees. Thank fuck he had continued to cloak them in glamour so that the world hadn't seen her ass. Once the door was closed, they were locked inside with their anger, a tension that built and made him feel electric. Usually he'd work through this physically, but there was a long list of reasons he couldn't do that this time, among them that Persephone was not sober. It didn't stop him from fantasizing, though, which was both satisfying and torturous. He considered what he would do first, which likely would be pressing his mouth to hers and drawing her thighs apart. He would slide his fingers along her core, then sink into her silken heat. They would both moan because of how long it had been since they had become lost in each other. And after she was spent by his hand, he would draw her into his lap, take out his cock, and help her ride him until he came inside her so hard she could taste it in the back of her throat. And even in that aftermath, he would lay her down and put his mouth on her clit and revel in how she tasted like him. He shifted in his seat, his cock hard with these thoughts. There was a certain relief that came when they arrived at Nevernight, knowing he would soon be out of this suffocating cabin where their emotions were too high and too heavy. Persephone must have thought the same thing, because she was out the door before Antony could open it. Hades followed as quickly as he could, but not before she fell on the hard cement sidewalk.
My lady.
I'm fine, she said, as the Cyclops offered a hand to help her to her feet, though as she shifted to sit, they both saw what a mess her knee was. It was more than a scratch. The skin was broken, and blood welled in large bubbles, sliding down her leg. She stared at it and frowned, then looked up at them.
It's okay. I don't even feel it.
She tried to stand twice, during which Antony moved behind her just in case she started to fall. When it was clear that she wasn't going to get up on her own, she took a breath.
You know, I think I'll just sit here for a little while.
This was getting ridiculous. Hades realized she didn't really want his touch, but he wasn't going to wait outside while she sobered up, especially while she was bleeding. So he gathered her into his arms and carried her into Nevernight, nodding to Makonnen, who had come outside to hold the door open for them. He took her downstairs into the empty club, having closed nearly 3 hours ago. Persephone had definitely been out later than usual. He headed behind the bar and sat her down before lifting her onto the counter. Then he reached for a glass and filled it with water.
What are you doing?
He pushed the glass into her hands. Drink. To his relief, she obeyed, which left him to focus on cleaning her knee. He felt far less frantic about this wound. It was nothing like witnessing her body perforated by thorns. Still, that thought did not help him here, because it reminded him of how much danger she was in, even from herself. He removed his jacket and filled another glass with water to use on her injury. He would have used his magic to heal her, but it had to be clean first. So he set to work, folding a cloth to go under her leg before cleaning away the grime. Once he was finished and the area dry, he healed it. There was a strange relief that came with seeing her whole.
Thank you,
she whispered. He had not heard those words in a long time. He took a step back until he could lean against the opposite counter, drawing his arms over his chest. He stared at her in her leaves and her lace. She was beyond stunning, and as much as he liked the outfit, there was a part of him that wanted to rage that so many had witnessed her in it before him. Are you punishing me? She frowned.
What?
This, he said, the clothes, Apollo, the drinking. She looked down at the dress and then back up at him.
You don't like my clothes?
That is not what I said, he thought, as he stared at her. Then he noted the defiant set to her mouth as she pushed off the counter and reached for the hem of her dress. Hades stiffened. Everywhere. What are you doing?
Taking off the dress,
she said. I can see that, he said, eyes narrowing, though he tried not to smile. Why?
Because you don't like it.
I didn't say I didn't like it. His voice lowered. But he wasn't going to stop her, and once she stood naked in front of him, his eyes made the climb from the apex of her thighs, where curls darkened her center, up to her stomach, to her breasts, which hung heavy and round. His mouth watered, and he swallowed hard. Why weren't you wearing anything under that dress? He asked, because as fucking hot as he found it, he couldn't help remembering where she'd been before she was here.
I couldn't. Didn't you see it?
Oh, he'd seen it. I'm going to murder Apollo, he muttered. She looked confused.
Why?
For fun. She laughed, her eyes glittering.
You're jealous.
Don't push me, Persephone. He really would murder Apollo, and he hadn't wanted to because his existence was far more cruel than a life in the underworld. He turned and plucked a bottle of whiskey from the bar, pulled off the cap, and took a long drink.
It wasn't like Apollo knew, she said. Hermes was the one who suggested it.
Hades' fingers curled around the bottle so tight it shattered, and suddenly the floor was covered in glass and whiskey. Motherfucker! Hades was well aware of Hermes' sexual preferences, which, while not limited, likely did not include Persephone. Still, he did not like the liberties the god took. Best friend, my ass.
Are you okay?
Persephone asked. His gaze shifted to hers as he answered. Forgive me if I am a little on edge. I have been forced into celibacy. She rolled her eyes, and he ground his teeth.
No one ever said you couldn't fuck me.
Careful, goddess. You don't know what you're asking.
I think I know what I'm asking for, Hades. It's not like we've never had sex.
He could fuck her. He would, too. Hard, fast, unapologetic. He'd turn her to face the counter and enter her from behind so he could control her. He'd shove his fingers into her hair and use it to move her body. He'd bend her to his will until he came. It would not be about her. It would be about him and his aggression. And that was not what he wanted, as much as he did want her. "Are you wet for me?" he asked. His voice was low, and despite the shiver that visibly shook her body, she tilted her head in challenge.
"Why don't you come and find out?"
He took deep breaths until even those were only filled with the scent of her magic and arousal. He moved to holding his breath and clutching the counter behind him. This night was a fucking challenge. Why did she have to be aroused now? Why didn't she reject him now?
"Why didn't you let Apollo see Hyacinth after his death?"
Fucking fates. You really know how to kill a boner, darling. I'll give you that. He chose a second bottle from the display behind him, and by the time he turned around, she had put on his jacket. As much as he liked seeing her completely naked, and in heels, there was something about also seeing her draped in his clothing, too big for her small frame. It almost possessed her, much like he wished to do now.
"He said he blamed you for his death."
Even gods misplace their anger over deaths. He couldn't count the number of times one of the Olympians had blamed him for the death of a hero, a lover, an enemy they had not finished torturing. He did, much like you blamed me for Lex's accident. Saying that probably made him an asshole, but it was the truth, and she knew it, despite what she said next.
"I never said I blamed you."
You blamed me because I couldn't help. Apollo did the same. He expected her to argue, but instead she took a breath.
"I'm not trying to fight with you. I just want to know your side."
He took a drink from the bottle before explaining the truth behind his feud with Apollo. It went far beyond Luce, who, in the end, was really just a victim. She'd been caught in the middle of a divine feud, much as she was now. Hades grimaced at how life never really changed. Apollo didn't ask to see his lover, he said, realizing in this moment how hard it was to actually speak these words, to dig them up from a past that had been buried so deep, one that he'd wanted to forget but had been forced to face. He asked to die. Hades remembered the day well. Apollo had stood at the Lerna Lake entrance to the Underworld, screaming his name, and when Hades obliged to meet him, he demanded that Hades take his life. Of course, it was a request I could not, would not, grant. At the time, Hades had believed that Apollo wasn't fit to make any decisions, that he would regret the sacrifice he'd made to die. But now he wasn't so sure.
"I don't understand. Apollo knows he cannot die. He is immortal. Even if you were to wound him."
He wished to be thrown into Tartarus, to be torn to pieces by the Titans. It is the only way to kill a god. Or at least it should be, his thoughts turning to the Graiai. Someone had managed to kill them without the might of gods. A strange feeling twisted in his gut as he pushed that aside, focusing on Persephone. He was outraged, of course, and took his revenge in the only way he knew. He slept with Luce. Persephone's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in shock.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
I tend to want to forget that part of my life, Persephone, though it seemed to not want to forget him.
"But I wouldn't have—"
You already broke a promise you made. I doubt my story of betrayal would have prevented you from seeking Apollo's help. His words hurt her. He could tell by how she seemed to fold in on herself, and a surge of guilt made his entire body feel weak. Perhaps his honesty would have influenced her behavior differently, but he had not given her the chance. He set the bottle aside and pushed away from the bar. You are probably tired. I can take you to the Underworld, or Antony will see you home. He gave her two options, not knowing where she'd like to go, but instead she asked him,
"What do you want?"
You, of course, he thought. and yet found himself putting the choice to her. It is not my decision to make. When she averted her eyes, he knew he'd made a mistake. But since you asked, he added, and she looked at him, I always want you with me, even when I'm angry. There was a little less sadness to her expression.
Then I'll come with you.
He approached, crunching the broken glass beneath his feet as he drew her body against his. Despite their proximity, there was still so much distance between them. He would take this for now, though, her closeness and her presence in his bed. At least for this night, she would be home. Chapter 24. Answers. Hades should have guessed he would not sleep, though he did rest, which was easy, given that for the first night in what felt like forever, Persephone lay beside him. Eventually he rose, though reluctant, and left their room. In the halls, he passed staff carrying bundles of flowers and leafy garlands, and the smell of savory foods permeated the air. He followed the activity, finding Hecate in the ballroom, giving instruction on the placement of banquet tables and flowers. What's going on? He asked. Tonight is the solstice celebration, she said. Right. He had forgotten. Usually these festivities were relegated to the Asphodel Valley, but Persephone had insisted on moving more of them to the palace, and it had begun with the Ascension Ball. Will you join us? Hecate inquired. I'll try, he said. Persephone will want you here. Hades was not so certain, but he would actually make an effort. He left Hecate to her work and wandered to the stables, where he released Orpheus, Aethon, Nyctius, and Alastor from their pens. He followed them out into the field, and at the last minute mounted Alastor, riding fast across the Underworld. He had no particular destination in mind, but it had been a long time since he had just existed somewhere, without expectation, and that was what he wanted to do right now. Alastor galloped hard and fast until he came to the edge of the Underworld, where a steep cliff met the gray Alionia Ocean. Hades considered jumping into its cold depths, if only to feel cleansed of the chaos that had riddled his body over the last few weeks. As enticing as the thought was, he remained seated, and, soon after, turned Alastor away. It was on their way back toward the palace that he dismounted, allowing the horse to run free across his realm, though he was not alone long before Hermes appeared. Hades did not speak, finding that he was still irritated about last night. In particular, he was not happy that the god of mischief had chosen Persephone's dress. I came to say, I'm sorry, Hermes said. Still, Hades did not speak, nor did he stop, continuing toward the palace. Don't do this, Hades. Hermes followed on his heels. The dress was for your benefit, and you know it. He hated that the god knew what he was so angry about. My benefit, Hades countered. How so, when I was the last person to see her in it? Well, that's the purpose, isn't it? Do you really think I don't want to fuck Persephone? He spat, whirling to face him. It wasn't even the dress that made him so angry. It was the reason behind it. It was meant to make him jealous. It was meant to make him yearn. There's more between us than sex, and if you must know, everything outside that is the problem at this moment. Hermes dropped his gaze. Look, Hades, I didn't mean to make things worse. At the end of the day, I just wanted to help. And yeah, the dress was meant to send a message, but I thought it might help you see what's most important. And what is that? The woman in the dress, you idiot. I know that, you fucking imbecile. You didn't have to put her in fucking mesh for me to get the message. And what if that's what she wanted? Hermes asked. Hades just stared. Stop being toxic about the things that don't matter. You'll miss out on what's really important, which is that she loves you. Hermes shook his head and continued. A lot of us love you, and you don't make it easy, especially when you're like this. Like what? This, he said, gesturing toward him. Broody. I am not broody, Hades replied, crossing his arms over his chest. You are, and sometimes it's hot, But right now, it's just pathetic. Take that back. I'll take it back, Hermes said, but only when you accept that you deserve more than loneliness. Hades was still frustrated by Hermes' words hours later when he was summoned to Nevernight by Ilias, who informed him that a detective had arrived to speak with him. At first he had assumed it was Ariadne, but he soon discovered that was not the case when he found a man in his office. He was short, stout, and balding, and he stood with his hands resting on a thick belt that holstered his gun, extra rounds, a taser, and handcuffs, and still managed to hold a folder clasped between his fingers. "Lord Hades," he said, "thank you for meeting with me." "What can I do for you?" Hades asked, glancing at Ilias, who lingered near the doors. "I am Captain Barros. I believe one of my detectives has been to visit you recently." "Enlighten me," Hades said, not wanting to out Ariadne, as he had suspected she'd come to him without this man's knowledge. "I see a lot of people." The detective frowned and then reached into the folder, pulling out an official portrait of Ariadne in her uniform. "Detective Ariadne Alexiou. She's gone missing." Once more, Hades glanced at Ilias, whose expression had become tense. They were both thinking the same thing. Had Theseus decided to dispose of the detective already? "That is very unfortunate," Hades said, not wishing to admit that he knew the woman at all. There was something about this that did not sit right with him, and it had nothing to do with the fact that Ariadne was gone. "Why come to me?" "It's just a hunch I have," said the captain. "See, she's been investigating these disappearances across New Athens, and shortly before she went missing, she asked if she could go to the gods for help. Specifically, she wanted your help." The last sentence was delivered like an accusation. Hades did not like it. "I am very aware of the Hellenic police department's disdain for the gods," Hades said, "so it seems unlikely you would approve such an endeavor." "I didn't," the captain replied mildly. "Then what would lead you to believe your detective came to me?" "Ariadne is difficult." "Difficult or determined?" "Ignoring orders doesn't make anyone look good, Lord Hades." "It certainly doesn't make you look good," Hades said. "It makes you look like you don't have control of your people. Is that why you are really here, Captain?" The man glared. "I'm here because I'd like to locate my detective, and happen to know that she did, in fact, come to you against my orders. What do you have to say to that?" "Are you accusing me of lying, Captain?" Hades asked, and before the officer could respond, he continued, "Be very careful with how you respond, as I happen to know some truths about you, and I have no fear in disclosing them." The detective continued glaring, and after a moment, picked up the photo of Ariadne. "I'll leave my card." "Don't bother," Hades said. "I know where to find you." The captain said nothing, but left stiffly, as if he could feel Hades' gaze on his back as he went. Once they were alone, Hades looked to Ilias. "I thought I said to watch her," Hades said. "We have," the satyr replied, defensive. "This wasn't Theseus." If not Theseus, then who? There was only one other person interested enough in the detective to be responsible for her disappearance. Dionysus. Hades had a theory that Dionysus had discovered Ariadne's association with Theseus, likely because he'd had his Maenad stalking her since her unwanted visit to Bacchaia. He decided not to waste time arriving the mortal way, and chose to teleport instead, appearing in Dionysus' darkened office at his club. "How discourteous," the god said when Hades appeared. "Do you have Ariadne?" Hades asked. "As if anyone could control that wicked, mouthy—" "I did not ask for a list of traits you admire about her." Hades cut him off. "Do you have her?" Dionysus glared. "She's mine to punish, not yours." "She doesn't deserve your punishment," Hades said. "She betrayed me," he said. "You cannot blame her for the deaths of the Graiai. I doubt it was her who held the knife, but she can tell us who did." "I am not a child, Hades," Dionysus said through clenched teeth. "I know her value." That coming from someone who won't choose a side. The god of the vine glared. "I'm letting you in, aren't I?" he countered. "Is that choosing a side?" Hades lifted his head. "It's a start." Dionysus pushed past Hades. "Come." They left the office for the elevator on the way to the basement. "No dungeon?" Hades inquired, glancing at the god, who seemed more on edge. "No," he said, with none of his usual sarcasm. Hades raised a brow, but said nothing. Once in the basement, Hades was surprised to find Ariadne in the common area among the Maenads, though she kept her distance, sitting in a large chair farthest from everyone in the room, reading. He'd expected her to be locked up in one of the dorms, though he recognized that was probably not wise, considering the Graiai had easily been taken from there. At least if she were in a crowd, there would be witnesses to a potential abduction. Ariadne looked up as they approached, and stiffened. "What do you want?" she snapped. Hades rolled his eyes. "I see you haven't lost any of that venom." She offered a malicious smile. "It doesn't seem to deter you." "Not when you happen to have answers to my questions," said Hades. "I'm not sure what you think I can give you," she said. "Don't you?" The Graiai. There was a long pause, as Ariadne stared at the two gods. Her eyes began to water. "I hate you," she said between her teeth. "You think he won't know that you've taken me? You think he won't guess what you want?" "I told you I would protect you," Dionysus clipped. "And what about my sister?" she yelled, her voice raw and pained. Hades watched Dionysus look away, jaw clenched. Clearly, there had already been some discussion around what kind of information she was willing to offer. "Where is your sister?" Hades asked. He realized he still did not know why Theseus seemed to have her. "Her sister is married to Theseus," said Dionysus, speaking for her, "and he uses her to manipulate Ariadne." That explained why she seemed to have to earn the right to see her. "What she doesn't seem to realize is that there's nothing we can do for her," Dionysus said. "You can't," Ariadne said. "But I can, and the only way to ensure that is to not tell you a fucking thing." "Do you really think Theseus will grant you access to his wife?" "Don't call her that," she said between her teeth. "Tell me," said Dionysus, "how long has it been since you've seen her?" When Ariadne did not respond, he asked again, and this time she screamed. 3 years! 3 years, you bastard! She seethed. And now, because of you, I will never see her again. There was silence in the aftermath of Ariadne's outburst, though Hades did not blame her. He could feel the love she had for her sister. It shook her body and broke her voice, and he wanted to do everything in his power to ensure she saw her again. "Perhaps you should have thought about that before you came here with the intention of locating the Graiai," Dionysus said, because he did not know when to shut up. "I didn't," she seethed. "I came here hoping you might help me rescue my sister. But when I discovered how difficult you were, I decided it was easier to just go along with Theseus's instruction." Hades looked between the two, and after a moment he knelt. "Look, Ariadne," Hades said, "we can get your sister back, but I have to ask, does she want to be saved?" "She doesn't know what she wants anymore," she replied, and she took a shuddering breath. "That's not what I asked," Hades said. "He abuses her," she countered. "Ariadne," Hades said, his voice quiet, and truly, his heart broke for her. "You know you cannot rescue people who do not want to be saved." She buried her face in her hands as a few deep sobs racked her body. After a moment, she looked up and took a breath. "You will help me get her back no matter what she wants," said Ariadne, "and I'll give you the information you need." Hades looked up at Dionysus, who stood aside, mouth set hard. He did not wait for the god to agree before he said, "Deal." It took Ariadne a few minutes to begin, but when she did, everything fell into place.
Theseus already knew where you were keeping the Graiai. It was just a matter of distracting you long enough so Hera could retrieve the sisters.
Dionysus' mood darkened at the mention of Hera, and Hades knew why. The goddess of women had been the bane of his existence in antiquity. She'd struck him with madness, made him travel the world endlessly and listlessly. She was also responsible for killing his mother, Semele. "So the woman in the bathroom," Dionysus asked, "was she a setup?"
No, I would have never... She paused and huffed. I know what you must think of me, but Theseus does not control every part of my life. I came here with my own motivations.
"Because you thought I was trafficking women," Dionysus replied sourly.
I came because I thought you might be able to help me, she snapped, her words silencing Dionysus, who stood, stunned. Then Ariadne added in a quiet voice, He doesn't know about Medusa, and I did not tell him. I couldn't bear the thought of putting another woman in danger.
Hades had to admit that piece of information was a relief, and likely an advantage they had over the demigod.
When they came without the eye, he was angry, but he kept them alive for a time, and he only decided to kill them when he thought that you might be able to rescue them, she said, looking at Hades. Hera gave him access to Hydra venom, and he thought killing the Graiai was a way to test how much he needed to murder the divine. Of course, Theseus didn't actually make the kill. He sent his soldiers to do.
Who are his soldiers?
Other demigods, mostly, she replied. There are mortals, too, but he only finds them useful when he wants the public to think the impious are acting alone.
Other demigods, Hades thought. There were a number scattered about New Greece, and he had no doubt that most carried a lot of resentment toward their divine parents.
He wants to overthrow the Olympians, she said, even the ones who side with him now.
Do you know his next move? Dionysus asked. If he intended the Graiai to be a weapon, and they turned into his victims, what's next? He needs more weapons and new targets.
Ariadne shook her head, and Hades frowned deeply. While he was not surprised by what she had shared, it brought on an immense amount of dread. Perhaps the worst part was that he would have to tell Zeus, though the only good thing that might come out of that was leverage against Hera, who still thought she held power over Hades with her labors. She was about to discover quite the opposite. Dionysus looked toward Hades. I'll send Maenads to scout. Maybe they can discover his next move. He looked at Ariadne. And start planning an escape for Phaedra. I thought you didn't take sides, Hades replied. Yeah, well, fuck anyone who sides with Hera, Dionysus said. Chapter 25. The Forest of Despair. It was late when Hades returned to the Underworld to find Persephone waiting up for him. She turned to face him as he entered their room, dressed in a full-length gown. It was black and gold, and the sleeves were long but split, so she looked as if she wore a cloak that touched the ground. On her head was a crown with jagged edges. It was black in color and encrusted with diamonds and pearls. It complemented his own, and he knew that it had been done purposefully, likely by Hecate. She took his breath away, though she gazed at him unhappily, looking like a queen. His queen. I did not think you would be awake, he said. He had expected her to be asleep, exhausted after celebrating with the souls. Instead, she looked bright-eyed, almost lustful, and there was an excitement that curled in the bottom of his stomach. Where were you? She asked. I had a few things to take care of, he explained. Explaining what had happened with Dionysus and Ariadne needed too much context. It also opened up a whole new part of his world that, while he'd eventually be glad to share, was too uncertain. Luckily, she did not seem interested in pursuing his whereabouts. Were these things more important than your realm? You are angry that I was not at your party. He frowned, in part because she knew why he did not often attend celebrations. He made people uncomfortable, as much as she believed otherwise. Yes, I am angry, she said. You should have been there. The dead celebrate everything, Persephone. I won't miss the next one. If that is your view, I'd rather you not come at all, she snapped. His brows lowered. Obviously, she was searching for an answer he could not give. Then what do you want from me? I don't fucking care how much they celebrate. What's important to them should be important to you. What's important to me should be important to you. Persephone, don't, she snapped, and he pressed his lips together, repressing the surge of frustration that erupted at her command. I understand you don't know what I don't tell you, but I expect you to be aware of what I am planning and show interest, not only for me, but for your people. You never once asked about the solstice celebration, not even after I asked you for permission to host it in the courtyard. He stared at her in silence for a long moment. It was true he hadn't taken it seriously. Even after Hecate's reminder, he had dismissed the importance of attending, and for that, he felt ashamed. I'm sorry, he said at last. You aren't. You are only saying that to appease me, and I hate it. Is this why you want a queen? So you don't have to attend these events? No, I wanted you, and because of that, I wish to make you my queen. There are no ulterior motives. Did he respect her more because she loved his realm and his people? Yes, but those characteristics came from her compassion and her kindness, and that was why he loved her. After a moment, she took a breath and closed her eyes. Look, Hades, if you don't want this anymore, I need to know. He stared at her, confused, and waited for her to look at him again. What? If you don't want me, if you don't think you can forgive me, I don't think we should be in a relationship. The fates be damned. The words were out, and they lingered in the air between them. Hades spent a few moments processing them before making his way toward her. I never said I didn't want you, he said. I thought I made that clear yesterday. So you want to fuck me? That doesn't mean you want an actual relationship. It doesn't mean you will trust me again. He paused before her, towering over her small frame, and despite the difference in their statures, she held her own, glaring furiously back at him. Let me be perfectly clear, he said, leaning close as he spoke. I do want to fuck you. More importantly, I love you. Deeply, endlessly. If you walked away from me today, I would love you still. I will love you forever. That's what fate is, Persephone. Fuck threads and colors. And fuck your uncertainty. I'm not uncertain, she said between her teeth, her eyes searching his. I'm afraid, you idiot. Of what? He demanded. What have I done? This isn't about you. Gods, Hades. She turned her head. You'd think you of all people would understand. He studied her profile for a moment, her angry, glistening eyes, and the hard set of her mouth. Tell me, he begged. It took her a few tries, a few deep swallows before she managed. I've longed for love all my life. Longed for acceptance because my mother dangled it in front of me like something I had to earn. If I adhered to her expectations, she would grant it. If I didn't, she'd take it away. You want a queen, a goddess, a lover. I can't be what you want. I can't adhere to these expectations you have of me. He had to admit that he was stunned. He had never imagined that calling her his queen would come with so much weight. He turned her head toward his, and she met his gaze, eyes red and watery. Persephone, what do you think of when you think of a queen? I don't know, she said. I know what I would like to see in a queen. Then what would you like to see in a queen? Someone who is kind, compassionate, present. The last word was meant for him. And you do not think you are all those things? He asked. He let his thumb brush over her lips. He wanted to kiss her because he hadn't in a very long time. He wanted to bring her comfort and to assure her that there was no title she needed to live up to because she was already enough. I'm not asking you to be a queen. I'm asking you to be yourself. I'm asking you to marry me. The title comes with our marriage. It changes nothing. Are you asking me to marry you again?
She asked, her words quiet and slow. Will you? She stared, and he already knew the answer, even as the tears slid down her face, and he had never felt so conflicted, so desperate to hear her say yes, but so content with her no. She'd shown him tonight how willing she was to defend his people, how she had adopted them as her people, and he knew that meant she loved him. My darling, he whispered, you do not have to answer now. We have time, an eternity. Finally, he kissed her, and the release was instant, but quickly overpowered by an all-consuming need to be inside her. Then she touched him, sliding her hands down his stomach and over his cock, before unbuttoning his trousers, fingers curling around his bare flesh. He groaned, loving the feel of her on him, and he wanted more. He let his tongue and teeth play across her lips, over her jaw and down her neck, and the harder she breathed and moaned, the more he teased and sucked her skin, which was why he was surprised when she pushed him away. She took a moment to stare at him with hungry eyes, and then placed her hand on the center of his chest, pushing him back until he felt the edge of the bed behind him. Sit, she ordered, and as he obeyed, she removed the crown from her head and set it on the nearby table. Then she placed her hands on his knees, holding his gaze as she lowered to the floor. You look like a fucking queen. She always did. She smiled as she answered, I am your queen. Then she touched him, her hand working up and down his cock. He took a breath, the heat of her touch going straight to his head. Persephone. Her name felt rough on his tongue, and while her hands felt good, her mouth felt better, closing around his crown, tongue trailing around his head, before she brought him fully into her mouth. He drew her hair into his hand and held it away from her face so he could watch her take him deep. She was warm and wet, and the pressure her mouth offered was far different from being inside her. There was something all-consuming about this, and he had an acute awareness that she was somehow in every part of his body, though she touched just one. When he came, he brought her to her feet with him and devoured her mouth while his fingers worked to unlace her dress. Once she was naked beneath his hands, he lowered her to the bed until she was on her back, rising once more to shed his own clothing. She watched him from where she lay, and his eyes never left her body, so exposed in the firelight of his room, cradled in the darkness of their sheets. As good as her mouth had been on his body, he couldn't wait to be inside her. He climbed on top of her and rested his body against hers. There was nothing like the feel of her against him, nothing that felt more like home. She placed a hand on his face and then twined strands of his hair around her fingers. Why do you wish to be married? She asked. He wasn't exactly sure how to take her question, though they had never discussed each of their perceptions of marriage, and perhaps that was part of the problem. He had asked her twice without knowing how she felt. He was definitely an idiot. Haven't you always dreamed of marriage? He asked, curious now, though he imagined she hadn't thought it was ever going to be a possibility, considering her mother had probably never encouraged her to think beyond 4 glass walls. No, she answered. You didn't answer my question. Why is marriage important to you? I don't know, he admitted. It became important to me when I met you. They stared at each other for a few moments, and then their bodies shifted so that their hips met, and Hades reached to guide himself into her heat again. He entered her hard, but once he was fully sheathed, he paused, bending to press kisses to her forehead. There he stayed as his hips began to move, taking her in slow, deliberate strokes. But the harder she held onto him, the harder he moved. So fucking sweet, he said, as his mouth pressed against her skin, tasting and sucking and nipping. Take me deeper, darling. He shifted, snaking his arm under her leg, which lifted and parted her flesh even more. She gasped, her head digging into the bed. The deep fissures her fingers had made into his skin turned into scratches down his back.
"Harder!"
she cried in a breathless plea, and he obeyed, completely disarmed as he watched her pleasure. He held on to that, unrelenting until she clenched around him. Come, darling. Feeling her come was the end of him, too. He felt his whole body quake as he released into her, pulse after heated pulse. Breathless, he bent to kiss her, and then settled his weight on her before shifting so that he could lie on his back, with her draped across his body.
"Gods, I missed you,"
she said, and pressed a kiss to his chest. He laughed and looked down at her as she stared up at him. He could tell she had something to say, and understood why she was hesitating when the words came out of her mouth.
"You were going to tell me about Luce."
Yes, he said, and he tugged on her until she shifted on top of him, resting with her arms crossed on his chest. I had a meeting with Ilias at my restaurant. I didn't know Luce was there. She hurried after me as I was leaving and grabbed my hand. Old habit. He wasn't sure why he added the last part, because he did not so much believe it had been a habit now. Persephone must not have liked it either, because she gave him a dull look, and he pressed his fingers to her lips, smiling wryly. I jerked away and kept walking. She was asking for a new job. It was a half-truth, but he did not wish to go into the details of Luce's own lie or deception. That would come later when he could prove it.
"That's it."
Afraid so. She dropped her head, and he drew his arms around her.
"I feel like an idiot,"
she said. We all get jealous. I like when you're jealous, except when I think you might actually leave me. She sat up fully, her hands pressed flat against his chest, gliding to his stomach. Her eyes glittered in the dim light, and her skin was flushed. He liked the look of her, liked being beneath her.
"I was angry, yes, but leaving you never occurred to me."
He studied her a moment and then rose into the same position, keeping his hands on the bed for stability while her arms wound around his neck. I love you. Even if the fates unraveled our destiny, I would find a way back to you.
"Do you think they can hear you?"
she asked in a whisper. He gave her a smile. If so, they should take that as a threat. She laughed, and their mouths collided. Hades dropped back to the bed while Persephone sought his erect cock, positioning him once more near her entrance, before bearing down on him. He inhaled as he watched her move, setting her hands against him so that her breasts pillowed and rose together. He held them as she rose up and slammed down, and when she was too tired to move, she went to her side, and Hades entered her from there and brought them both to release. Hades woke hungry, which wasn't usual. If he ever felt that gnawing rumble, he usually quenched it with a drink. But tonight, he found himself slipping from bed while Persephone slept and wandering the halls of his palace to the kitchen, where he discovered tons of leftover food from the solstice celebration, both sweet and savory smells competing for dominance. At first, he thought he'd prefer something salty, but as he searched what remained in the array of dishes, he found something he did not expect. Cake. He remembered his previous battle with Persephone's molten monstrosity. He'd never gotten to taste it, and while this was not her creation, it was still chocolate, and it was cake. He shifted to look around the kitchen, which, while he technically owned it, was not really his. It was Milan's, and the result was that he did not know where the fuck anything was. He started to look for a plate or some kind of bowl to put the cake on, but when he found a fork first, he decided he would eat straight from the container. As he cut into the springy and fluffy cake, his stomach growled even louder. But then, a horrible feeling trickled down his spine, and he froze. It was like his body was being attacked by some invisible force. Chills raced down his arms, and there was a weight in his chest that kept his lungs from expanding. He could not take in a breath, could not swallow, could not move. Persephone. He dropped the cake and fled the kitchen and raced back to their bedchamber, where he found their room empty. Then he noticed the balcony doors open, and from there he felt Persephone's magic detonate. It was the only way to describe it. It dropped like a bomb, and the shock waves echoed throughout his realm. He had never felt anything like it, and his magic was not prepared to handle the sudden spike. His world began to wilt. Even the garden below him wept, trees bowing, limbs curling, flowers disintegrating beneath the weight of Persephone's magic. Within a matter of minutes, the underworld was a desert of coarse black sand that stretched for miles and miles, only interrupted by desolate rivers and the ominous mountains of Tartarus. What is happening? Hades thought. She had bared the true nature of his realm, and throughout it all, a wail carried across a violent wind. It was anguished, much like his world. His heart raced. Her power made him breathless. Persephone. He teleported from the balcony to find her in Tartarus, in the forest of despair. He felt acid burning the back of his throat at the thought of what horror she had discovered here. It was a place within the boundaries of Tartarus that fed off fears. Whatever she'd seen here was real to her. It had her shaking with a violent energy he could feel rumbling the earth at his feet. If he didn't stop her, she would destroy his realm. Persephone, he called, desperate.
Don't say my name!
He blanched at the sound of her voice, a horrible grating echo that carried across the space between them. Persephone, listen to me! He took a step toward her.
Don't!
Her voice boomed, and the ground ruptured and yawned as a deep ravine fractured far and wide between them. Persephone, please! If she didn't stop on her own, he would have to use his power against her, and that was the last thing he wanted. But the more he said her name, and the more he begged, the more agonized and angry she became. She screamed, and he did not know if it was from her rage or the power of her magic, which usually felt so pleasant against his own, but tonight felt more like war, a goddess prepared to deliver death, heedless of prayer. He watched in horror as she brought her hands together, and the power she had drained from life in the underworld, his magic, gathered between her palms. And then she turned them outward, and all that power hit him. He was thrown back by the force of it, and as he landed, he dropped his glamour. This was a nightmare. His chest and heart ached, both from the impact of her blow and for what he was about to do. He gathered his magic, and it tore from him. As it charged for her, she threw up her hands and screamed, anguished and enraged, and his shadows froze as they hurled toward her, long black spears just suspended in the air, vibrating as they were caught between the push and pull of both of their powers. There was a moment of stark silence. It pressed against Hades' ears until they popped, and suddenly his magic was racing back toward him. He managed to recover enough to gain control of them and turn them into ash, the remains of which were carried away with Persephone's raging wind. "Stop!" Hades said. "Persephone, this is madness!" And it was madness, everything about it. Just weeks ago, Persephone had been unable to control her own magic. It had burst from her in the form of thorns, leaving her torn and bloody. And suddenly, fueled by whatever horror the forest of despair had offered, she was turning Hades' magic on him. It was unheard of. It was dangerous. Then she spoke, and despite the roar of her magic, her voice carried like a spell. "You would burn the world for me," she said, and there was an energy gathering around her that was both feral and volatile. "I will destroy it for you." The sky opened, and roots that looked more like giant trees breached the vast expanse, slamming into the earth below. The ground shook, and debris rained down on the entire underworld. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He only seemed to be making it worse. She was heedless of anyone beyond her pain, but whatever that was, it would not compare to what she would feel when this was all over. Hecate! The goddess of magic appeared beside Hades. her robes whipping in the wind, and she brought her hand up to shield her eyes against the debris.
"What happened?"
she asked. "I don't know. I felt her anguish and came as soon as possible." Persephone seemed to grow stronger. The roots that she had summoned from the sky grew larger and tunneled into the ground, curling around trees and mountains, squeezing until they were rubble. Hades attempted to counter that, his magic spiraling like matching vines to tangle with Persephone's, while Hecate's power joined the miasma. Only she did not attack Persephone. She kept her spells defensive, casting a shield over them in an attempt to contain the damage Persephone was doing to the underworld. At the same time, though, Hecate's magic had a weight. Even Hades could feel it bearing down on him. It made his shoulders shake and his concentration wane. He ground his teeth against the intrusion and knew that Persephone did too. There was an interruption in the power of her magic, a give, a break, and he watched as tears began to track down her face, her eyes locked with Hecate's. "What are you doing?" he demanded. But Hecate did not respond, focused on Persephone. Then, all of a sudden, her magic was gone, and a horrible silence followed, as if she really had sucked the life out of everything within his world. Persephone swayed, and Hecate teleported to catch her, just as she vomited at her feet.
"It wasn't real,"
Hecate whispered, brushing Persephone's hair from her face.
"It wasn't real, my dear, my love, my sweet."
Hades watched as Persephone buried her face in Hecate's chest.
"I cannot unsee it. I cannot live with it."
"Shh," Hecate soothed. And as she did, she looked at him, and for the first time since this had all begun, he could see what had sent Persephone into her rage. Him. Hades wanted to vomit. Even now, his stomach twisted into hard knots, and his throat felt tight as the vision Persephone had seen played through Hades' mind. Loose, locked in his embrace, pressed against a tree, their mouths colliding in a passionate kiss. He knew how the forest worked, because he had created it as a weapon for torture. The souls who were sentenced there constantly lived a reality of their greatest fears. They felt and looked real because, in a way, they were. When she had stumbled on them, she would have had no reason to believe that what she was seeing wasn't real. It would not have occurred to her. Such was the way of the forest. He watched Hecate rise with Persephone in her arms.
"I will take her to the palace," she said, "while you restore order."
He did not argue. He would have preferred to be the one to take Persephone, but he also knew that she would not want him right now, so he let Hecate leave and focused on restoring order to his realm. While it was something he could do within seconds, he took his time, turning the roots Persephone had brought into the underworld to ash, leveling the ground she had disturbed, before calling up his magic to create lush, rolling hills, thick forests, and extensive gardens full of blooming flowers. When he was finished, he returned to the palace and found Hecate in his bedroom. She sat beside the bed while Persephone slept. "How is she?" he asked.
"Exhausted," she replied. "She just stopped shaking."
Hades' frown deepened. "I don't understand how she managed to wander into the forest."
"Enchantment," Hecate said.
"Enchantment," Hades repeated.
"I have been thinking. The fear is all wrong, too."
Hades' brows knit together. "What do you mean?"
Hecate kept her gaze on Persephone as she spoke. "Persephone has no fear of you cheating with Luce. She trusts you. Her greatest fear is losing Lexa, which leads me to believe this was meant to tear you apart."
Hades considered her words and, after a moment, asked, "Was Luce at last night's celebration?"
"I believe so," Hecate said, "which is why the fear seems off. Even after that picture surfaced in the Delphi Divine, she was unbothered enough to bring Luce to celebrate."
"You said it was an enchantment?" Hades asked. The goddess nodded.
"A potion, if I had to guess," Hecate said. "Likely from a magi."
Hades had no doubt that Luce was involved somehow. Her deception was about to end. He left the bedroom and headed outside, where his realm had been restored to order, and called for Hermes, who appeared almost immediately, as if he had been waiting for Hades' summons. "You called, Daddy Death?" Hermes arrived grinning, but that smile quickly died. "You look awful." Hades felt awful. "Find Luce," he said. "Oh, no," Hermes said. "What did she do this time?" "Nothing different than before," Hades replied. "She just fucked with the wrong god." "I'll locate her." "Don't just locate her," Hades said. "Bring her to me." Hermes nodded and vanished. When he was once again alone, Hades took a deep breath and wandered away from the front of the palace, around its many gardens. He was anxious to have Persephone awake, to talk to her about what she had seen, and beg for her forgiveness. Despite the fact that he had done nothing wrong, he had created the monster that had affected her so cruelly, and for that he felt guilt. He rounded the garden wall that separated the garden outside his bedroom from the asphodel fields, and came face to face with Persephone. She was pale and dressed in white. Without energy to keep up her glamour, her divine form was on full display, and beneath the muted underworld sky, she looked both beautiful and haunted. For a moment, all he could do was stare. There had been so many times in the past when he had feared that she would disappear right before his eyes, that every moment they'd had was some kind of torturous game the fates had woven into his life, only to unravel, and he'd never felt that more than in this moment. He swallowed hard and asked, "Are you well?" She stared back, the gold of her hair glinting as a light wind teased the strands, and in that moment her cheeks flushed a light pink.
"I will be,"
she said softly. The silence that followed then was not so heavy, and Hades hoped that healing from this would be easier somehow. "May I join you on your walk?" he asked.
"This is your realm."
He frowned at her response, which was less enthusiastic than he'd hoped, though he supposed he could not blame her for putting distance between them after what she had seen. She moved ahead, walking in the direction he'd come from, and he fell into step beside her. He wanted to touch her, at least hold her hand, but he recognized that he was seeking comfort, seeking confirmation that they were okay, and he could not expect her to be ready for that. He curled his fingers into fists as they continued on in silence, coming to the end of the garden, facing the asphodel fields, and the tension between them was so great, Hades could no longer handle it. He turned to her, and while her body was angled away, she stared up at him. "Persephone," he murmured, wishing so much that he could reach for her. I don't know what you saw, but you must know, it wasn't real." Which was mostly true. Hecate had pulled memories from Persephone's mind, and those had been filtered through her pain and her anguish and her trauma. He would never truly know what she'd seen, only how it had affected her, and that somehow made this all worse.
"Shall I tell you what I saw?"
she asked, a raw note to her voice that made it rasp.
"I saw you and Luce together. You held her, moved inside her like you starved for her."
She squeezed her eyes shut and trembled.
"You took pleasure from her. Knowing she was your lover was one thing. Seeing it was devastating, and I wanted to destroy everything you loved,"
she said, her voice cracking as tears spilled down her face.
"I wanted you to watch me dismantle your world. I wanted to dismantle you."
Her words were like claws digging deep into his chest, and despite his previous reservations about touching her, he reached for her now, wishing to meet her gaze. "Persephone," he said, and she opened her eyes, brimming with tears. "You must know that wasn't real."
"It felt real."
That was the horror of it, the torture of it. "I would take this from you if I could," he said, and he meant it. He would take it from her so she would not feel the pain of a betrayal he did not commit, so she would not look at him like she did now, with the shadow of suspicion in her eyes. And yet, even with the doubt swimming in her expression, she drew nearer.
"You can take this,"
she said, and then whispered,
"Kiss me."
He was doubtful at first, but eager all the same, and he touched his lips to hers. His intention was to be gentle, but Persephone left no room for soft caresses. Her hand snaked behind his neck, and her mouth pressed hard against his, so he let his tongue taste hers. Hades drew her closer, his fingers digging into the fabric of her dress, while her hands cascaded down his body to his cock, which had grown long and thick as their kiss had continued, and he drew away with a guttural inhale. Still, Persephone held him, and despite the layer of fabric between them, he felt hot in her hands.
"Help me forget what I saw in the forest,"
she begged.
"Kiss me, love me, ruin me."
She never had to ask, though he cherished the invitation. They shed their clothes as they kissed, and Hades reached between Persephone's legs, cupping and teasing her heat, before drawing one of her legs to hook around his hip and sliding 2 fingers inside her. She offered a breathless moan, arms twining around his neck as she sought a way to steady herself, but Hades kept a firm hand wrapped around her waist and moved slowly. Their faces were inches apart, and he watched her as her expressions morphed from a focused intensity to something far less controlled, as if she could no longer control how her body reacted to him. Her head fell back, her mouth fell open, her eyes rolled, and when she became weightless in his arms, he knelt to the ground with her. He stared at her openly as she reclined on his robes amid the tall blades of grass that rustled around them. Naked, hair gleaming, bathed in his light, she was ethereal. "Beautiful," he murmured. "If I could, I would keep us here in this moment forever, with you spread before me." She tilted her head down, and though her eyes were eerie and bright, there was a darkness to them that made the pit of his stomach ignite with fire.
"Why not fast forward," she asked, "to when you are inside me?"
He offered a lopsided grin. When he had said this moment, he meant all of it. "Eager, darling?"
"Always."
He crawled forward on his hands and knees until he was between her thighs, where he kissed her skin until he found her center. She was soft against his tongue, and he lapped at her arousal, pushing her legs farther apart while Persephone hooked her arms beneath her knees. She was a vision, glorious and glowing, and she writhed beneath him as he pushed her toward release with both his mouth and his hand. When she could no longer control her body or the sounds that came from her mouth, he knew he had her, and he pushed forward until she came.
"Hades!"
She spoke his name, her legs limp around him, her fingers threading through his hair, then tugging on the strands to bring him up her body to her mouth. He kissed her for a long time, the heat between them unbearable, even as he paused exploring to stare into her eyes. There was no greater torture than feeling your anguish. There was a part of him that hated bringing this up, especially after all his effort to make her forget what she saw, though she knew just as well as he that there was no forgetting the forest of despair. I knew I was somehow responsible, and I could do nothing about it. Persephone was less inclined to speak on what happened, because she touched his lips while dragging her tongue over her own and said,
"You can do something about it."
She arched beneath him, and then her hand found his cock, which she tugged generously, sending a wave of pleasure to his head, and he understood. As much as they had to talk eventually, this was what they needed, what they did. So he settled between her hips and entered her. The first few strokes were slow and deep, and his reward was watching Persephone breathless beneath him. But he found it hard to maintain this pace when what he really wanted to do was fuck, and if they were trying to make this far more memorable than their exchange in Tartarus, then it had to be different. So things shifted between them, and Hades kissed her harder and moved harder. and Persephone's fingers dug into his skin. Neither one held on to their cries of passion, pleasure, and pain. This was it, the vessel through which they released and processed their emotions, and it was raw and wild and desperate. Persephone came first, her entire body clenching around him, even her nails which pierced his skin. Fuck! He drew in breath between clenched teeth, but not from the ache of breaking skin. It was more from the pleasure of it, and a fierce need to come inside her, to claim this moment. And he took her hands and guided them over her head, holding her in place as he slammed into her. Moving inside her was its own euphoria, and the pressure built in his cock and the back of his throat until he came so hard he collapsed atop her. They were still for a long moment, just breathing. Persephone's hands came around him, fingers trailing down his back. He got the sense she was looking for injuries, but they had already healed. When he had collected himself, he rose onto his elbows and stared down at Persephone. "Are you well?" he asked, drawing pieces of her hair from her face. "Yes," she whispered. Did I hurt you?" It occurred to him that he hadn't been completely grounded or aware at some point during their coupling, but then she smiled and touched his face, her finger dancing lightly over his features. "No," she said, "I love you." Those words flooded him with a sense of relief. He had said before that words held no meaning, but that was before Persephone had uttered those three. "I wasn't sure I would hear those words again," he admitted, unprepared for the shock those words would have on Persephone, who immediately began to cry. "I never stopped," she whispered. "Shh, my darling," Hades comforted. "I never lost faith." But his words did nothing to quell her tears. Her body shook with them. Maybe she needed this, another form of release. He lifted her into his arms and carried her inside, where he laid her on their soft bed and kissed her until she was calm. "I love you," he said, because he had yet to say it back, and then, "I am sorry." She shook her head. "Things have been hard." It was true for both of them in very different ways. He bent to press his lips to her forehead and settled between her thighs. Despite the fact that they had just come together outside, he wanted to make love to her, and he wanted it to be both delicate and desperate. At the end of it, he didn't want to know where he ended and she began. She widened her legs as he guided himself to her entrance, but froze as a knock sounded at the door. He met Persephone's gaze, and then grinned. "Enter," he said, and Persephone's eyes widened. "Hades!" He chuckled as he rolled off her into a sitting position, and she rose too, pulling the blankets to her chest, right as Hermes entered. The god gave a lopsided smirk. "Hey, Sephi," he said, a note of warmth in his voice. "Hermes," Hades said, and his gaze shifted to him. "Oh, yeah." For a moment, Hermes' smile widened, and then he took on a more serious expression. "I found the nymph loose." "Bring her," Hades ordered, and the nymph appeared before their bed, looking stricken and pale. "Please," she began, already sobbing. "Silence." Hades' voice was like a lashing, and Luce immediately quieted, tears tracking down her face. "You will tell Persephone the truth. Did you send her to the forest of despair?" At his question, more tears spilled down her cheeks, and she nodded. There was a very small part of him that felt remorse for Luce, not for what she had done to Persephone, but for how sorry she truly seemed. "Why?" Persephone asked. The betrayal in her voice made him feel terrible for bringing this to her, but she needed to know. "To tear you both apart," Luce answered in a whisper, her eyes on the floor. Hades could not tell what Persephone was thinking, but he thought she might be in shock, because all she could ask was, "Why?" Luce pressed her lips tight and shook her head, body shaking with renewed sobs. You will answer, Hades commanded. She collapsed in a heap on the floor.
She will kill me.
Who? Persephone asked, looking from Luz to Hades. Your mother, Hades said. She's talking about your mother. Persephone's eyes widened, and she looked at Luz.
Is this true?
Hades didn't like the shock in her voice. This was a woman who had taken Luz in. Not only had she invited her into her home, she had offered to mentor her. Even if Luz hadn't wanted to, she still deceived Persephone.
I lied when I said I didn't remember who gave me life,
Luz said.
But I was afraid. Demeter reminded me over and over that she would take it all away if I didn't obey. I'm so sorry, Persephone. You were so kind to me, and I betrayed you.
There was a moment when no one spoke, not even Hermes, who still stood by, watching this interrogation take place. But then Persephone shifted, wrapping the sheets around her as she left the bed, exposing his nakedness, though he did not care as he watched her approach Luz and kneel before her. He wanted to protest. The only person he would ever kneel to was her, but Persephone was not like him, nor did she need to be.
I don't blame you for fearing my mother. I feared her for a long time, too. I won't let her hurt you, Luz.
Persephone spoke with a note of understanding in her voice that Hades did not share, but her kindness comforted Luz, and the nymph fell into her, sobbing. Hades watched the strange display, his feelings mixed. On the one hand, it was what he had expected of Persephone, but he was angry with Luz and frustrated that she had received such an easy pardon, though he supposed she had been punished enough by him.
Hermes,
Persephone said once Luz had collected herself.
Will you take Luz to my suite? I think she deserves some rest.
He smirked, bowing as he accepted her instruction.
Yes, my lady.
Persephone rose with Luz, and they shared an embrace before Hermes led her from their room. Once they were gone, Persephone's gaze returned to Hades, her eyes dipping to his exposed flesh, as if she'd just realized he'd been sitting there naked. Then her eyes darted to his face.
What?
She asked, likely because he was staring and smiling at her. I am just admiring you. She raised a brow, her eyes momentarily darkening, but then she sighed.
I suppose we should summon my mother to the Underworld.
Shall we call her now? Then he suggested, perhaps we should make love, so that she has no reason to suspect her plan worked.
Hades!
She scolded playfully as he reached for her, pulling her between his thighs. She dropped the sheets and pressed against him, skin to skin, and they fell back onto the bed, descending into their madness once more. Part 3. What we were once, and what we are today, we shall not be tomorrow. Ovid, Metamorphoses. Chapter 26. Survival of the Fittest. Later they dressed, and Hades sent Hermes to summon Demeter. I think you just want her to disfigure my face, Hermes said. She will bite my head off when I tell her you've commanded her appearance in the Underworld. Then don't tell her Hades sent for her, Persephone replied. Tell her I commanded. Hermes smiled at that. Will do, Sephi, he said, and left the Underworld. Are you nervous? Hades asked as they walked, hands linked, to the throne room, where they would receive her mother. Hades thought it was the second best option, the first being their bedchamber, though Persephone had shot that idea down. And to be honest, he looked forward to witnessing this, Persephone looking radiant in her divine form, wrapped in a white peplos, being who she was meant to be, a goddess and queen. No, she said, and looked at him, and as their eyes met, a warm smile spread across her face. It felt like a long time since she had looked at him that way, and it made his throat feel tight. Not with you by my side. His lips curled, and he squeezed her hand. It was all he could manage for the moment. Anything else, and he would touch her, kiss her, and he wouldn't stop. Remember what I taught you in the meadow, he said. With your hands or your mouth? She countered, breathless. Both, he said, if it helps you with your magic. Plus, I will take great pleasure in knowing you are thinking of my mouth while you put your mother in her place." They entered the throne room, which, while dark, was not cast in the red light that had made Persephone's wounds look so much worse. Instead, his halls were brightened by the glow of Hecate's lampada's. Luce already waited at the base of the steps, where 2 thrones stood on the dais where Hades once sat alone. His, a jagged obsidian, and Persephone's a smooth ivory white, embellished with gold and florals. When she saw it, she looked at him.
"You missed an opportunity, Lord Hades."
He quirked a brow in question.
"I could have sat on your lap."
He grinned as he helped her up the steps, and as she turned to sit on her own throne, he asked, "Is that a suggestion or a request, my queen?"
"Something to consider," she replied. "For next time, perhaps. I fear we may have pushed my mother too far with our request."
"She has little power here, my darling." Hades guided her to sit, and did the same.
"Stand beside me, Luce," said Persephone, and as she did, the nymph shook.
Persephone frowned. His goddess had far more sympathy for Luce than he did, though he was not surprised. It was in her nature. But Persephone also knew what it was to live beneath the constant and critical eye of Demeter.
"She will lash out,"
Luce said, her voice trembling.
"I am sure of it." "Oh, I expected," Persephone replied with no hint of dread in her voice. "She is my mother."
There was a strange anticipation to this, one that wasn't unpleasant, but almost freeing. Hades wanted this, he realized, to present to Persephone's mother united, to show her they were stronger than her ploys and games. "Hermes has returned," Hades informed them when he felt the god's magic erupt. It was like sweet citrus and fresh linen, clean and crisp, and it mingled with Demeter, who should smell like a rotting corpse flower, but instead smelled like fragrant wildflowers. The doors at the end of the room yawned open, and Demeter strolled in ahead of Hermes with a confidence that faltered. The air grew heavy and charged with her anger. It had been a while since Hades had looked upon the goddess, though he noted nothing about her had changed, except that perhaps she appeared far more resentful than before. Hades wondered if she'd thought she had been summoned to retrieve her daughter, only to find her sitting at his side, a queen to his king. Her stony gaze slid from him to Persephone, bitter with contempt.
"What is this about?"
she demanded, and there was a sharpness to her voice that Hades imagined Demeter had often used with Persephone, but if it had frightened her before, it did not now.
"My friend tells me you have threatened her," Persephone said, and Luce shook beneath the attention. "You would believe your lover's whore over me." "That is unkind," Persephone said, with an edge to her voice. "Apologize." "I will do no such. I said apologize."
Persephone's voice echoed throughout the chamber, and Demeter hit the ground with a loud crack. Hades had felt Persephone's magic rise, and while it was likely Demeter had too, she had not considered it a threat, which was evident in her stunned expression as she knelt on the floor before them. Her shock quickly melted into fury, however, and when she spoke, the air vibrated with her animosity.
"So this is how it will be." "You could end your humiliation," Persephone said. "Just apologize."
It was difficult for Hades to remain stoic when he had never watched anything more entertaining in his entire life than this. Demeter on her knees in his realm, seething. At Persephone's suggestion, Demeter's lips had gone pale and pinched.
"Never."
Demeter attempted to rise and sent her power barreling outward, a tremor that was likely an attempt to both break Persephone's hold and call forth some kind of destructive magic. Whatever it was never manifested. Persephone managed to hold Demeter in place on the broken ground, and Hades' magic lay in wait, ready to defend if hers failed. Against Demeter's suffocating wave of magic, Persephone rose and advanced on her mother, who had not relented in her efforts to break Persephone's hold. As she drew nearer, Her magic grew stronger and heavier, and it sank Demeter farther into the ground, as if it were soft earth and not stone.
I see you have learned a little control, daughter,
Demeter said, allowing her magic to dissipate. Hades noted that it left her body shaking, and he wondered if the goddess was frightened. He was, not of Persephone, but for her. He thought of the power she had displayed in Tartarus. Her anguish had fueled that magic. It had overpowered him. Now she had managed to overpower Demeter. It was an ominous prospect, a dreadful one, given that if she was a threat to them, she was a threat to anyone, to Zeus, and his brother liked to dispose of threats.
All you ever had to do was say you were sorry,
Persephone said quietly, but there was a power to her voice that commanded attention.
We could have had each other. Not when you're with him.
Demeter spoke with venom. He had always known the goddess of harvest would not approve of a union between him and Persephone, but she took it a step further by refusing to have a relationship with her, all because of her choice.
I feel sorry for you,
Persephone said at last.
You would rather be alone than accept something you fear. You're giving up everything for him.
On the contrary, she had fought to keep everything and him.
No, Mother. Hades is just one of many things I gained when I left your prison.
As those words left her mouth, she took a step back, and the hold she had over Demeter broke. The release was sudden, and it was clear Demeter had not been prepared, because she nearly hit the ground when it no longer held her up. Hades watched the goddess stare up at her daughter with no hint of affection in her face, and his heart twisted painfully. He knew he would never fully understand what it meant to live beneath the reign of such a mother, one who could turn her love on and off at will. But he imagined it had left Persephone feeling very unworthy, and it was likely why she had so much doubt when it came to their relationship. Sometimes he forgot the baggage she carried, forgot that her need for reassurance did not necessarily mean she had doubts, only that she needed comfort, and this was why. It made him resent Demeter even more.
Look upon me once more, Mother, because you will never see me again.
Demeter's expression changed then, and a faint smile curled her lips. Hades did not like it, and he did not like what she said next.
My flower, you are more like me than you realize.
Hades watched Persephone closely, and at her mother's words he noted how her back stiffened and her fingers curled. As much as he hated those words, he knew that she feared their truth. You are not like her. You never will be, he thought. Demeter vanished, but the silence felt heavy with her presence. It was Luce who broke it, taking a few cautious steps before she hurried to Persephone, throwing her arms around her.
Thank you, Persephone.
The goddess hugged her back, and despite the smile on her face, Hades knew she was changed by this. Hermes still lingered in the room, watching Persephone, his expression gentle and proud. Then his gaze slid to Hades, and when their eyes met, he knew they had both reached an understanding about what had occurred here. Demeter was no longer Persephone's family. They were, and they would do anything to protect her, to give her what she never had, even in the face of war. While Persephone seemed more confident in the days following her encounter with her mother, she was also more anxious. Hades knew that was mostly due to Lexa, who remained in the hospital for another 2 weeks. Despite Persephone's happiness upon her release, he worried she expected things to go back to normal. He was not certain she understood that she lived in a new world, one where Lexa would never be as she once was.
Do you think Lexa will be able to attend the gala? Persephone had asked one evening while they sat in the library.
The upcoming gala was hosted by the Cyprus Foundation and would illustrate the impact of its charity work. Before Lexa's accident, she had a role in planning the event, and while Hades would like Lexa to be present, he didn't know if she was prepared for such an intense evening, and he said as much to Persephone. She was quiet for a long moment, and when she spoke, her voice was thick with emotion.
How long do you think? Until she's...
Her voice trailed off, but he knew what she wanted to ask. How long until she's normal again? He rose then and came to kneel before her, their eyes level. Darling, he said quietly.
I know,
she said, tears already streaming down her face.
You don't have to say it.
So he didn't. While he'd have liked to have his attention solely on Persephone, he found himself distracted. Since the death of the Graiai, Hades had Ilias attempting to track Theseus's contacts in the black market. His goal was to discover what relics Theseus had managed to obtain, or might be seeking. In the meantime, Hades had to deal with Hera, and he decided to do so via Zeus. He wasn't yet prepared to tell Zeus of Hera's alliance with Theseus, unless she refused his ultimatum. Hades found Zeus at his home in Olympia, which was a modern version of Olympus. The gods had homes in both locations, even Hades, though he was loath to use them. The god of the sky was in his backyard, a gold club clasped between his enormous hands as he attempted to hit a small white ball by twisting his entire body around. The first few swings sent grass and dirt flying across the lawn. When he finally hit the ball, it sounded like thunder as it tore through the air, zooming far past the flagged target in the distance. It likely landed in the ocean and belonged to Poseidon. Zeus growled in frustration, an indication that the club in his hands was likely to follow wherever the ball landed. Starting a new hobby? Hades asked, making himself known. Zeus whirled, the scowl darkening his bearded face, turning to one of jovial surprise, though Hades knew it was likely not because his brother was glad to see him. There was an art to Zeus's demeanor, and he crafted it carefully so that no one knew his true thoughts or feelings. In fact, the closest Hades had come was in the moments before he'd appeared. "Brother!" Zeus boomed. "To what do I owe this great honor?" "I have brought you something," Hades said, though as he reached into his pocket to retrieve the box that held the eye of the Graiai, his stomach knotted. There was a part of him that wanted to hold on to the eye, but a greater part of him needed this leverage for his future with Persephone. While Hades was still not certain how the eye worked, or even if the vision it had shown him was true, giving Zeus anything with relative power made him anxious, not to mention the eye was sentient. Would it resent him for this exchange? Would it retaliate by showing Zeus something that would destroy his whole world? As Hades handed Zeus the box, he said, "I fear I have bad news to accompany it. I found the Graiai dead. They were killed by a Hydra blood-tipped blade. I fear it may be the first of many attempts on the lives of the divine." Hades did not so much fear it as know it, and he was curious about how his brother would move forward. He waited while Zeus seemed to process the information, holding the open black box aloft. After a moment, he closed it and kept it clasped in his hand, resting it atop the club. "Who is responsible?" "I suspect this is the work of Triad." Zeus did not speak, but Hades knew how he felt about the organization of Impious. As much as he hated them, he did not see them as a true threat. "We should call council," Hades suggested. "No," Zeus said suddenly, and Hades glared. "No? You've called council for less, including Helios's cows." "For what purpose would I call council?" "To warn other gods," Hades said, angry. "The Graiai were blind," Zeus said. "They were at a disadvantage. You do not honestly think another god could fall prey to this parlor trick?" "Parlor trick? The Graiai are dead, Zeus." Hades did not know how often he would need to say this before Zeus understood. The Graiai, divine beings, had been murdered. "You cannot honestly think Triad will stop with these 3 deaths. They will try again, and they will seek more ways to replicate what they've done." "And who will they target next? Hephaestus, perhaps?" Aphrodite will likely thank them. Hades ground his teeth until his jaw popped. So this is your response? To the death of deities? Hades usually operated without expectation of his brother, but he had failed to do so here. He had thought the king of the gods, the one responsible for the well-being of everyone and everything on earth, would be appalled by the death of the Graiai. Instead, he seemed to think Triad had somehow granted a kindness to the three sisters. Zeus looked at Hades and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry, brother. If it were you, I'd call council in an instant." Hades imagined that was meant to be some kind of compliment, and shoved his brother's hand away. "Action doesn't matter once you're dead, Zeus." "If deities are dying, then perhaps they have no business being divine," Zeus replied, once more returning to his practice, widening his feet, gripping his club, and manifesting a white ball. He swung and hit the ball with a crack that echoed through the air, shielding his eyes to see how far it flew, but it was already out of sight. Hades wanted to tell him he was supposed to aim for the red flag in the distance, but he had a feeling his brother had decided to play differently, especially when he could not play right. "It's survival of the fittest, Hades," Zeus said at last. "Always has been, always will be." Chapter 27. A Proposal. Hades left Olympia for Nevernight. The only thing that quelled his frustration toward his brother was thinking about what he had planned for Persephone this evening. He'd decided to show her a little more of the Underworld, and, in the process, himself. He hoped it would be healing, and perhaps lay a foundation so that he could share more things, harder things. But those thoughts were put on hold as he appeared on the floor of Nevernight and knew he was not alone. Hera. He turned to face the goddess. "Hades," she purred. "No," Hades said. He was done with her, and done with her labors. The goddess looked stunned for a second, before her cheeks grew flushed with anger. "You forget you are under my control," she said. "I decide your future with your beloved Persephone." "I would think carefully on how you decide my fate, Hera," Hades said, "because I decide yours." She blanched. "What do you mean?" "I was not eager to get involved when you decided you wanted to overthrow Zeus again. But since then, I have learned of your alliance with Theseus, and now I have no other choice but to choose a side." Her eyes darkened. "Are you saying you are with Zeus?" "No," he replied. "I am on no one's side but my own." "Why am I not surprised?" she said through her teeth. "Your only loyalty is to yourself." "Wrong," Hades said. "I am extremely loyal to those I care about, though you are not one of them. Perhaps you could say the same if you truly cared for anyone." She lifted her head. "So what are you going to do now? Tell Zeus? Have him hang me from the sky?" "No," he said, "but I want your favor in exchange for the secret, and I'd like to cash it in now." "Let me guess. You want my blessing for your marriage." "I don't just want your blessing," Hades said. "I want you to defend it." The goddess swallowed hard, and Hades knew she was weighing her options. She had been punished by Zeus before for her insolence, but this was different, and she knew it. She'd helped Theseus kill 3 deities, and it was likely when Zeus found out, he'd call forth the Furies to enact divine retribution. The only reason Hades had not done so was because only Zeus could punish his queen. "Fine," Hera said at last. "You have my blessing." Hades did not thank her. Instead, he started toward the stairs, but paused to look upon her once more before offering a final warning. "This is not a war you survive, Hera. It would be up to her to believe him or not." Hades returned to the Underworld and changed into the clothes Hermes had left for him. He had almost dreaded asking for help, knowing the god would react with an overwhelming amount of enthusiasm. And Hades had not been wrong, though Hermes had made him work for it. "You need my help?" he'd asked. Yes, Hermes, Hades had said, frustrated. I need your help. With fashion. Hades did not consider this fashion. He was asking to be dressed down, and those were clothes he did not own. Still, he knew Hermes would not appreciate that. Yes, he hissed, trying to remain calm. I may be able to pencil you in, though I am always willing to do favors for my best friends. Hades glared, and Hermes raised his brows. Persephone is your best friend. This is for her. But Persephone admits she's my best friend, Hermes said. Does it mean as much when I say it? It's like saying I love you, Hermes explained. I might know it, but it's good to hear. There was a long pause, and then Hades mumbled, You're my best friend. What was that? Hermes asked. I couldn't hear you. You're my best friend, Hades repeated quickly. Ah, once more, with feeling. Hades glared and said deliberately, You're my best friend. Hermes preened. I'll have something for you by the evening. And he had held to his word, leaving a black shirt, pants, and a pair of riding boots for the evening. Once he was changed, Hades went to the library, where he waited for Persephone to return to the Underworld. Luckily, he did not have to wait long, though when she spotted him waiting, she halted, as if surprised. What are you wearing? She asked, at seeing his outfit, a smile curving her pretty lips. I have a surprise for you. Those pants are definitely a surprise. The corner of Hades' mouth lifted, despite not knowing how to take her reaction. Did she like these clothes? Perhaps he should have just worn his suit, though riding horseback would have been decidedly uncomfortable. He decided not to ask and instead reached for her hand. Come. He led her outside, where Alastor and Aethon waited for them. Of his 4 sable-black horses, these 2 could not be more opposite. Aethon was impatient and dreaded being locked in the stables at night. Alastor was far more calm, and he preferred being alone. Despite this, Hades knew he was the best horse for Persephone due to his loyal and gentle nature. Oh, they're beautiful, Persephone said, and the horses liked her praise, snorting and bobbing their heads. Hades didn't blame them. He felt the same beneath her approval. They say thank you, he said with a laugh. Would you like to ride? Yes, she said, with more enthusiasm than he expected, but it made him happy. Then she hesitated. But I've never... I'll teach you, he said quickly, and once again took her hands, guiding her forward. This is Alastor. Alastor, she said, and stroked his nose. Alastor lowered his head even more, urging her to scratch his head. Persephone giggled and obeyed. You are magnificent. Aethon gave an envious bray. Careful, Hades warned. Aethon will be jealous. Persephone smirked and reached to pet Aethon too. Oh, you are both magnificent. Careful, I might get jealous, Hades said, and then took up Alastor's reins. Put your foot in the stirrup, he instructed Persephone. Lift yourself up and swing your leg over, then sit down gently. She followed as he advised, and once she was seated, he continued. If you become afraid, sink your weight, lean back, and firm your legs. But my steeds will listen if you speak. Tell them to stop, they will stop. Tell them to slow down, they will slow down. You taught them? She asked, holding the reins in one hand while petting Alastor's mane. He mounted Aethon and answered. Yes, though it was not difficult. The 4 steeds were divine, and they had been together for a long time. They knew Hades' moods just as well as he knew theirs. He did not even need to speak. Don't worry, Alastor knows what he carries. He will take care of you. They started slow, wandering into the fields and gardens beyond the palace. Alastor and Aethon ambled side by side. Hades could not help watching Persephone as she rode, her hands wrapped gracefully around the reins, her hair catching beneath the light of his realm. She was beautiful and happy and beaming. It made his heart beat almost erratically. This is a wonderful surprise, she said. and excitement shivered through him as he answered, "This isn't the end." They wandered through Hecate's green meadow, where Alastor and Aethon only briefly became distracted by the goddess's wild mushrooms before they were redirected, headed around the ominous mountains of Tartarus. "How was your day?" It wasn't a question Hades asked often, mostly because he didn't want the same asked of him. He never had a good answer anyway, but it always presented more ways for him to omit the truth, and that only made him feel more guilty for the things he felt he had to hide, the truth of him and his life. Asking now was progress, a way to start anew and be more transparent. "Good," Persephone said, and paused, adding, "Lexa's been making coffee in the mornings. It isn't how she used to do it, but I think it's a sign she's going to be okay." Hades said nothing, knowing there was still so much uncertainty around Lexa's livelihood. Just getting her out of the hospital had been a feat. Now that she was home, she'd have to face the reality of routine, and sometimes that was harder than the confinement of a hospital. Persephone did not ask him about his day, and he wondered if she saw the point, if she assumed he would not be honest. They continued along, winding through landscapes that changed from mountainous to forested to fields of purple and pink flowers. Against the backdrop of the darkened mountains, which mostly housed prisoners of Tartarus, they looked aflame. "How often do you change the underworld?" she asked. "I wondered when you'd ask me that question." She raised a brow. "Well?" "Whenever I feel like it," he answered. Sometimes he changed it when a deity left, just in case they thought they could find their way back. Mostly, though, he expanded his realm. He created new spaces within Asphodel for the souls, because as the world changed above, so did their needs below. Elysium was another challenge, and often evolved, because each soul was there to heal. Outside of that, his world changed as he wished, and it would soon change as Persephone wished. "Perhaps when my magic isn't so terrifying, I will try." "Darling, there is nothing I'd like more." The field they had crossed narrowed to a path that cut between more forested mountains. They were just on the other side of Tartarus, close to Elysium. The same solitude that blanketed the air there also reached here, and Hades could feel it settle on his heart, a pleasing calm that he had not felt in a long while. They were near their destination, and when he heard the waterfall, Hades stopped to dismount, then came to Persephone's side. As she threw her leg over, Hades gripped her waist and helped her slide off the horse. He kept his hands on her even after her feet were on the ground. "You look beautiful today," he said, staring down at her. "Have I told you?" "Not yet," she said, smiling and rocking onto the tips of her toes. "Tell me again." He answered by kissing her, hands tangling into her hair. During their ride, his body had grown warm, and now he was boiling. But as eager as he was to channel this heat, to release it into her, he pulled away and nuzzled her nose, whispering once more, "You're beautiful, my darling." He led her through the tree line to a spot in the mountains where water ran off the rocks into a shallow and shimmering lake, and though the muted light of Hades' sky cut through parts of the canopy above, they were mostly in shadow. Beside him, Persephone's breath caught in her throat, and she spoke, awed. "Hades, how gorgeous!" But he had never stopped staring at her, and when she finally looked at him, they came together once more, their mouths colliding. Hades' hands slid around her body, holding her hips in place as he rolled into her, his length trapped between them, hard and throbbing. "Hades," she whispered, as his mouth left hers long enough to remove their clothes and lower to the ground, where he worshipped her body with his mouth. He loved every part of her, the space between her thighs and her stomach and her heavy breasts, and when they were both wound tight, he settled his arousal against her and rocked his hips forward. Sliding into her was an out-of-body experience, and she was there, swelling and gripping, and he froze, his forearms braced on either side of her face. For a moment she was still, her head back, chin tilted up, but then she seemed to relax, release her breath, and open her eyes. Their eyes met, and all Hades could see when he looked at her was his queen. "Marry me," he whispered, as her finger traced his face, and though he had asked her twice before, this time felt different. It felt right, and he guessed it was for her too, because she answered with a quiet, "Yes." They smiled at each other, and he kissed her before he moved, thrusting deep, and she arched beneath him. There was a part of him that felt almost powerful as she writhed, powerful but humbled, because she let him in. She let him drive her toward release, and after he came, he noticed that tears welled in her eyes. He bent to kiss them, whispering as he did, "My darling, why are you crying?"
"I don't know,"
she said, and reached to wipe her eyes, laughing once more. And Hades thought he understood a little of what she was feeling, a happiness that went beyond anything he had ever known. As much as he felt being here was a victory, he also felt like he had more to lose. "I love you," he said, and carried her to the water where they bathed. After that, they dressed and headed for the palace. Unlike their ride to the waterfall, their return was quiet. For the first time in a long while, Hades felt unburdened. In this place and time, nothing existed beyond this moment. Not the labors Hera had put him through, or the death of the Graiai. He did not think of Theseus, or even of Zeus. Those were not things he was fighting for. They were things he fought against. He fought for Persephone, for this love that she inspired in his heart, for these feelings he never expected to feel, much less so deep. He knew things were changing. He could feel it in the threads that moved beneath his glamour. But he hoped that whatever the fates wove, it included a future for him and Persephone, even if that future meant turmoil. When the palace came into view, Hades noticed Thanatos waiting, and his mood instantly darkened. The high he'd felt from the start of their evening crashed so hard he felt shaky. When he'd thought of turmoil, he hadn't expected it to come so soon, but he knew what this meant. He knew. And already his heart was breaking for Persephone. A few more paces and they were within range of Thanatos, who looked stricken. He was always pale, but there was a yellow sheen to his skin that made him look sickly, and even the hollows of his cheeks seemed deeper, his eyes more hooded. Hades dismounted, and as he helped Persephone off Alastor, he noted that she couldn't take her eyes off the god of death either. Her dread was just as heavy. As they approached, Hades kept his hand on the small of Persephone's back, a precaution in case she crumpled. "Thanatos," Hades greeted. "My lord, my lady," he said, and swallowed, trying twice to speak. But whatever words he had thought he would start with fell dead on his tongue. Instead, he admitted, "I don't know how to tell you this." It was not often Thanatos was at a loss for words, not often when he could not provide comfort in difficult situations. And the fact that he could not now showed how much he truly cared for Persephone and her friend. It was a few more moments before he managed to speak, and by then, Persephone was quivering. Finally, he managed, "It's Lexa." The first sob tore from her mouth in a rush of emotion, and Hades drew her to him, holding her tighter as Thanatos continued, "She's gone." Chapter 28. On the Way to Elysium. Hades had watched a lot of people die, and he had watched a lot of people lose. Nothing prepared him for watching someone he loved losing someone they loved. It was a feeling he couldn't quite explain. It was as though someone gripped his heart, as if they were squeezing it within their palm, and there was no release, no way to shake the hold. It was ever present and constant, and it was hopeless. "Persephone," Hades said, but her eyes were unfocused. She had stopped crying soon after the first wail had burst from her lips, and now she was quiet and distant. As much as he wanted to give her time to process this, He needed her attention for a few moments longer. "Persephone," he said, touching her face, and when her eyes met his, she burst into tears once more. "My darling," he said gently, brushing away her tears, which was futile because she cried so hard. "We don't have much time." He gathered her into his arms, teleporting to the pier at the Styx where Karen would be arriving soon. When she heard the rush of the river, she pulled away, looking off toward the horizon.
"Hades, what are we—"
Her words faltered when she saw Karen's boat cutting across the black waves, his robes a bright beacon against their darkness. There was a single figure in the boat beside him, a woman who looked far younger in the underworld landscape than she did in the world above.
"Lexa,"
he heard Persephone whisper, and when Karen docked with the soul, Persephone stood so close, Lexa barely had space to climb out of the boat, but she seemed just as eager to see Persephone. They held each other and cried. All the while Hades stood aside and let them, because beyond this time together, nothing would ever be the same. Not for Lexa, and not for Persephone. Hades tried not to listen to their conversation, but it was hard given that he stood only a few feet away. There were apologies and expressions of pain, and the dread came when Persephone turned to him and asked,
"Where is she going?"
She was going to Elysium to heal, because she had taken her own life. And to do that, she would have to drink from the Lethe, which meant she would have no memories from her time above, not of anything, not even Persephone. He knew Persephone had asked because she hoped he would say otherwise, but when he did not speak, he knew she understood. He waited for her anger, but Lexa was quick to speak, drawing her attention.
"Seth,"
she said, squeezing her hands.
"It's going to be okay."
Persephone's mouth trembled.
"Why?"
Lexa opened her mouth to speak, but shook her head. It was likely she didn't even understand the decision she'd made. It was just that her soul had wanted so badly to remain in the underworld the first time. It couldn't handle returning to a world it did not want, no matter how much she loved Persephone.
"I did this,"
Persephone said, her voice trembling, and Lexa brought her hands to her chest.
"Persephone, this was my choice. I am sorry it had to be this way, but my time in the upper world was over. I accomplished what I needed to." "What was that?"
Persephone asked, miserable. Lexa smiled.
"To empower you."
Persephone shook her head and fell into Lexa's arms. It wasn't something she was ready to hear yet, but there would come a time when she would recognize the impact of this loss. She would see how strong she truly was. They remained together until Thanatos arrived to escort Lexa to the Lethe. This time he was far more prepared to offer the benefits of his magic, and a sense of calm overcame everyone gathered, even as Lexa hesitated.
Where am I going?"
she asked. "You will drink from the Lethe," Hades explained, "and then Thanatos will take you to Elysium to heal." Even as Hades spoke the word, heal, he noted the glow in Lexa's eyes. She was ready.
"I will visit you every day until we are best friends again."
Persephone's promise made Hades' heart hurt, but he had no doubt she would hold to it, no matter how hard it would be.
"I know,"
Lexa whispered, and for the first time since she arrived, there were tears in her eyes. But Thanatos took Lexa's hand, and she seemed comforted by his presence. She let him lead her away, and when Hades and Persephone could no longer see them, they returned to the palace. Once in their bedchamber, Hades encouraged Persephone to rest, and after she had fallen asleep, he found himself in Hecate's meadow, where the goddess invited him for tea. Inside her small cottage, he felt like a giant, barely able to sit at her table, though he managed as she made a blend. One in particular, she said, would calm nerves.
"I hear our dear Persephone has had quite a harrowing evening,"
she said. Hades nodded, reflecting on the day. They had gone from one extreme to another, an intense high to a devastating low. He wavered between each of those memories. Persephone's genuine happiness to her shocking pain. There was a part of him that hated himself for this, that blamed himself for Lexa's ultimate end. If he had been more forthright about his world, maybe none of this would have happened. Hecate slammed a hand against the table, snapping Hades out of his thoughts. He met her gaze, mildly annoyed. "Stop that," she said, sitting a steaming cup of tea beside his arm. It smelled like chamomile, lavender, and mint. He raised a brow at the goddess. "I thought we—" "I don't need to read minds to know when you are brooding because you scowl," she said. "What's done is done. There are no decisions that can take us back in time, only ones that move us forward. Right now, Persephone needs an attentive boyfriend." Hecate seemed to shudder at that word, and despite everything, he smirked. "Fiancé," he said. Hecate blinked. "Excuse me?" "Fiancé," he said once more, and added, "Persephone agreed to marry me." A slow smile broke out across Hecate's face. "Are you saying," she said carefully, "that I get to plan a wedding?" "I think you'll have to talk to Persephone, but I doubt she would tell you no." "Engaged," she said, as if she did not believe it, and sank into her chair across from him. "Yes," Hades said, amused by her response. "Married," she said. "Eventually," Hades said, though he hoped sooner rather than later. Then she shook her head. "I never thought this day would come." "O ye of little faith," Hades said, though he had not been so certain either. "You're not exactly charming or good at communication," Hecate said, "and you're an alcoholic." "Is there anything I am good at, Hecate?" Hades asked, and the goddess smiled. "Learning." Hades spent another hour at Hecate's cottage before returning to the palace, where he met Thanatos in his office. The god of death offered an update on Lexa's trip to Elysium, which had been, gratefully, uneventful. There were times when souls who drank from the Lethe became hostile and lashed out at the god, but Lexa had been pleasant, quiet, almost shy. "I fear it will be some time before Persephone can visit with Lexa," Thanatos said. "I will tell her," Hades said, and added, "Thank you, Thanatos, for taking care of her." Hades noticed a faint blush color the god's cheeks, and he opened his mouth to respond, but settled on a simple nod before leaving. It was then, while alone, that the day crashed down on him, and he was filled with a restless energy he couldn't shake. His thoughts stormed through his mind, as relentless as the flames in the fireplace he stood before. This time, rather than dwelling on how he might have prevented Lexa's end, he felt fear. Fear that Persephone would blame him, that once she had time to think about how this had unfolded, she would see that he had failed her. The guilt made his eyes sting, and when the door opened, he stiffened. There was a part of him that was preparing for her rage, and a part of him that feared seeing the weight of her sadness, feared that when he looked upon her, he would break too. He felt her draw near, though hesitant, and he was surprised when she asked, "Are you well?" He swallowed hard around the thickness in his throat. He should be asking her. "Yes, and you?" "Yes." "Hades," she said, and he knew she was waiting for him to look at her. He took a few deep breaths until the wetness behind his eyes did not feel so threatening. When he met her gaze, he did not see what he expected. No resentment or anger or hatred. He just saw her, beautiful and raw and open. "Thank you for today," she whispered. Her gratitude made him uncomfortable. He had only tried to make up for what he had done so wrong before. "It was nothing," he said, and turned back to the fire. But Persephone reached for him. He held her gaze, and as much as he wanted to give her distance in this moment, he realized she was asking for the opposite. "It was everything," she said, her eyes heated, her lips parted. He angled toward her and took her mouth against his, and they knelt before the fireplace. The heat from the flames made their skin hot and slick. Hades took his time with her once more, much as he had done in the mountains, and when he found himself sliding into her, she spoke.
"You were right,"
she said, her body shifting beneath his, legs widening, back arching. "I did not want to be right," he said, as he began to move.
"I should have listened."
"Shh," he soothed, bending to kiss her mouth. "No more talk of what you should have done. What is, is. There is nothing else to be done but move forward." He recognized he needed to take Hecate's advice just as much as she did, but the words worked to calm her, and soon they were moving together, hard and fast and measured. And when Persephone started to moan his name, his lust for her knew no bounds. He gripped her hips and slammed into her, liking the bite of her nails as they scored his skin, and he came so hard inside her, he collapsed when he was done. They rested for a long while like that, shifting only to be closer to the fire, as they'd moved a considerable distance during sex.
"I'm going to quit New Athens News,"
Persephone said. Oh? It was the first time he had heard of this plan, but he could not say he disapproved. He hated Cal Stavros, and while he did not think the mortal would bother her anymore, he'd rather she not work for him.
"I want to start an online community and blog. I'm going to call it The Advocate. It will be a place for the voiceless."
He smiled a little, knowing that this was what she was passionate about, offering a space for those who felt like they were not heard, much as she had felt throughout her life. "It sounds like you have thought about this a lot," Hades said.
"I have."
He placed a hand beneath her chin and drew her gaze to his. "What do you need from me?"
"Your support."
He nodded, brushing his thumb across her cheek. "You have it."
"And I'd like to hire Luce as an assistant."
He raised his brows, though he wasn't surprised. "I'm sure she'd be pleased."
"And I need your permission."
He almost laughed at her list of requests, but he was intrigued, unable to imagine what she might ask his permission for, though he would grant anything if she asked. "Oh?"
"I want the first story to be our story. I want to tell the world how I fell in love with you. I want to be the first to announce our engagement."
His chest felt tight at her words, and while he'd never consider offering their life to anyone willingly, he would do it for Persephone. He said, pretending to consider her demand. "I will agree under one condition."
"And that is?"
"I, too, wish to tell the world how I fell in love with you." She smiled and offered a breathy laugh as he took her mouth against his, and when she shifted to straddle his body, he gladly let her take him. Hades had attended few mortal funerals, and when he did, it was often when he was cloaked in glamour. But this one, Lexa's, was different. He attended with Persephone because she asked, and even if she hadn't, he would have been there for her. It was a morose affair, with many dressed in black.
"She would have hated this,"
Persephone said.
"She would have wanted a celebration."
Hades smoothed her hair and pressed a kiss to her temple. "Funerals are for the living." It wasn't long after that her anxiety began to rise. Hades did not need to look to know what had upset her. Mortals. Those in attendance knew who he was, knew who she was, and did not understand why he had allowed Lexa to die. He could feel their gazes, angry and discontent, though all he cared about was how Persephone felt. "You could never make them understand," he said, in an attempt to quell her nerves. She stared back at him, not only sad for Lexa, but for him.
"I do not want them to think poorly of you."
"I hate that it bothers you. Does it help if I tell you the only opinion I value is yours?"
"No,"
she said, but despite her pain, she managed a smile. Chapter 29. Pirithous. My Journey Toward Loving the God of the Dead. It was the first article on Persephone's new website, The Advocate, and while he had been prepared for it, she hadn't let him read it until it was live.
"You'll have to wait like everyone else," she had said.
When he'd asked why, she'd blushed.
because I don't want to be here when you do."
Now that he had read her words, he understood. She had wanted him to read it alone so he could feel the full weight of her confession. And did he ever? He'd read it over and over again. Fuck. He loved her, and it took everything in his power to remain focused on his work when all he wanted to do was go to her. But today was a big day for her. She had launched her website, this love letter to him, and she was quitting her job at New Athens News. She was taking back her power, and he was proud. In the meantime, he had an errand to run, one that felt even more right on the heels of this article, and he was eager to see it complete, which was how he found himself returning to the island of Lemnos. But this time it was to visit Hephaestus. He wandered through the god's lab, a cluttered and cavernous workshop built in a volcanic mountain, filled with his inventions. The god of fire had created weapons, armor, and even human life for the Olympians and their heroes. His skills, while invaluable, were often overlooked by the other gods, who were content to forget he existed until they needed something, though Hades did not think Hephaestus minded, as it allowed him to pursue his own interests. As he wandered through the empty lab, he heard a loud clanking coming from below. Hades followed the sound into the darkened corridors of Hephaestus' lab, down a set of stone steps to a forge that was bright with fire. Hephaestus stood before it, sweat dripping down his bare chest, his muscles bulging from the work he had already put into shaping the metal he had pressed against his anvil. A few more hard strikes, and Hephaestus dropped his hammer and turned his attention to Hades. Perspiration and black coal stained his face, making his gray eyes somehow look brighter. He wiped a hand across his brow, and then used a cloth sticking out of his leather apron to clean his hands. "Lord Hades," he greeted, "come to retrieve your ring." Not long ago, Hades had commissioned Hephaestus to craft a ring for Persephone. But shortly before he had gone to retrieve it, Persephone had discovered his bargain with Aphrodite, which had caused her to question everything, even his love for her. He knew how it had looked then, knew how it looked even now, but that had not made letting her go any easier, and it had made seeing the ring he had designed for her even worse. Then Hades had expected to never see the ring again, but Hephaestus had known better, and promised to hold on to it until he needed it again. "I didn't know you were psychic," Hades said. "It is not so easy to fall out of love," Hephaestus said, and there was an uneasy silence that followed those words. Likely, Hephaestus feared he had invited Hades to comment on his relationship with Aphrodite. But Hades said nothing, though he knew Hephaestus spoke from experience. The god of fire crossed to a workbench and plucked a black box from one of his crowded shelves and handed it to Hades. He was overcome with both a nervous and comforting energy as the soft velvet touched his palm, and when he opened the lid to gaze upon the ring, a ring of flowers and gems that gleamed in the firelight, he felt nervous. "Thank you," he said quietly, closing the box. Hephaestus nodded. "What are you working on?" Hades asked, genuinely curious. He was always curious about the god's projects. "Nothing of worth," the god replied, but Hades caught sight of it, the metal he was shaping, and he had questions. "Is that adamant?" Hades looked longer. "Is that a trident?" Then his gaze leveled with Hephaestus. "Are you trying to recreate Poseidon's trident?" The god of fire was frozen in place, but not out of fear. This was different. He was stiff all over, his muscles rippling, as if he were about to have to defend himself. "It's not what you think," he said, his tone darkening. "I hope it's exactly what I think," Hades replied. "Hephaestus, tell me you've chosen a side." Hades returned to Nevernight with the ring safe in his pocket. He kept his hand around the small box, comforted by the weight of it, though that comfort was disrupted by a feeling that something was wrong. There was a discontent that tangled his veins, and it was like the world was too quiet and too still. Persephone. Antony and Zophie burst through the doors of Nevernight. Behind them, a girl followed, the blonde from Persephone's work, Helen, who sat at the front desk. Hades could feel their hysteria, knew they were about to deliver fatal news.
"She's gone!"
Zophie exclaimed.
"Persephone, she's missing!"
Black spots clouded his vision, and he growled. Where was she last?
"We were about to leave the Acropolis when she went downstairs,"
Helen explained, her breathing uneven.
"She said she had to say goodbye to someone. When she didn't come back, I went to look and found, well, this."
She handed a notebook to Hades, and he snatched it from her hands. "What is it?" he demanded. "It's not good," Antony said. "Someone was stalking her." Hades opened the book and read one of the entries. They were all dated and handwritten. Date, 6/27. Persephone had lunch with me today. She told me that her god was angry with her. If she were with me, I'd never be angry with her. I'd make her feel real good. Date, 7/1. Today Persephone wore pink. Her dress was so tight I could see each time her nipples hardened. She had to be thinking of me. Hades felt bile rise in the back of his throat as he read entry after entry. They were all like this, short, dated paragraphs that detailed what Persephone was wearing, conversations the man had had with her, and gifts he'd left her. Whoever this was had planned this abduction. He'd wanted to hurt her, torture her, rape her. Hades' body shook with a fury he could not contain as his glamour melted away. What if he was too late? "Who is this man?" he demanded through his teeth.
"They call him Pirithous," said
Helen. Pirithous.
"He was a janitor," she added. "No one ever took notice of him, except Persephone."
And it was likely her kindness he had abused. Hades' magic welled, and in the next second a familiar screech broke the air as the Furies, Alecto, Megara, and Tisiphone, erupted from the floor around him. They hovered in a circle around him, their pale bodies adorned with black snakes that hissed as they slithered around their arms and their stomachs and their legs. "Lord Hades," they said, their voices a horrible, strange echo. "Find Persephone," he said. "Do what you must to keep her safe." The Furies screamed as they accepted their orders, and their black wings beat, whipping the air as they rocketed toward the ceiling, breaching the pinnacle of Nevernight, sending chunks of obsidian flying across New Athens.
"What can we do?"
Helen asked. "There is nothing you can do," he snarled, and he stumbled back at his rage. He did not care that he had startled her, because he had silenced her, and that was what he needed right now, the quiet, so he could follow the Furies' magic. While he held on to them, a finger twined around thread, his mind felt like a battlefield, erupting with nothing but thoughts of the consequences of finding her too late, and that only fueled his agony. He knew when the Furies had located her, because the tension between his magic and theirs lessened, and while he felt the smallest sense of relief, he would not be okay until he laid eyes on her, until he was certain she was unharmed. He teleported, manifesting in the shadows of his own magic, to find Persephone bound to a wooden chair. Her face was stained with tears, eyes red, lashes wet, and all around the room was what looked like wood debris. Then his eyes fell to the man who had abducted her. Pirithous. He was unassuming, thin and willowy with dark hair and high cheekbones. There was something to his features that made Hades think he had divine blood. He was crumpled against the wall, a massive stake protruding from his chest. He was dead, but not for long. Hades called on his magic, and Pirithous gasped, then moaned, the pain of his wound shuddering through him. When he saw Hades, he began to whimper. "I brought you back to life so I can tell you that I will enjoy torturing you for the rest of your eternal life. In fact, I think I will keep you alive so you can ruminate in your pain." Hades snapped his fingers, and a chasm opened beneath Pirithous' body. As the earth fell away, he took pleasure in the sound of the man's screams echoing as he fell to Tartarus. "Alecto, Megara, Tisiphone, see to Pirithous," Hades ordered. The three would oversee him until he could take over. They bowed and vanished, and Hades was left to care for Persephone. He released her from the coarse bindings Pirithous had used to restrain her, noting the redness on her wrists. As he knelt before her, she fell into his arms, and he gathered her to him, teleporting to the Underworld. Once in their bedroom, she burst into tears, and he felt helpless to do anything but sit with her and hold her and let her expend every ounce of her fear. "I'm so sorry," Hades said as he rocked her. "I did not know. I'm so sorry." While he held her, he felt like breaking too. He could not control the beat of his own heart, could not stop his stomach from twisting or the nausea from climbing up his throat. He was angry for so many reasons, but at the end of the day, he was devastated that she had not been safe, that there was a possibility she would never feel safe again. He did not know how long Persephone cried, but there came a time when she quieted, and when she pulled away, she took his heart with her. "I need to scrub him from my skin." Hades said nothing because he feared what he would say, and instead took her to the baths. Once there, he sat apart from her while she undressed and entered the hot pool. He watched as she scrubbed every part of her skin until she was red from head to toe, and all he could think was that he had touched her there, everywhere. By the time she finished, his hands were fisted so tightly his nails had cut into his palms. He only healed them when she crawled into his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. He was grateful for her closeness and held her tight. "How did you know I was missing?" she asked. "Your coworker, Helen, got worried when you didn't come back from the basement. She went to search for you and found the journals." When he thought of them, he wanted to kill Pirithous 1,000 times over. And he would. He had no tolerance for abusers of women and children, and the fact that Persephone was involved made it even worse. She didn't know who to tell. For better or worse, she told a security guard. Sophie had been patrolling outside when she was notified, and she realized she'd watched Pirithous leave with you, in a tilt truck. When she told me, I sent the Furies. You had already been gone so long. I wasn't sure what I would find." "He was a demigod," she said, her voice quiet. "He had power." Hades' earlier observation had been right then. He grimaced. Demigods are dangerous, mostly because we do not know what power they will inherit from their divine parent. Not to mention many demigods who did not know their parentage, and it was not always apparent even after their powers developed. Hades could not help thinking about Ariadne's comment, that Theseus had gathered an army of demigods. Soldiers, she had called them. Pirithous was just one example of how little they actually knew about demigods, including their numbers, their powers, their capabilities. What was Pirithous able to use against you? "He put me to sleep, and when I woke, I couldn't use my magic. I couldn't focus. My mind was in turmoil." Hades' brows lowered. Compulsion. It can have that effect. It took a lot of training to keep from being compelled, too. Persephone would have had no chance to fight it. After a moment, he asked in a quiet, rough voice, "Tell me what happened." She studied him for a moment, looking very troubled. Perhaps she worried over what he would do once he knew the full truth, and she had every reason to, because he was not stable at the moment. "I will tell you if you will promise me one thing." Hades studied her face, waiting. "When you torture him, I get to join you." He hugged her tight as he swore, "That is a promise I can keep." It might have been a promise Hades kept eventually, but it was not one he would keep tonight. Once Persephone was asleep, he teleported to Tartarus. Pirithous had been taken to his office and tied to the same chair he'd used to restrain Persephone. The stake that had left him lifeless on the floor of the upper world was still embedded in his chest, and with each breath the demigod took, he whined. When Hades finally came face to face with him, he lashed out, kicking the stake farther into the man's chest. Pirithous gave a pathetic cry and began to wheeze as blood splattered across the floor and dripped from his mouth. "You touched my lover, my fiancé, my future!" Hades bellowed. "An unforgivable crime!" "It's not my fault!" Pirithous gave a gargled howl. "Not your fault," Hades repeated, the fury burning his blood. "Go ahead and tell me how it wasn't your fault. You stalked her. You wrote horrible things about her. You abducted her. You touched her." He was raging, and once more he kicked the man in the chest. This time Persephone's stake went right through him and fell to the floor, though Hades managed to hold on to the man's life thread. He would not die yet. He would face immeasurable pain, and despite the pleasure Hades would take from inflicting it, he knew it would not compare to what this man had done to Persephone. "No," Pirithous moaned, his words barely intelligible. Theseus said... Theseus said... Theseus? Hades repeated, his body stiffening at the sound of the demigod's name. "Did you say Theseus?" Pirithous nodded. "He was... friend." Hades took a moment to collect himself, and then used his magic to heal the demigod. It would be hard for him to explain himself with a mouth and throat full of blood. "What about Theseus?" he demanded. "We made a bet," Pirithous explained, his voice high-pitched and keen. "To carry off goddesses. He said we couldn't get in trouble because of Hera." "You made a bet to carry off goddesses? And you chose my goddess?" Hades asked. "It was Theseus who suggested it," said Pirithous. It was as if he thought he shouldn't be punished because it was not his idea, though Hades wondered why Theseus had put Pirithous up to this. Had he merely wished to see what happened when someone fucked with him? Or had he done this as a type of revenge? Either way, Pirithous would not be the only one to suffer for what happened tonight, though he would be the first. Hades used his magic to summon Persephone's stake from the ground, and as he hovered over the demigod, he began to wail. "She was not yours to take," Hades said, and he jammed the stake into the man's neck. As he jerked it free, he seethed, "She was not yours to touch. She was not yours. She was not yours." As he raged, he shoved Persephone's stake into the demigod's body, bathing in his blood, and he only stopped when he had lost his voice. Chapter 30. The Start of War. Hades' stomach nodded with anticipation. Tonight, his non-profit, the Cyprus Foundation, was hosting a gala to illustrate the impact of his charity work. Among them was the Halcyon Project, which held a special place in both his and Persephone's hearts. Without her, it would not exist, and everything he poured into it was inspired by her. It was also a project Lexa had worked on before her death, and he had something very special planned to honor her legacy. It was one reason he was unusually excited about tonight's event. The second had to do with the ring in his pocket. As he stood outside his bedroom door, he took the black box from the inside of his jacket and looked at the ring. Nestled in black velvet, it gleamed, and by the end of the night, it would glitter on Persephone's finger, a symbol of their commitment to each other. Once more, his chest felt tight with nervous energy. He took a breath. He could do this. She had already said yes. He closed the box and returned it to his pocket before entering their bedchamber, where he found Persephone already dressed for the evening in a red, off-the-shoulder gown. While the top was lace, her skirt was made of layers of tulle, and he could not help thinking that Hecate had chosen it specifically to make things difficult for him. "You look lovely," he said.
Thank you,
She said, a flush creeping over her cheeks.
So do you. I mean, you look handsome.
He chuckled at her nervousness, though he couldn't deny he felt the same, and it gave him some comfort that even after everything they had been through, they could still feel this sort of flustered excitement. Shall we? He offered his hand, and she accepted, allowing him to pull her close and teleport to the surface, where Antony waited for them outside Nevernight. The Cyclops smiled when he saw them and opened the door to the limo. "My lord, my lady," he said, "looking divine this evening."
Thank you, Antony,
Persephone said, and laughed as she climbed into the back seat. Hades followed close, inhaling her sweet scent. "And what is so amusing?"
You know we could just teleport to the Olympian.
"I thought you wanted to live a mortal existence when in the upper world," Hades said, though to be fair, it had been a while since she'd said anything like that, which made him think she had grown more and more content with the balance of her life.
Perhaps I am only eager to begin our night together,
she said, and there was a sensual edge to her voice that sent Hades' blood rushing to his head. Both of them. He raised a brow. Why wait? She shifted, bunching her ridiculous skirt into her hands so she could straddle him. But even as she sank against him, he could barely feel her for all the layers. Who chose this dress? Hades growled as his hands sought her skin.
You don't like it?
Like wasn't the word he would use. I'd really rather have access to your body, he answered, as his palms finally skimmed her bare thighs.
Are you asking me to dress for sex?
He smiled and leaned close as he whispered, "It will be our secret." He kissed her then, and his hands shifted upward toward the apex of her thighs, while her hands skimmed down his chest to the button of his trousers. "Persephone," he breathed as she freed his sex and took him into her hand. Her palm was warm, and she kept her thumb at his crown, rubbing circles over the cum that beaded there. "I need you," he growled. "Now." He thought she might resist, drag this out until he was feverish and desperate. But she seemed to feel the same, because she mounted him, sliding on with a groan that rocked each of their bodies. "You have ruined me," Hades said, holding on to her hips, fingers digging into her skin and the God's damned fabric of her billowing dress. "This is all I ever think about."
Sex?
She asked, breathless. She alternated between sliding up and down his shaft and grinding against him. It made his head spin, and he wanted to fuck her harder. "You," he said between his teeth, "being inside you, the feel of you gripping my cock, the way you tighten around me just before you come."
You just described sex, Hades.
He laughed, though he panted too. "I described sex with you. There is a difference." They lost themselves at some point, and they came together, viciously, kissing and thrusting, and there was nothing to hold on to but each other. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," Hades said, and he sought her clit, touching her there until she came apart. And though she had come, she still moved for him, whispering erotic things until his release exploded inside her. In the aftermath, Persephone collapsed against him, and his body sagged with exhaustion and pleasure. He tangled his hand into her hair and kissed her face, groaning. "Fuck me. I'm like a fucking teenager."
Do you even know what it's like to be a teenager?
"No," he said truthfully. He had been swallowed as a baby and born an adult. "But I imagine they are always horny and never quite sated." He could take her again if she'd let him.
Perhaps I can help.
She shimmied off his lap to the floor and wrapped her hand around his cock before he stopped her, hands on her face. "No, darling."
But,
she protested. "Trust that there is nothing I would love more than for you to go down on me. But for now, we must attend this God's forsaken dinner."
must we?
She asked, a pretty pout to her mouth that made him want this even more. But they were nearing the hotel where the gala would take place, and this event, it was important. Yes, Trust me, you will not want to miss it." She held his gaze for a moment, and her hand slipped up and down his cock in defiance, though eventually she rose to sit beside him, and they set about restoring their appearances, which was easier said than done, especially because Persephone kept her eyes on his cock. "Goddess," he warned. She offered a sheepish smile before her attention turned to the window, and he noted how she stiffened at the sight of the crowd that had gathered outside. They were still a few miles from the hotel. The sidewalks were packed with people, hoping to catch a glimpse of divinity. He reached for her hand, offering a reassuring squeeze. He did not blame her for being nervous at the sight of so many people, so many strangers. And when the limo stopped and the door opened to a blinding wall of flashing lights, he felt her anxiety spike even more. He exited the car and turned to her, reaching for her hand. He would not let her go through this alone. "Darling." She latched onto his fingers and allowed him to help her from the car, and together they walked down a red carpet that led to the front of the Olympian Grand Hotel. As they walked, people shouted their names and demanded pictures, even reached across the barriers erected on either side of the walkway in hopes they might brush their skin. Hades kept Persephone close, and when the carpet widened and gave them more distance from the crowd, they both felt more at ease.
"Sophie!"
Persephone cried, and Hades turned his attention to the Amazon who approached, looking very uncomfortable in her blue gown and with the hug Persephone pulled her into. Hades had requested Sophie join them tonight, both as Persephone's aegis and her friend.
"Persephone, are you well?"
she asked, frowning a little, perhaps confused by Persephone's excitement. The Amazon was not used to being valued beyond her skills as a warrior, so it was likely she did not understand what friendship really meant. Though Hades knew Persephone would teach her.
"Yes,"
Persephone answered.
"Just happy to see you."
The Amazon smiled. They continued on, and Hades kept a firm hand on Persephone at all times, though the goddess was handling every request with grace. They stopped for 1,000,000 photos, and by the time they came to the end of the media circuit and were led into a large reception hall, all Hades could see was flashing lights. The hall was less crowded, but there was a roar to the room that was somehow worse inside. Perhaps that was because the noise was contained. Still, people gathered into small groups to chat, while servers darted around carrying trays of drinks. Hades noted that Persephone kept her gaze on the ceiling, which was, essentially, an art piece, a field of glass-blown flowers in an array of striking, bright colors. She did not get to enjoy the view long, because they were approached by people who wished to make Persephone's acquaintance. Luckily, they were people he liked, mostly donors, some who ran within the circles of iniquity, and some not.
"Sybil!"
he heard Persephone shout, and she left his side to embrace the oracle. Hades hung back, watching her as she spoke animatedly with the mortal. He braced himself for Hermes' arrival, which, true to his nature, was dramatic. He appeared behind her and gathered her into a tight hug, swinging her around, coming to a stop before Apollo. Hades looked away when he noticed the god of music, gritting his teeth. He had yet to forgive the god for the bargain he'd struck with Persephone. As much as Hades hated that he could not prevent what had happened to Lexa, Apollo had a role in the game too. When dinner arrived, the nervousness Hades had felt before they left the Underworld returned, simmering in the bottom of his stomach as he tried to focus on eating. The only thing that kept him grounded was Persephone, who sat beside him, laughing and talking to everyone near. She was charming and beautiful, but the longer dinner went on, the quieter she became, and he got the sense she was thinking about Lexa. He placed a hand on her thigh and felt an immense amount of relief as Katerina took the stage to begin the event's program. She welcomed everyone and offered an overview of the Halcyon Project, touching on how it had begun and its purpose. Then it was Sybil's turn, and as she took the stage, Hades moved his hand from Persephone's leg, lacing his fingers through hers.
"I am new to the Cyprus Foundation, but I fill a very special position, one that was once occupied by my friend, Lexa Sideris. Lexa was a beautiful person, a bright spirit, a light to all. She lived the values of the Halcyon Project, which is why we at the Cypress Foundation have decided to immortalize her. Introducing the Lexa Sideris Memorial Garden. Behind Sybil, a screen showed pictures of Lexa and illustrated images of the garden. Persephone's fingers squeezed his as Sybil continued. The Lexa Sideris Memorial Garden will be a therapy garden for residents of Halcyon and will include a magnificent glass-like sculpture at the garden's center, representing Lexa's soul, a bright and burning torch that kept everyone going. He leaned toward her and whispered against her ear, "Are you well?" "Yes," she said, looking over her shoulder at him with tears in her eyes. "Perfect." He kissed her once more, and when they finished dinner, they left the dining hall to dance. Hades was not ready to release Persephone just yet, and drew her onto the floor, his hands pressing into her body as he held her close. "When did you plan the garden?" she asked. "The night Lexa died," he admitted. He'd thought of it the moment there was a possibility she might not make it, as morbid as it seemed, but he had always liked the idea of offering people peaceful spaces to mourn and remember. Persephone was silent. "What are you thinking?" Hades asked, suddenly anxious that he had somehow made her sad. But then her eyes met his, and she answered, "I am thinking about how much I love you." Hades smiled, drew her close, and whispered in her ear, "I love you too." When the music shifted to something more electronic, Hades took his leave so she could spend time with her friends. He snatched a glass of whiskey from a tray as he retreated to the shadows, keeping her within sight, mistrusting of anyone but those closest to them. He was not there long when he saw Ilias enter the ballroom, and he stiffened. The satyr was supposed to be at Nevernight, and for him to have come all this way, and in person, something had to be dreadfully wrong. "Hades," he said. "Ilias," he replied with a nod. "What is it?" "Normally I wouldn't give much weight to rumors, but this one you need to hear. The markets say the Ophiutorus has been resurrected." Hades' first reaction was shock. A sudden heaviness descended on his whole body. The Ophiutorus was a monster, part bull, part serpent. It was said that whoever slew the creature and burned its entrails would obtain the power to defeat the gods. During the Titanomachy, the creature was killed by the Titans, but before they could burn its entrails, they were captured by one of Zeus's eagles, thwarting their plan. If it was alive once more, it would likely be a target for Triad, for Theseus, and it was the perfect weapon to use to overthrow the gods. And Hades knew exactly how it had come to be. Fucking fates. He'd expected the murder of Briareus to haunt him, but not like this. He remembered their words to him. "Do not fret, good counselor. Your bargain with Briareus will only ruin your life." Just when everything was within his grasp, he thought, the fates did this. He wondered at their decision to resurrect the Ophiutorus. Did they want the Olympian reign to end? Had they woven a future where the demigods ruled a new era? Or were they merely entertaining themselves? He would not be surprised if it were the latter, though their fun would end in bloodshed. Everyone would look for the Ophiutorus, because everyone wanted the chance to kill divinity, even gods themselves. "Sorry to ruin your evening," Ilias said. Hades focused on the satyr once more. "No, thank you, Ilias. We'll begin searching tonight." The satyr nodded, and as he departed, Hades slipped his hand into his pocket, clutching Persephone's ring as he searched for her on the floor, noting that she was gone, and he went in search of her. In the face of Ilias's news, she was even more important. He did not fight so hard to have her love, only to see it taken away. He found her on the balcony, overlooking New Athens. "There you are," he said, and drew his arms around her, sealing her back to his chest. Her warmth was a comfort to his chaotic mind, and he took a deep breath, inhaling her scent once more. "What are you doing out here?" "Breathing," she said with a laugh.
though he could feel how hot her skin was and knew she needed a break from the crowd. He chuckled and they fell silent, content for the moment to stand in each other's energy. "I have something for you," he said, kissing her hair. Persephone turned in his arms, her hands pressing firmly to his chest.
"What is it?"
He studied her for a moment, like he did when he wanted to memorize her face. This time, he wanted to memorize this moment before everything changed. Then he shifted, reaching into his pocket for the box. He knelt before her.
"Hades."
"Just let me do this, please." She closed her mouth and smiled. Then he opened the box, revealing the ring he had Hephaestus forged so long ago. She brought her hands up to cover her mouth as her breath caught in her throat. "Persephone," he said, "I would have chosen you 1,000 times over, the fates be damned. Please, become my wife, rule beside me, let me love you forever." Her eyes glistened and she swallowed as she whispered her answer.
"Of course. Forever."
Hades grinned, and for a moment he forgot to put the ring on her finger. He fumbled as his large fingers clasped the small piece of metal. Once it was in place, he rose to his feet and took her into his arms, kissing her until she was breathless.
"You wouldn't have happened to overhear Hermes demand a rock, would you?"
she asked once they parted. "He might have been talking loud enough for me to hear," he said, amused. "But if you must know, I have had that ring for a while."
"How long?"
"Embarrassingly long," he admitted, "since the night of the Olympian Gala." But he had known then that she was his forever. Fuck, he had known before that, from the moment he laid eyes on her on the floor of Nevernight. "I love you," he said, pressing his forehead to hers.
"I love you too,"
she said, and this time her lips pressed to his. He drew her close, wishing to become completely lost in this moment, to forget what lay on the horizon. But there was a sudden chill on the wind that made his blood run cold. When he pulled away, he saw snow. Snow in the middle of summer. There was only one god who might be responsible, one god who used weather to torture the world into submission, and that was Demeter.
"Hades?"
Persephone whispered, drawing closer to him.
"Why is it snowing?"
He did not look at her as he spoke, staring angrily at the flurries whirling over New Athens. "It's the start of a war," he said, "and you're at the center of it."